Everyone, please rise for your national anthem.
Now look what you did. They're looking at us.
Just be one moment.
There it is. We are experiencing some patriotic difficulties.
And we are live with the Greensboro Regional featuring Valorant and Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Day 2 of competition for the VESL universe out there for North Carolina high school students. It's going to be a great day of competition, all Valorant, all Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, and only one winner for each of those games making it to states.
Oh, absolutely. Again, we had a great turnout yesterday, by the way. Great games for both Rocket League and 2K, not to mention a very exciting grand finals for 2K.
True.
That went to Game 3 all the way to the fourth quarter, decided by only 1 point. Absolutely insane, and I'm expecting just as good of matches here today for our Valorant and Smash events. Cannot wait to get started. Again, I've been looking forward to this all weekend. It is going to get absolutely insane, and also because there have been recent changes in Valorant to both Viper and Cypher.
True.
So again, it is going to be interesting to see how that affects, if at all, the compositions that we see today.
And it's only been a couple of weeks since the most recent act as well, so there's only been so much time for these players to get used to the current patch. During the playoffs for a lot of these teams too, the last patch dropped and the new act came out, so they had to adjust on the fly to some of the changes for that. We also have a new agent that came out as well. So there's so many different intricacies that have changed since the start of the season coming into these regional finals, and then also going into the state championship that'll be at the end of the month as well. So a lot of great stuff there. Let's talk about the schedule that we have for today, specifically for these matchups. We're starting with Research Triangle versus Northwest Guilford, then going to West Forsyth versus Northeast Guilford, Western Guilford versus Kearns Academy, and then NCCA and RJ Reynolds after that. They'll be playing off stream specifically. Then semifinals, then finals, of course, which will be a best of 3. But all of the other matches, best of 1 Valorant. So got to really focus in on those bans and exactly which map you are hoping to have available from the pool at the end of it.
Yeah, I'm expecting to see a lot of Ascent. You know, that's like the default map. That's like one of the only maps that I guess, you know, teams can really agree to. However, we did actually get to talk to some of the coaches and some of the players, and some of them are actually going to ban Ascent, which is going to be very interesting because, again, you know, for the most part, Ascent can be considered, you know, somewhat of 50-50 territory because, again, it's where we have the most experience in Valorant. This is where every single team has been acclimated. They know the meta. The meta for Ascent has gone the longest without changing until recently. And it's still experimental, to say the least. But we'll get into that more later.
Into that. We'll get into the bracket right now, actually, for some of the Valorant action that we're having. we have seen these players throughout the season with a little bit of a different format really rise to the challenge. But today, anything can happen with these squads. It's a best of three format. So you have to make sure you can win all of those matches in your each individual one-on-one matchup. So you have to win a best of 3 with the first player against the first player on the other team, then going into the second player versus second player, win another best of 3. And then if there's still more games to be played, you play that third one as well. In the finals, that'll be a best of 5, so that'll be interesting to see how that goes. Oh,
absolutely. And, again, just being able to see these teams go head-to-head in this not necessarily a new format, but let's just say it is not necessarily the traditional format.
Truly.
So it's going to be interesting. But with that being said, it does give every single fighter a fair chance. So you're not going to have to worry about stock count because every single game, each player starts with 3 stocks.
That they do. Well, we're going to be taking a look at the maps here in just a sec. We had the bands come out as well, but they are going to be getting into it quickly. It is going to be on Lotus for this map here, so that's going to be something to keep an eye on as well for Roxborough versus Northeast Guilford for these two teams and how they are trying to face off against, or not Roxborough, I think that's actually incorrect. It should be Research Triangle High School for that, but we'll get that fixed as quickly as we can. Still, Bonsai, Griffin Dragon, Noel, Rich Star, and Jackson Rob. Griffin Dragon actually broke their thumb on their left hand. Thankfully, it's not their right hand, so they'll be playing with a little bit of a disadvantage there. And Northeast Guilford, they are the winners of their Guilford Conference, so definitely something to keep an eye out on there.
Exactly. And you know what? Just like traditional sports, man, you break a bone, it doesn't matter. You get back in there. Wrap it in some duct tape. You got games to play. We got to get the dub here today. But with that being said, again, we're on Lotus. Definitely my favorite map that's currently in rotation besides Icebox, only because I'm a big fan of the 3-sided maps. RIP to Haven. We need to get Haven back. Absolutely miss Haven. But in the meantime, we still have Lotus. I love Lotus. And one of my – again, this is going to be the start of many. This is the first of many. One of my perfectly mid-spicy takes is that Lotus is offensive-sided, in my opinion.
Okay.
Overall, and this is just from my own personal anecdotal experience, that more often than not, Lotus tends to favor the offense. But with that being said, I want to take a look at these compositions. I'm loving what I'm seeing so far, particularly from our left side here. Again, love the Rays. Rays has great entry here. KJ able to lock down a single site by themselves, probably going to station them at the C site. And then Breach. Breach goes nutty on this map, even though it's not the most popular pick. I love it, again, because there's so many walls, so many angles, and that's where Breach shines. Being able to literally use wall bangs, flashes all through walls makes them awesome here on Lotus. And then Viper, of course, my favorite character. Doesn't matter what scenario. I'm always going to go with Viper, honestly. And then also we got the Omen. So both teams actually going double controller. And we even talked about this.
We did talk about this, yeah.
Double controller has been the meta. It was the meta last season, but however, we are starting to see the return of double initiator as well. But it's interesting to see here on Lotus, no big surprise when you have a 3-sided map, that it is going to be the double controller meta for both teams. And really the only difference is going to be your Sentinel. Okay, we're going to have a KJ on one side, and then we have Cypher on the other. And then also, instead of Breach, Guilford is going with Sky. So, again, that's where your big differences are going to be. And, honestly, I do like Sky here. I love Breach. Sky is fine, too, because, again, they can also operate around the corners and around walls with their utility, with the dog, with the bird. But they also have heals. They're one of the only characters that have heals in this game. And, you might not think that makes a difference, but I promise you, in the long run, you can clutch up off of these Sky heals. But
survive a couple of body shots more so than anything else, too, especially when you have those heals.
Yep, but without further ado, Vaughn, take it away. We're here in round 1.
That we are into round 1, the pistol round. This is where it really comes down to these teams determining exactly how the start of this game is going to go. So we'll see how the first round goes out, but the first kill does come out from the Rock Dude onto Griffin Dragon. Northeast Guilford, first blood. Penta already planting as well, so really quick transition onto the site.
And here comes my second perfectly mid-spicy take. Hey, I'm telling you, they're going to be coming out. Like, it's going to be rapid-fire mid-takes all day today. In Val, and again, this is just my take. The C site on Lotus is the hardest retake in Valorant, in my opinion. If you get the spike planted on the C site, it is the hardest retake of any site in Val. That is my perfectly mid-spicy take there. So, again, in my opinion, no surprise to see Northeast Guilford get the first dub by taking the pistol round straight to C, which is actually on Orthodox. for the most part, because in your pistol rounds, more often than not, we see a lot of teams immediately go to the B site, because B site, you get that quick plant off. Another perfectly mid-spicy take is that B site is the easiest site to plant on, but also the easiest retake as well.
That's so true. There's so many different angles you can come for the B site specifically, and that's what makes it so easy to really get back onto it as well. Because it's so open, you kind of have good vision of wherever you need to from either angle, but still seems like it'll be more of a certain site heavy push here. Just making sure our audio isn't in the arena. There it goes. Okay, good. Didn't want to give away the site positioning, but still, for the C site here for Research Triangle, curious how things are going to go for them too, because the pistol round did not go in their favor whatsoever. Northeast Guilford felt a lot more confident, only the Rays going down on their side, and all 4 players aside from that being alive. So it's going to be a completely different positioning from both these teams.
And you know, this is actually really interesting, because with the recent update that literally just happened,
yep.
Viper can no longer pick their poison orb back up. So once you throw it down, it is invested. So they invested the Viper wall and the Viper orb on the A site, well, on A main, not even on site. So I think that was a very interesting investment to go full tilt on the Viper util on A main.
Well, the investments are working out so far for Northeast Guilford. Only 1 player remaining on the other end. Killjoy alive. Spike is planted. We'll have to see exactly how things go down there. But Northeast Guilford really doing well for themselves. And that's the biggest thing for them, making sure that they can take down their opponents as quickly as possible in these opening rounds. And Griffin Dragon, the only one remaining at that time, sniped out with the shot from the Viper, excuse me.
I mean, but this is a script, though. That's to be expected. You win the first round, you're going to take round 2, and now this is where we get into the nitty-gritty. This is where we want to see a comeback coming from Research Triangles. Now they're going to be able to buy up. They're going to have their buy phase. They're going to be able to get the shields. They're going to be able to get the rifles. And take a look at this. Now this is exactly what we're seeing. But which is really interesting to me is that we're seeing majority Phantoms here. You got 3 Phantoms, 1 Vandal, 1 Spectre. More often than not, I'm used to seeing the Vandal Scandal, but still, this is going to be a good round, because on the other side, they also have full shields, and they're bringing Spectres to the party as well. So this should make for a really great round. However, in most scenarios, it is going to be Research Triangle that has the advantage going into round 3.
And that's going to be the big thing, too. Once they kind of get that eco better for them and have the full weapon buyout that they can use, then that'll be a bit better of an option for them as well. But Jack 2 Raw, really one of the stars of the show for this team. Been doing pretty decent for them throughout the season onto the squad, so really curious to see how they do. There's a Diamond 1, Peak Ascendant 3, so doing pretty decent for them as well. But first couple seconds gone already in this 3rd round, and plant is already coming down. They've been so consistent talking about Northeast Guilford getting that spike planted, but the kill from Noel onto that rock dude was a huge one there to kind of even things up a little bit.
And you see, this is the thing about B. If you're going to B, you have got to have your shot on. If you're not hitting your shot, if you're not feeling yourself, you're not going to survive in B.
Look at all those trades.
Like, B site on Lotus is literally the definition of meet and mid.
That is so true. Meet and mid, and that's where boys become men, basically.
100%. That's where you go to settle the dispute. All right, if you got beef with somebody, you meet at B site. That's where it's going down. At that point,
site.
at that point, it's no longer even about the spike. We're just going to gun it out on B.
Well, 3 rounds in a row for Northeast Guilford, feeling pretty confident for themselves, and that is a huge thing for them. THJBY doing, or THJGBY. We'll get an interesting perspective on how to pronounce that, but still hasn't died yet on the side of Northeast Guilford. 5 kills to their name, and definitely a star of the show so far. Justin rocking the Cypher even after the nerfs. I mean, Cypher's just such a good character that I don't think.
Now.
Yeah, I mean, I still don't think many people are, even with these changes, going to really pull off from their mains when it comes to that kind of a character.
I was an OG Cypher day 1, okay? Yeah. So trust me, we went through it. We deserved, we earned these buffs, all right? There was so long that Cypher was just completely out of the pool. Like, nobody was picking Cypher at all. And so, again, seeing these buffs to such a beloved character of mine. As a matter of fact, my very first Valorant skin ever was the Cypher Ghost.
Ooh, okay. I respect it.
My very first one. But also, I just got to point out Guilford again, starting with an amazing presence here on Lotus. Good shot. I mean, the Sheriff 1 click, I mean, you can't get much better than that. But with that being said, Guilford currently with the bonus round. That is a huge round, big boost to economy. Honestly, it should be a free round here in round 4. But got to give credit to Research Triangle. They're putting up a fight.
That's what they need to do here now. Even though the spike keeps continuing to be planted by the side of Northeast Guilford, and Research Triangle really haven't been able to put a dent in their forces as much as they can. Justin feeling pretty confident. Take down Griffin Dragon there. Goes Carson Monty onto Jack Durrell. The Rock Dude as well. Rich Star taken down as well. And Null on it to Penta. Finally getting some resistance, but not lasting for too long. You can hear the pop-offs from Northeast Guilford.
Oh yeah, get ready for that. I mean, it's Valorant. There's gonna be pop-offs. As a matter of fact, I just came back from a San Antonio LAN, and it was an issue. Like the pop-offs were an issue in Valorant. I mean, it was getting crazy. But also, same thing for Smash. You got to realize the esports that we are bringing here today, Valorant and Smash, is probably some of the most intense competition there is, and some of the most spirited fan base as well.
100%.
They let you know it.
Everyone
dude.
was kind of silent yesterday. They're like, "Good job, congrats."
Yeah, you know, the little dab,
fist bump, and all that. But it wasn't exactly what we were expecting. But coming into today, we are expecting the energy and the passion behind these players, because this is just the first round too. Imagine when it gets to the finals and somebody pulls off like an ace or a clutch of any sort, and they'll be able to just feel on top of the world, but they still got to clutch it up throughout the rest of the series, because that'll be a best of 3 for Valorant instead of just a best of 1.
And you know what, I'm liking this new tech with, not necessarily new tech, but new strategies with Viper, right? Because again, they can no longer pick up their Poison Orb, so they invested on to C main. Great call, along with the KJ, investing a lot of that utility, but they get swung on by Justin, and I missed that name. It was like Thigby?
Thigby, I think that's how we'll pronounce it, yeah.
Again, by the way, I want to let people know in the commentator world, if you are able to pronounce a name correctly on the first try, it's the equivalent of a headshot. Just a little tidbit, you know, a little inside knowledge for esports analysts.
That it is. Curious when they are going to be using their ultimate here, but still doesn't really do too much except clear things out a little bit. Jack too raw in an odd position and does get taken down, but Thigby Null with a trade out there as well. Penta, Bonsai. Unfortunately, nothing that Bonsai or Null could do that time, and Penta feeling really confident.
Oh, absolutely. You can literally hear the confidence. My goodness. I mean, but, you know, they are popping off. I'm not going to lie. But at the same time, remember what I said earlier. Lotus tends to be an offensive-sided map, in my opinion. And it seems to be holding true. Now, that could be because, you know, it's an offensive-sided map, or it could be because it's just Guilford doing Guilford, right? But now, it's one of my favorite segments with our first time out. It's time for the Vaudable and Captain at Soka show. So here we are, starting off in Valorant. It's been a great day. Now, I noticed that, you're still becoming more acclimated to Valorant, but I got to ask, okay, are you familiar with the Vandal and the Phantom?
Yes. Okay,
so what side are you on that fence? For the rifles,
oh my gosh,
are you Team Phantom or Team Vandal?
I would say I'm Team Phantom.
Respect, because so am I. Absolutely.
It just looks cooler, in my opinion, has better skins as well, and I don't know. I feel like it's been more popularized recently, too, from what I've witnessed, so I really like the Phantom there specifically. But, I mean, I respect any gun that people use, unless it's, what is it, the Judge that people like to use?
No, the Judge is still perfectly fine, by the way.
I don't know.
It got nerfed. It got nerfed.
That's good. That's good.
But hear me out. The way that you can determine whether something needs a nerf or not is if, after the nerf, you don't notice a change.
That's very fair.
Okay, so when Jet got nerfed, the only people that noticed it were Jet mains.
Yep.
Okay? Everybody else was cool. Same thing with the Judge. You're still having fun with the Judge. You're still going nutty with the Judge. I didn't even notice a difference. It still seems perfectly fine to me. And that's how you could tell that it needed a nerf.
So very true. I mean, that's how nerfs and buffs happen in games too. A lot of it comes down to a little bit of the community feedback, but for the most part, I'd say it's pros and whatever is meta during the championship series out there. And if something seems a little bit too busted and everyone complains about it that are at the top level, typically that's when things will be adjusted a little bit. Of course, there's the QA department that does some work with that, but I'd say a lot of it comes down to that pro feedback.
Now, you know how you can tell when a character didn't need a nerf? When everybody noticed it. Now, don't get me wrong. Chamber needed a nerf.
Yes, definitely.
But they nerfed him straight out of the meta.
Nerfed him way too much.
Completely out the meta. Now, with that being
said, he's still pretty decent though.
Oh, 100%. And I have more respect for Chamber now because I got to watch Shopify Rebellion play.
Oh,
and when they used Chamber on Bind, they were popping off. Again, I got a newfound respect for the new Chamber. I still think they need another Sentry. They need more intelligence or intel if they're going to be a Sentinel, main Sentinel, instead of a pseudo-duelist. But other than that, Chamber has been shown to actually be somewhat viable.
We'll see what Research Triangle can do here to really change things around. The biggest difficulty for them, I feel is they're having to play retake for all these different plant zones as well. And Richstar doing everything that they can to get that first kill onto that rock dude after the plant came out. Knew the positioning and where they were coming from after the timeout as well. We didn't really talk about the adjustments that Research Triangle are probably going to be making. They get 3 timeouts, 1 per half, and then 1 in OT as well. So that's a big thing to note here for these teams on the adjustments that they can make as the kills are coming out for both sides, and it's feeling like it's more of an advantage for Research Triangle. But there was almost a bit of a clutch there. Research Triangle in their first round.
Hey, pros don't fake. That's all I got to say. So big shout out to the defuse right there. And that's why it's so important when you are going into the post plant and you're going for the defuse, at bare minimum, stick half. Because that saves you so much time. It comes so clutch. Like, again, you could go for the audio cue, go for the fake. That's fine. But at least stick half. Because it's going to save you in the end.
So much time.
So many clutch.
Or so many opportunities where it's almost diffused and then they get taken out.
Exactly.
Yeah.
If you just stick it to half, and then most of the time when you bait out the audio cue, the opponent is going to think you're baiting the audio cue.
Exactly.
So they're going to give you time to at least get half.
And that's what you need to do. I mean, that's a good strategy. We'll see how it develops throughout the rest of this first half. Northeast Guilford still very dominant against Research Triangle, but of course, the timeout, we'll keep track of it throughout the day, effective on getting that next round afterwards. I'm very curious of what the stats will be like for that throughout the timeouts and if they do get another subsequent round for all the teams today. Still, Thigby waiting for the shot. A good bait out, so they got some information on exactly where Thigby was positioning themselves, but even then, we still need more movement from Research Triangle on preventing these early plants from Northeast Guilford.
Well, you can see the spike now going towards B, and this is where you're going to get that quick spike plant. But again, you leave yourself open for an easy retake. As you can see, they are going to bait out the audio cue, not going to commit, but now here they go. Penta looking to try and stick the plant, but here comes the push now from Research Triangle, and that was actually a really good bait there. They didn't commit fully to the spike plant until they were able to get some cheeky picks, and now they're going to commit 3v3. As you can see, Research Triangle now moving their way in and on the post plant. Trades are being made. We are now in a 1v2. Only the rock dude remains. As you can see, they are going to be throwing out the paranoia, and they will be gunned down. Research Triangle find yet their second dub here on Lotus.
2 in a row, feeling very confident. The pop-offs also coming out from them too, and the Omen unfortunately unable to survive as long as they were wanting to. You're thinking the Rays with half health, maybe if they were in a bad position, could have been taken out and be more of a one-on-one situation. But of course, we do have the timeout for the other side for Northeast Guilford, and that's a good idea. Slow down the roll and the momentum that we are seeing from Research Triangle High School, and then, oh, hey, this is cool. Shout out to production. But still, slowing the momentum, slowing the roll of your opponents in this specific matchup is so clutch for those timeouts. I mean, that is the thing we see in so many different esports titles that have timeouts as something available to you, is that you can make sure, okay, I'm either going to use it strategically or make it so that, like, hey, we need to calm down and focus in on what we did wrong and digest exactly what happened in those rounds. So now going into this next bit, this is where, can the momentum continue for the side of Research Triangle, or are Northeast Guilford just using this to ice them out?
Now, right now, I think Northeast Guilford, for the most part, by the way, using this timeout, it's to stop the comeback before it happens.
Yeah, 100%.
So, again, very smart, because, again, I see so many teams that actually hold on to timeouts.
For too long.
For the entire match.
Yeah.
I've seen it. And, like, that's like holding on to your ult almost. Not that timeouts are an ult.
I'm going to need to use it sometime.
But if you have it, you might as well use it, because, again, it can make a different. So
that
if
reminds
you have
me of, like,
the timeout,
when you collect potions in, like, a game like Skyrim, and you just hold on to all of them. You're like, I'm going to need it eventually, but no, you got to use that. There'll always be more.
You know, what's the phrase? A bird in hand is worth 2 in the bush?
I think so, yeah.
So, yeah. So, you know, an ult in hand is not worth the same as 2 on the field.
No, not at all.
Okay, so it's kind of the opposite, but still, the verbiage is the same.
Once you use your ult, you can get another one.
Exactly.
You know?
Especially with ultimates like Cypher. Cypher has one of the lowest ult counts. You only need 6. So if you're able to take out the neural theft, you can get it back just as quickly. It's very monumental, actually, to have a 6 special orb ult.
Oh, we see the Viper ult coming out as well. I was also going to mention we got Raze and Omen ults available too, but now some ults available on the other side, Sky and Omen for Northeast Guilford. So this is where things develop throughout the game of Valorant, I feel, when those ults become more available, and that becomes like, okay, how are we going to push into these sites? We got to keep in mind that they have these abilities available to them to use to potentially take us down.
Yeah, and you know what? I love the Viper's pit on C, because, again, C being one of the harder retakes, if not the hardest, in Captain's non-Captain opinion. But again, it completely locks down C. So now they're going to force either a B or an A push. And, you know, Pyro J, when we were commentating, you know, for the regular season, you know, they had to disrespect Viper, my Viper, and call it, they called the Viper Spit the stink bomb. And I was like, come on now. Put some respect on my favorite agent.
See, if Stinky Bus was playing Valorant, then it would be the Stink Bomb.
No,
played Viper.
Not even then. Viper is.
I feel very confident right now.
Is S tier.
We'll see what the tier is to. Well, Thigby is the S tier player right now on the
Told you.
Viper, so it does make sense. Bonsai though taking down Justin, and there it goes, 2 in a row.
Penta
The
kill.
attackers getting it down.
Get it?
I get it.
Okay, because it's Riot.
Yeah, and it's Penta. That's probably where they got their name.
Exactly. And then they also just got a kill, so it's a Penta kill. Right? Okay, there we go. Puns. Puns are coming all day today, folks, so get used to them. Whether they're bad, they're good. Whether they make you cry or they make you laugh, they're still going to be there regardless. But we're going to continue on here, and now we're seeing a budget buy coming from Research Triangle, and they are really reaching to the bottom of the bargain bin here. Economy definitely favored to Guilford. As you can see, they're bringing all rifles, complete full shields, and you see a Marshall trying to get lucky with the Bucky, but unfortunately, still no shields on the side of Research Triangle.
And that's a struggle for them, too, because they're getting taken down so quickly. I mean, the accuracy that we were witnessing from Northeast Guilford is on another level. Penta with one, Carlson Monty with another, taking down Bonsai. 2 players down so quickly is what's making it so hard for Research Triangle to sustain any presence on these retakes.
Oh, here we go. Take a look at this. The Spike heading over towards the A site. Again, this is a good push here. And always go Tree. And again, maybe not always, but Tree is definitely my favorite avenue. It's my favorite avenue to go on Lotus and also Tree on Ascent.
Oh, no.
Not so lucky with the Bucky.
Oh, Richstar was in a bad spot. Penta taking down Null, and it is 4v1. I mean, Griffin Dragon's still probably going to hold on to that ult. There's not really too much they can do with a pistol. And that was just a full-on eco round for them.
Did I just hear a "yer"?
Yes, you did.
So I'm pretty sure someone on the other team, someone from Guilford popped off and said "yer." I'm nearly certain that's what I heard. That's like an ult in and of itself. You know, that's an instant like crowd buff like to your team. That's an instant like charisma buff to everyone on your team. If you yer, if you yer, that's like plus 10 momentum.
Oh gosh. Looking at the ultimates available for all of the players out there, only one missing on Research Triangle. This might be their time to shine if they can have some decent utility to work with. But
they need to yer.
They need to yer, full send yer. But we only have a few rounds remaining on the half, and I feel like they just want to try and get as many as they can out of those 3 rounds that are remaining for Research Triangle before they switch to, as you're mentioning, with Lotus being more attacker-favored side of a map.
Well, here we are. Again, you look, they're going for the C push here, but this is why you double stack C, and I completely understand. Great entry off the raise, looking to hit with the showstopper, but they got hit with the paranoia, not going to be able to confirm. And now it's an all-out trade going onto the C site, and that is the risk that comes with going for that push on the C site, but that's why you double stack it.
And that's also why you see them backing off of the C site. They knew that they lost that engagement initially.
Oh,
Thigby taking out Bonsai. No, that's going to hurt for Bonsai and Research Triangle. Evening things up a lot more, too. You can see some of the health missing from the Killjoy and the Sky on either side. So pretty even. A lot of it will come down to the dueling, and Thigby has really been popping off for this team.
And you know what? This is the thing about Viper. This is why Viper is like the lurky turkey of Valorant.
Ooh.
Because now even more so because the orb is stationary just like the Viper wall is, and they can activate it from anywhere on the map.
Wow.
So they throw down their utility, they throw down their smoke, and then they're free to lurk around the map. And they can still activate their smokes at any time.
That's a little bit of the shield getting pinged and taken out there. Now a 3-on-1 situation. The Sky doesn't really have much health remaining for them. We'll see if they can clutch it up. Make sure not to overcommit themselves. Also using ultimates. I mean, it makes sense.
A little overkill.
A little overkill, but also they want to ensure that they get this round because they know how crucial it is to get as many rounds as possible in this instance. They aren't feeling as confident when it comes to the kills, and, well, it will just be the utility taking down that Sky. So the defenders went for Research Triangle this time, but as you mentioned, a little bit overkill.
Just a little bit, but at the same time, as long as you secure the dub
Exactly.
and you're using your ult. You know, I'd rather you use your ult and get the dub than not use it at all.
Exactly. That's what we just talked about.
Exactly. But with that being said, though, another thing to point out there is that last elimination came from the snake bite. So a recent nerf along with Viper is that now they only have 1 snake bite instead of 2, which is somewhat understandable, but as someone who loves Viper, it was always fun to have 2 snake bites. I remember one time I actually got a 3K with 1 snake bite.
Wow.
Yeah.
What were those players doing?
Oh, they were going for Spike.
Oh, okay, that makes a lot more sense then.
And it was like literally at the end of the round, so there was a lot of crossfire damage.
Oh, gosh.
It was 100% luck, but it was still cool.
I mean, calculated. That's
Yeah.
what we say. So we'll see what happens here. See some pop-offs in the background, but that's for Smash Bros. Ultimate happening as well in the arena. Still a couple more chances for Research Triangle. Pull things around a little bit. I mean, 7-4, not as bad as what we saw at the beginning of the engagements happening in the early rounds of Lotus, but when it is a 5-0 lead at one point, I'm glad that they took that timeout when they did for Research Triangle.
Absolutely, 100%. And then not to mention, okay, so we're in round 10, right?
Yeah.
If you manage to end this half at an 8-4 split, that is a good round on any map, and even more so on Lotus.
Exactly. So we'll see if they can do just that. They did take down Think being one of the stars of the show, but Justin feeling confident taking down Rich Star, backing up a little bit. Downloading their position, but really feeling the heat here and now. They need to push on the. No, they still get taken out. That Rock dude feeling so confident. Griffin Dragon couldn't do anything there, but Bonsai eventually getting taken out as well. 4v1 situation. There they go. The noise of the pop-offs for Northeast Guilford, maybe that energy is what got them the first seed out of their conference.
Something tells me there's a history between these two. And keep in mind, this is a best of one, too.
That's true.
So, I mean, if Guilford wins this and they move on, and if I'm not mistaken, Triangle will be out.
That's true.
So you have to come in clutch here. And again, that's where the hype is coming from. That's why they're so excited, because they know that their tournament lives are on the line with this one map, and it's Lotus. Whew.
Not the best map you want to bet your life on, but
for me it is. I love Lotus, but it's unorthodox. Normally it would be Ascent.
Research Triangle, Northeast Guilford.
You don't go in there.
Yeah, I mean, hey, got a Bucky feeling lucky, and we'll see what they can do with it. They survived a lot longer than they should have, but Penta with a two-piece taking out themselves, and Carlson Monty also feeling pretty confident themselves as well. 4-2. I mean, this is basically a formality based on the way we've seen the other rounds, but Research Triangle, they really need to up that clutch factor, and now they definitely do, with the Killjoy remaining on their side.
Yeah, and it's starting to look like we're going to go into the second half with everybody's favorite meme, the 9-3, right? Even though it's kind of a dead meme at this point, I still like to keep it alive. And you know what? TTL, one of our colleagues, Time to Light, they actually are bringing into light the 10-2 curse.
Oh, no.
It happened. Like, we saw it live. We were commentating it live. It became a thing. But with that being said, Guilford, they're going to take that round 12 as we get ready to go into the second half. And we're going to get our second pistol round here on Lotus. Northeast Guilford have set themselves up for success.
That they have. And looking at the stats of these players, too, I mean, Noel feeling very confident with 12 kills on their side for Research Triangle, but the rest of their team really struggling. 7 at the most after that, then 5, and then Jack Dura and Griffin Dragon 3 and 2 respectfully. So a little bit of a difficult spot to be in for Research Triangle. Northeast Guilford, you can tell they are on top of the world. I mean, great looks for Thigby. Carlson Monty also doing pretty decent. That Rock dude clutched up a lot of times, and positive KDs across the board for Northeast Guilford. I mean, makes sense with the way the rounds went.
Yep, and no coincidence that Viper is the top frag, Thigby. That's just Viper doing Viper, right? I mean, what can I say, And even after the nerf. Even after the nerf.
I mean, you were talking about it earlier. You could tell when a nerf is needed if, only the mains notice it.
I noticed.
Yeah, because you're a main for Viper, so.
I mean, there's still truth to it, but yeah. I definitely noticed. But regardless, we are continuing on here in round number 13, back to the pistols. And a friendly reminder, Guilford actually won the first pistol round in the first half, but again, they were on the offensive side of the spike, so we'll see if the theory holds true, if Research Triangle is able to get more dubs here on offense. Great trip mine by Justin, getting the intel through the smoke in order to get that elimination. It also avoids the paint shells. Justin on the Cypher playing really well for Guilford.
Really nice looks for Northeast Guilford. I mean, everyone on Northeast Guilford is playing on top of the world, but Rich Star popping off too, taking down a couple players on the other end with their own utility. One player remaining on Research Triangle, though, and it is Rich Star. And they are just taken out from the side. They didn't expect the flank to come out, and unfortunately for them, losing the pistol round, losing a lot of chances for them to come back in this game.
Yep, and that's usually how it goes. Once again, we're on the pistol round. You go to B site. It makes sense here on Lotus. This is what you go to get. As a colleague of mine and another Valorant caster from across the pond, Cairo Cass would say, you got to go a B site and get a wee bit scrappy. That was a horrible Scottish accent, but again, word out to my homie Cairo Cast, the hot Scotsman. Big shout out to those EU homies.
Always killing it on the mic. But still,
love Cairo.
Got to see what Research Triangle can do. I mean, they have a timeout available in the second half as well, so we'll see if they will use it. But I'm so curious on what their strategy is here, because they were struggling on the defensive half for a while. And of course, as you were mentioning, this is definitely more attack-sided of a map. But even then, just the dueling that we've seen from both these teams, Northeast Guilford has been on another level.
Yeah, that they have, and it shows in the pistol round too. Yeah. Because when you're taking the pistol round, it's literally just mostly like it's coming down to the gunplay. Like, yes, you can invest in your util, but even when you invest in the util, you're still held with just a classic. So you still need a high level of gun skill just to come out with a dub. But now here we are, round number 14. Spike heading towards A main again, trying to look through an avenue for tree. But Guilford, you know, they're calling out the play. They're not allowing it to happen.
Big B just waiting for it, seeing everyone there is backing up and saying, nope, I'm not going there just yet, trying to stay alive as long as they can, bait some people out to one-on-one fights and dissect them in a second. Big B with a good touch. Penta also really good, but Jack Dura and Null. Good comeback for Research Triangle. Only one player, the Omen, remaining in Northeast Guilford.
Let's go Thrifty round. It's literally my favorite round. Like, I love Thrifties. I like Thrifties more than I like Aces. Like, really. Again, if they're able to pull off this Thrifty round, again, that's going to be a huge win for Research Triangles. Again, they go for the swing here. That rocks, dude. You got to hold forward and right-click the classic. That's not what happened.
No.
But still, the point remains. You go full send in that 3v1. Great round coming from Research Triangle. They didn't get credit for the 50, but in my opinion, they definitely should have. I mean, they were in the ecos, and they had to pick up some Spectres. They had to pick up the weapons from Guilford. And it was honestly a great round. But once again, we have a timeout, which means it's time for the Vaudible and Itsoka show. So, Vod, what is your least favorite map in Valorant, and why is it Ascent?
It's too overplayed. That's why.
That was an easy.
Too boring.
This is a softball question for you.
No, but let's talk a little bit more about the matchup that we're seeing in front of us too, because the good thing for Research Triangle that they have going for them is they've only at most dropped 2 rounds in a row after their initial timeout. So I think that's what they're trying to focus on. It maybe was a little bit too long for them to take that initial timeout. If they started it earlier, they could have had a better comeback in this second half. But with that, I'm curious on what the changeup is going to be after this timeout specifically and what the strategy is here.
I honestly think they're going to try and go for a C push because we haven't really seen a lot of attention at C.
That's true, yeah.
And then, you know, the couple of times that we even saw a little bit of interest, you know, they kind of backed off. You know,
they
decided to go another way. So I think they're going to try and go for that C push and then play for retake because, again, it's high risk, high reward. It's hard to take.
You're right so far.
I mean, that's what it's looking like. I mean, I hate to break it to you, you know, Captain be capping. You know, it's mid takes, perfectly mid. But sometimes, you know, they bear a little bit of fruit.
They do bear a little bit of fruit, and it's going to have to come down to exactly how their initiating is happening on these sites. I mean, that's going to be a big question mark for them. And they don't have any ultimates available, of course, since the second half just started, and now having some utility to work with, that's going to be the big thing. But putting up those utility as well, blocking off the area, makes it so that the other team knows that they are going for that C push.
Yeah, you got to give Raze or even Omen the spike here because, again, you just got to jump on sites and plant as quickly as possible.
A little bit too much time, yeah.
Yeah, you got to plant as quickly as possible because already that retake is coming in. Now, if you are going to retake on C, this is the best way to do it. Give up site and play for post plant.
Well, it looks like they are giving up the site, playing for that post plant, as you were mentioning, after seeing the smokes coming out originally. But there's still 2 good kills from Research Triangle, making 3 now, and this is a good initiation as the attackers this time, and that is the most confident we have seen Research Triangle today.
There we go, and that's a good round. That's solid. Again, great play over towards C because, again, they kept stacking, you know, going towards B and A site mostly. So then you have the Guilford defense, they're starting to stack on those sites. Like just now, they only had Cypher on the C site. And unlike KJ, Cypher's great, but they're mostly great for intel. They're not going to be able to really hold back the push like KJ. KJ has the nano swarms. They have the alarm bot, not the boom bot. And then they have the sentry. So again, there's damage you have to take. There's punishment for going for that push. KJ can lock down a site by themselves. Cypher, however, cannot.
Unfortunately there. So Cypher, though, speaking of them, the only one with an ultimate on Northeast Guilford. Curious when and where they're planning to use that. Nonetheless, though, a lot more focus on the C site than what we saw before, probably because they realized, oh man, our C site defense not as good as we were hoping it would be.
Oh man, oh man. Again, these things that just happen in my head as they happen. But you can see the Spike now going to be heading over towards that A site. There are 2 smokes at play, both the Omen and the Viper wall. And look at Thigby! Oh my goodness, Thigby getting the flick. Look at the flick of the wrist to find a 2-piece. Going to try to escape, but they're not going anywhere. You can't just flick a 2-piece like that and get away with it.
No one's going to let you get away with that, unfortunately, for the side of Northeast Guilford. But that's only 1 player going down, trading out for 2. A worthy sacrifice as the plant does go down on the A site. They realized that there would be so much focus on C because of how confident they took that site that they initially went to A instead, and that was a wise decision from Research Triangle.
Yeah, but look at the punish though from Thigby.
True.
I mean, they got a 2-for-1 trade.
They almost got 3.
You can't X Thigby for anything else. They definitely did their job, and not only that, but now they know that the Spike is down on the A side. Big limb coming from Rick Starr. Is now only 1 player remains, but look how low both of these players are. But that's the risk you get when you put an op on a raise. For the record, I mean, especially if you're going for retake. You know, but with that being said, a great round coming from Research Triangle, even after going down in the player count early.
And that's the largest amount of rounds they've been able to get in a row. They had 2 the first time with the defuses in the first half against Northeast Guilford, but now 3 in a row for them after that timeout, after losing the pistol round, and that's a huge win for them.
And they forced the eco onto Guilford, too.
True.
So that's huge. So, again, they should be able to get yet even another round, which will be 4 in a row. Even though they didn't win the pistol, technically they still got a bonus round. You win 3 in a row, that's a bonus.
Didn't win the battle, but trying to win the war, and that's the most important thing in a best-of-1 map. So we'll see how it progresses. A lot closer of an affair between Research Triangle and Northeast Guilford, but it does make sense with the site they are currently going towards, trying not to give away anything to the opponents, as they could probably hear us in the arena a little bit too loud. So
I ain't worried about it. Get good.
Triangle, yeah, get good, and we'll see how good they get on the C side. It wasn't really the strong suit from when they initially tried to retake. So Northeast Guilford has Northeast Guilford. Oh yeah. So I guess it's Northwest Guilford.
Yeah, Northwest.
Oh, Northwest Guilford.
Yeah, I mean, oh well, same thing. I mean, don't get me wrong. You want to get their name right, but come on, Northwest, Northeast. You know, they're both Guilford. You know,
yeah,
I ain't mad at it.
There's so many Guilford teams in different directions. And,
not to mention, you still have the primary directions, too. North, south, east, and west. This is Northwest. Now we're entering Northeast.
We also have a Northeast Guilford here.
So, again, that's
so
6 Guilford possibilities.
There's so many Guilford possibilities.
So, you know what? You got to take it in stride.
I wonder if there's like a Northwest Guilford.
Oh, let's not even
Northeast.
Let's not start.
You know,
next, we're going to get in the longitudes and latitudes. And, you know, let's not even get into that. You know, we got Guilford, Northwest version.
30 seconds left.
And
we'll just say Northwest.
Let's
do that.
Sure.
Because there's so many Guilford teams.
Monty, though, with that head click with the Sheriff, I mean, they're going to get gunned down. Again, this is the bonus round for Triangle. You know, they got the buying power here. They got the power of the purse.
And still dropping 2 players in this bonus round, as you were talking about. Not exactly what you want to do as Research Triangle. So we'll see what this Omen can do from the Rock Dude. Really, I think for them, their priority is to try and just take any of those eliminations as they can. Does manage to get one, gets a second one too, and they could clutch this up, trying to go for the defuse, but I don't know if there's enough time for them, just really trying to bait out the one-on-one, and they do just that. They're going for the defuse, and I think there is enough time for them to get it.
They got it.
They got it. Wow. Somehow Northwest Guilford gets the clutch at the last second. That is the best round we have seen today.
Like, did you notice me lock in for a moment there? I'm like listening, and then as soon as I was hearing it, I was waiting for the cue, and I was like, yep, they got it.
Yeah. What great timing.
It's not the visual, it's the audio. Like, that's how important, like, audio is in Val, you know. And again, I think that just goes with tac shooters in general. You know, having that audio, being able to listen, to me is such a very, like, niche skill because, you know, in a lot of other games, speaking of, you know, for Smash, for example, you know, the audio cues aren't as important. But in Valorant, that audio makes a whole difference, and, you know, you love it. And again, that was a great clutch. And honestly, I don't even know. If Raze had some utility, I would try and bait out the util first, but I didn't even take a moment to see if they had any.
See, the thing, too, is, like, they could have just waited a couple seconds because there was no way that they were able to completely get that defuse without the exact timing as it happened. And you know,
like an ego chow.
It did feel like an ego chow, especially since they were able to take out those 2 players initially. And I was talking about that, too. It's like when you're in that situation and already down 2 players in that eco round, that's not a good spot to be in, and that's exactly why.
Oh, here we go. This is a great play coming from Triangle here. Gonna put the Viper's Pit on the C site and get the spike planted at the same time. Here comes Monty again, able to find one. Gonna jump back out Great maneuver there to avoid the danger. And out comes the showstopper, going to clear out the Viper's pit as they're able to put it into the KJ. Monty having themselves a field day until they're finally gunned down. And now it is going to be a 2v3 retake for Guilford. Viper's pit still online.
It's going to be tough for Penta to really do anything, especially with their health going down so much, but it is a 1v2 situation. Viper's Pit gone, and they have 1 health on the line. Thankfully, it is going right back up. If somebody pushed onto them, they could have taken them down, but I don't feel like they felt like it was necessary because there's no time for that defuse. Instead, trying to just run away as best they can.
Why you pick up the Vandal?
They just want to see the skin, I guess.
Maybe. I was like, you're not getting away. You know, you committed to the spike, you're going to die by the spike. It was too far gone. But then again, you know, Research Triangle, again, great round. And they only had to invest 1 ult. They only invested the Viper's Pit, and it worked. Again, putting the Viper's Pit down on C, that is again, it's I don't know what else to say. It's concrete almost. I mean, you could definitely get the retake, but in order to do that, you really got to find the Viper.
Well, they got to still find the comeback here completely for Research Triangle. A lot more confident 4 rounds for them to the 2 that we saw from Northwest Guilford. But Northwest Guilford still have use of their timeout. I'm curious when they plan to use it. Probably when it gets closer to an even series score between these two for this one map. Best of 1.
Boombot is so cute.
It really is.
I love little Boombot. I want to boop it, but then I'm afraid it'll explode. You know what I mean? But regardless, getting into the next round, here we are, round number 19. Out comes the jump packs. Raze forces their way onto site. Rickstar going for the plant, and that is a big showstop elimination onto Penta. Thanks to the elimination feed, now Thigby with the sheriff and not the deputy able to find an elimination. And now it is a 4v4 retake. Guilford on their way in.
Attacker Killjoy doing what they can, but that Rock dude taking out Rich Star. Defuse really coming out just to get that audio cue so that they know that they're there, but 2-on-3 situation, and who else with the Omen? That Rock dude, the one who clutched up before, still available to try and take them down. They've done it before, looking for any opportunity themselves to try and bait everyone out, but this is the perfect time. You want to use that utility, you want to take them out, but the other Omen took too long to go through the smoke and was looking in the wrong direction.
Yeah. Big clutch coming from
that was huge.
Triangle. I mean, don't get me wrong. I feel like it was far gone anyway. Even if, you know, let's say the Omen had won that duel with the KJ. I don't think there was enough time to get the defuse.
No, there wasn't enough time.
So again, no matter what, it's still a
confidence booster.
Oh, 100%. It's a clutch round, no matter which way you look at it. So again, great round. However, this is, and again, I'm pretty sure it's common terminology, but this is what I call an expensive win.
It is very expensive.
Because they lost nearly every single player. Only 1 player is left standing, so that's 4 full rebuys.
And you can see that they still have a decent amount of creds available to them, so they did have to rebuy, and their economy is a lot better than Northwest Guilford with the way the second half is going. And I feel like they still feel confident enough afterwards, but with Penta getting a 3-kill themselves, a 3-piece, they feel so confident that there's nothing Research Triangle can do here.
You can't stack that. I mean, you can. And it was, again, it was going for the risk and reward, because that could have easily gone the other way, and it would have been Guilford with a 3 loss. But, you know, there goes the punish. You're gonna stack C-side.
Penta's just wanting to go for the ace to get one, but no takes it away from them. Oh, man. You might as well give it to them at that point. I
mean, their name is Penta, too.
Yeah.
But here we go. This
almost got it.
This is match point now. Guilford have set themselves up high. Not to mention, Research Triangle might be forced into an eco. It's a broken buy at best. And right now, Guilford had set themselves up to take the entire match.
This is all that's needed for Northwest Guilford, and this is their time to shine. I mean, even after that eco round we talked about, they needed the win for Research Triangle there. Northwest Guilford, they know they don't have to take a timeout. They felt so confident, especially with the amount of rounds that they were able to get.
I heard the confidence.
Yeah, we can hear it in the building. I'm sure you can hear it through our microphones a little bit as well, but still, Research Triangle, all eyes on them. They only have 2 ults available. This is not the best position they want to be in, especially as you're mentioning the forced buy from that last round. Dropping those 3 players completely shifted the momentum of the match more heavily in favor of Northwest Guilford.
Well, here we are in what could be the last round. But look at the split push that is currently coming from Research Triangle. You got Spike that's going to be going, or at least hovering mid, staying towards that attacker spawn. You got 2 currently focused on A main, as now the Spike is going to be making its way back to A. But look at that one ratty Cathy you got over there at B. I love it.
I love to see it too. I mean, flanks are my favorite thing in these kind of games, but we do see Penta yet again feeling confident taking down Null this time, and Null was one of the best players on the squad for Research Triangle with the way that they were performing before, so taking out their star player.
Not the right
click. More difficult. Oh no.
How does that not kill, by the way?
I have no idea, honestly.
I mean, they were going full forward, holding the W key.
This might be the game. We have one Viper remaining on the side of Research Triangle, and they are taken out. It will be a 13-8 victory for Northwest Guilford, taking down Research Triangle. Not as handily as we might have expected after those first 5 rounds, but as best as they could there. I mean, a good look for both of the squads. We got to see some decent retakes from both ends, but I feel like the biggest difficulty was giving away so many rounds consecutively. Those 5 rounds at the start really was just the doomsday for Research Triangle.
Absolutely. I mean, that usually is the tall tale ripple effect that we talk about when you get the bonus round. Again, it has long-range implications. That's why it's so important. But with that being said, I mean, I'm just going to point out there that, you know, for the side of Research Triangle, 1, they put up a great fight. Number 2, you know, in the first half on the defensive side, they were able to get 3 rounds, and then they got 5 more on the offensive side.
True.
So, again, I think it still holds true, at least from our small test sample, that Lotus still kind of favors the offensive side of the spike.
They very much do favor the offensive side, and it was such a difficult time, too, because talking about the offensive side of the spike, there wasn't a single time that a plant didn't go off in that first half for Northwest Guilford, and that is not what you want to see happening when you're playing defense at all. Again, it makes it so the economy is so heavily favored. On the other side, they have any utility that they can use and make sure that even if their round doesn't go their way, they're still going to feel confident with whatever they can buy in those moments. But I believe we do have a chance to look at the bracket here and take a look at how things have developed after that win from Northwest Guilford, 13-8 over Research Triangle High School. They'll play the winner of North Carolina Cyber Academy and RJ Reynolds. But our next match, I believe, is going to be West Forsyth facing off against Northeast Guilford. So that's what we want to see happening in this next one. I mean, this is going to be an interesting matchup, too, between these two squads because it's another Guilford team. It's not the #1 Guilford team that we just watched. So
Northwest Guilford was the
number one out of Guilford team.
Oh, no.
Yeah, so Northwest was the best direction, I guess you could say, in Guilford.
Well, RIP to Northwest, but luckily they still have plenty of Guilfords left to go. But with that being said, I mean, that was a fantastic first game. You know, just to start things off and kick it off, it was not by any means a one-sided victory. It was 13-8. That is a solid scoreline.
That's close, yeah.
That's not a bad matchup.
It really was that Penta pop-off that
was
cemented the victory for Northwest Guilford. If that did not happen, the momentum was still in the favor of Research Triangle High School, but they were out of timeouts at that point. If they had a timeout to use after that, I feel like it could have been a different story.
Oh, absolutely. But regardless, I mean, that is just going to start us off for a day, not day number 1, but for the first game.
First game of day 2.
Yeah, game number 1 of day 2. And honestly, if that is the first game that we get to see, I'm excited to see the rest.
The rest are going to be pretty amazing, but we have to see the rest after some rest for ourselves. So we're taking our first break of the day. We'll be back after this.
wins.
Welcome in, everyone. We are getting into match 2 of Valorant for today. It is going to be West Forsyth versus Northeast Guilford. And this is going to be a very intense matchup to see who moves on to those semifinals. NC Cyber Academy also got their win over RJ Reynolds, so they'll be facing off against Northwest Guilford in those semifinals on the other side. So, yeah, it's going to be a tough matchup for them. Independent Conference might be swept by Guilford. Who knows what's going on there? But still, Western Guilford versus Kearns Academy will be after this matchup. So let's take a look at the bracket and see how it has developed, as I was mentioning, with that specifically for these teams. So we did just get that update. So the bracket has been updated with North Carolina Cyber Academy getting that win, but still Western Guilford, Kearns Academy still to go after West Forsyth and Northeast Guilford. Northeast Guilford, their school was able to take home the NBA 2K win yesterday. So looking out for that squad, specifically if they can also have a Valorant state representative for the Greensboro Regional.
Now we got enough Guilford. We got enough Guilfords.
That's true. We do have a lot of Guilfords.
We need Forsyth now.
We need Forsyth now. Maybe they're the ones to rise to the challenge and move on to that next round. And you were talking about West Forsyth. That is a team to look out for. And what can we expect from the squad?
I mean, honestly, I think this is a team to look out for. I watched them in the regular season. Again, they were really consistent. Not only that, but they had a pretty decent record. I'm honestly surprised that they're only the number 3 seed. True. I definitely expected them to be at least the number 2 seed. With that being said, I think this team might surprise you, but at the same time, I mean, I cast a curse so much yesterday.
You know, you also cursed us with the map. We're playing at Sen.
I didn't. That was inevitable. That wasn't even my fault. It's inevitable at any Valorant.
Ascent will always be there.
Always. Doesn't matter what it is. Every Valorant event, tourney, league, doesn't matter. Ascent will always be there until they remove it from the map pool. Wink,
I don't think that'll ever happen.
Wink, wink. At Riot.
At Riot.
Remove Ascent. Bring back Haven.
Oh my goodness. I mean, Haven's a really fun map too.
I'm a sucker for 3-sided maps. I don't know what to tell you.
I mean, it makes sense. Lotus, Haven, so many different good opportunities to like really change things up based on where you're going there as well, having that kind of A, B, and C site. But still, we'll see how Ascent goes down for these players once we get into the thick of things as well. Getting those agent picks out of the way too, and that's going to be a big thing to look at for these teams on exactly how things are going to go down, which agents they're going to be picking, and how the comps will be looking for both of these squads. And right now, Northeast Guilford really locking things in as quickly as they can.
All right, now let me give you a breakdown of Ascent because, again, the composition meta has changed recently. Now, this is how the meta has been since Ascent's inception, since Valorant Day 1. It was always either a Jet or a Raze for your duelist, preferably a Jet more often than not. And then you go with the KJ-KO combo for your Sentinel Initiator. And then you go Sova, because you got to go Sova-Odin combo.
Makes sense.
Through B-Wall, right? And then you end things out with Omen. Now, recently, of course, we've been seeing more Astra on Ascent. But now with the introduction of Clove, you can see that we have Clove now. And also it has been popular that we are swapping out the KO with Gecko, but now they're going to go with Gecko-KO combo, so good luck with that. They're still going to keep the KJ-KO combo. That's the important. KJ-KO combo is important, but if you look at the side for West Forsyth, they're sticking with the old meta. That's classic Ascent right there on the right side.
So classic.
That is Ascent right there. That is Ascent.
Ascent on West Forsyth. That's
and now here you're starting to see somewhat of the new. This is somewhat of the new. Gecko coming in.
New kids on the block.
But more often than not, though, the Gecko replaces the KO. So I'm interested to see how that's going to play out because they're not bringing Sova to the party. And Sova on Ascent is, so again, that's hand in hand. It's like glue. But with Clove, new introduction. So, again, it's going to be a little bit iffy because Clove is good. And I consider them somewhat of a pseudo duelist. Because they play smokes, right? But they have duelist qualities, a lot of duelist qualities into Clove for that smoke. So again, very interesting to go with that pick instead of the Omen. But with that being said, again, because they are so new, it could be somewhat of a wild card. It's going to be hard to predict.
It is going to be hard to predict, and we'll see how these two teams face against each other here. Jet on Omen, Assist King on Jet, Applejack on Silva, QT Vision, KO, Tap 4, Killjoy, Crazy CB, Killjoy on the other end, Inky, Gecko, Ruku, KO. I'm not going to say that name, Clove, and Trey, Jet.
Wait. Oh, okay. Took a second.
I was waiting for you to notice it.
I'm just going to call them dudes.
Well, it's coming back to us for a second because there was a bit of a disconnect, so we'll get back into that as well. I like Clove. You know, that works.
Because I'm a dude, she's a dude, he's a dude, we're all dudes. You know, again, throwback to the 90s, you know, Good Burger. No?
I never watched it.
Oh, dude, where's your childhood? But then again, I'm older than you. Maybe
I was born in the late 90s. So
I was born at peak 90s.
Or mid-90s, I guess you could say.
I was born peak 90s, so yeah, I got all the good stuff.
You did get all the good stuff.
Good burgers.
Nowadays, it's like, I don't know, television. Still, this matchup, though, looking at this comp, because they're going to have to stick with it once they reset and everything, too. I mean, what do you think we can expect from this unorthodox KO and Gecko composition?
I wouldn't even consider that it's so much unorthodox, you know, because
but you said you usually see, like, one or the other, though.
Well, that's
the Sova.
So far, because Gecko has been replacing KO not just on Ascent, but on other maps as well. So I'm used to seeing, you know, Sova stay because, again, Sova is the tried and true on Ascent, and then you always go Sova Odin, and then you wall spray B with the Odin. So, again, it's not necessarily unorthodox because, again, we're treading into new territory.
That's true.
You know, because, again, now that Gecko is becoming more favorable, you know, it's not so far to see that Gecko replaces other initiators as well.
Well, we'll see once we get into the game how
I still favor them. I still favor West
Forsyth. Looks like we're resetting again.
I mean, again, West Forsyth, they're going with the tried and true meta. They're going with the OG meta, just as we called it. You know, Jet, Omen, KJ, KO, and Sova. That is Ascent. So I favor their composition because it has been proven to be the most successful. With that being said, though, Guilford is still Guilford.
Guilford is still Guilford. I mean, Northwest Guilford was good. We were calling the Northeast Guilford for a bit, so
And
maybe like Guilford is just like the best conference for Valorant. Who knows? But still, we're going to be taking a little bit of a break as we get some things. Actually, you know what? Let's get into some Smash Ultimate. Let's do that.
Thank you. My goodness.
While they're figuring out exactly what's going wrong with the Valorant stuff right now. So we'll get into the Smash. Surfy Jesus versus Oxygen. So this is Roxborough versus their opponents. We'll have a look at the brackets in a little bit. Still,
while you're bringing up the bracket, just throwing it out there, we're going to have a Pyramithra versus Ness on Final Destination. So this is actually a pretty good matchup.
This is a great matchup. Again, we'll get more information on exactly which team Surfy is from. But I love that name. Still trying to see exactly what they're doing here. We are currently, it's STEM BC, so STEM Early College, and this is game 2 on Final Destination. Oxygen Breather won at game 1 on Pokemon Stadium 2. So
I could see that because right now they're currently up, you know, an entire stock, so they are performing extraordinarily well. And now when we're talking about Final Destination, this map and it generally benefits more brawly kind of brawlies and also heavies.
Yeah.
So your brawlers and your heavies are going to go good on Final Destination. It's a flat, solid surface, no platforms. And honestly, for these two characters, I don't think neither one has a real big advantage here. But regardless,
I would say Pyramithra, tier-wise for sure.
No, tier-wise for sure, but I meant just for stage
Final
advantage.
Destination, yeah.
I don't think there's a stage
Ness,
advantage either way.
I feel like Ness is a little bit better when they're floating on the different platforms too, so not having platforms there does make it a little bit more difficult.
Okay, I could see that.
But this was a counterpick stage for them specifically, so that is an interesting thing to note too, that Surfy Jesus did make the counterpick for Final Destination, and they still fell against the Pyramithra here. So now we do see
that game goes to...
It goes to Oxygen.
Yeah.
They won in that best of 3, so now we'll be switching to a different player in this best of 3, because it's best of 3 for those who aren't as familiar with the format we're doing this season. Should hopefully be changing next season too. But that is going to be like basically a 3v3 format where it's 1 versus 1, 2 versus 2, 3 versus 3 for their individual players, and that's exactly how it's been going down for Smash Ultimate. So now Oxygen Breather has won. They don't play anymore. They have to leave the fate in the hands of their 2 teammates.
Now they were Roxborough, just so that way we could,
Roxborough.
So that way we could be clear. Roxborough just took that game
the first
1,
series.
The first series against STEM Early College.
So yeah.
Yes.
The first match of the best of 3 in a 2-0. It's kind of confusing.
No. I mean, again, we just got to elaborate here. Again, it is a best of 3 series.
Yes. With best of 3 matches.
With best of 3 matches. There we go.
Yes. So the first best of 3 match.
You got to distinguish between series and match.
The series is currently 1-0.
1-0.
And then the game was won there 2-1 with the stocks. And then the match itself was a 2-0 for Roxborough over STEM EC.
See, this is why English is not the most favorited language. You know, again, we have romance languages. English is not romance at all.
The first set was won by
romantic.
Roxborough. Now they're going to set 2. And we'll see how set 2 goes for them versus STEM EC.
I'm interested to see the matchup. Honestly, I love like the Ness versus Pyramithra matchup.
Yeah.
That I wish we would have been able to see more because I knew it had to be like a fun match to watch. And I'm all for it because again, you know, with Ness, you know, they do have like a lot of zoning abilities, and I love like their util. Again, being able to see the PK fire. But one thing I really love about Lucas, by the way, who is again like Ness's counterpart, is the PK freeze. And you already know about the PK freeze because you
PK freeze is so good.
Yeah, you annihilated me with it. So again, PK freeze does in fact go burr.
It does go burr, exactly.
Because it's cold.
So.
Burr.
Gosh. Well, we'll be getting into the second set of that best of 3 in the first round, the quarterfinals of the Smash Bros. Bracket. Again, we'll take a look at the bracket a little bit later here as well, but still. We do have some great matches going on. They're still fixing the Valorant issues in the background. I mean, Valorant always has issues with some sort of disconnection or like peripheral thing. So, I mean, we're in for a long day, but a fun day.
Oh yeah. Speaking of fun, like I'm enjoying the crunchy beats. So like the beats are groovy. Yeah. So whoever's DJing right now, you know, kudos. Like I mean,
I think it's just a 3-hour playlist.
The tracks are tracking, is all I'm saying. But regardless, and it's funny that you mentioned that like Valorant having disconnects. I've honestly usually never had the issue. More often than not, it's Overwatch that gives me issues.
You know, FPS titles give people issues just because there's like so many different things that can go wrong with your tech. So it could be like your mouse disconnects or your keyboard's not working, your headset has issues, and all this other stuff too. Discord's down or something.
Oh yeah, please no. I mean, it felt like the world shut down when Discord went down. It really did. Because then, everybody's like panicking and nobody knows how to contact anybody because Discord's down. How do you contact each other telling you that Discord's down if Discord is down?
Social media. That's what you use.
We don't use social media.
We are going STEM EC Kirby and Mr. Game & Watch for Roxborough. Okay, I respect it. Kirby versus Mr. Game & Watch. Mr. Game & Watch has definitely become a lot more popular recently, so I'm curious to see exactly how this player is going to perform on Roxborough. Talking about Roxborough from the Independent Conference, they did win the conference there, and they did not drop a single game the entire time.
I mean, I feel like Game & Watch has always been popular. I mean, don't get me wrong, maybe not popular, but still has always been a consistent
Or
presence.
single set. They did drop something.
Okay. But yeah, Game & Watch, I absolutely love Game & Watch. And I'm a big fan of some of the more like zany, roomy characters. Again, I like Pac-Man, love Pac-Man. So I definitely love Game & Watch. But again, Kirby is Kirby. And not to mention, because Kirby is a floaty character, I think they are going to match up well against Game & Watch.
And that's going to be an interesting thing too, because of how floaty Kirby is. I remember watching a tournament from just a LAN event before, and there's a Kirby player that only downbeat the entire time. That's their whole.
Did they win?
No, they won 8 games because the other player just didn't know what to do. They kept moving them on the platform for some reason, but they were like the best down B Kirby player I had ever seen. And that was their one trick. That's all they could do. And then as soon as they got into the next round, they got destroyed.
I was about to say, that's a little disrespectful to Kirby. I mean, Kirby has a plethora of abilities. I mean, so far you can already see that little foot pad doing a lot of work there, getting that second stock now off of VESL.
Look pretty decent, though, so far. I mean, this is the big thing when it comes down to these best of threes and playing against different skill level of players. It's like you can't really rely on your main player the entire time. You're having to do what you can against them. So we are going to be switching to Valorant, though, as we think we have things all squared away. They changed their comp, did they? Did they change their comp?
Unless this wait, no. Okay, unless this side. No, yeah, this tracks. That's
Okay.
Northeast Guilford. That's West Forsyth.
They
right,
changed their comp.
Yeah, by one. They are hovering.
Are they allowed to do that?
They're hovering the sky.
I was going to say, I don't think they're allowed to do that.
I don't know. But all I'm going to say is that they're hovering the sky. They still could go and confirm Sova.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Nope, they confirm sky.
I don't know if they're allowed to do that, but we'll see. Either way, different comp, changing things up a little bit
This
here.
comp from Northeast is still the same. So that's fine. That tracks. Also, again, what is up with the Sova disrespect here?
No one likes Sova, I guess.
That is
anymore.
a lie. Everyone, well, not everyone, but still, Sova is very viable.
You sound so offended by that.
I am a little offended. Like, honestly, out of all the characters to replace here, Sova was not on my list. And now, I'm not surprised KO gets replaced sometimes on Ascent, but Sova, that doesn't happen. And for Sky on Ascent, I mean, okay, we'll see.
We'll roll.
We'll see. That's all I'm going to say is that we'll see. I mean, again, that's up to West Forsyth. They feel confident in the Sky pick, and you know what? I say the same thing for Valorant that I do with Smash. Comfort picks over anything else. So if you're more comfortable on the Sky pick, then by all means, run with the Sky. That's
the Sky. That is the word of the day.
That's my take. Jet does that.
Day.
Jet runs with the Sky.
I get it.
Yes.
More of the puns coming out from Itsoka.
All the time.
Gotta love it.
Again, there's really not much of a process that goes between my brain and my mouth. It's almost like unison, if that makes sense.
That makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, still, we are in the bye phase now. We do have everything squared away for them. They were able to confirm that they can play that agent. Excuse me. So, curious how the pistol round will go. Only 2 sites this time for Ascent compared to Lotus, where it had 3. So a little bit more cut and dry for where they can go and where they will go. It looks like most of this positioning around the A site, and already dudes doing everything that they can for that 2-piece. Assist King gets one onto Ruku, and there goes dudes down again.
Yep, there they go. The Clove going to be eliminated a little bit early, but it's a little disappointing because we didn't get to see any of their util. I was looking for the Clove smokes, and again, because Clove is Clove, they can use their util from beyond the grave, which is very unique, by the way. That is absolutely insane. Now, whether it is just, I mean, it's not. I don't think it's OP yet or whatever, but still, it's very unique to see abilities being used from beyond the grave, and then their ults in general, very duelist-like. And you come back resurrected, and then you instantly hold W key and look for an elimination. So and not only that, but they also have damage buffs as well. So again, like Clove, in my opinion, so far as a controller is somewhat of a pseudo-duelist.
Very support character that can support themselves a little bit. I feel like we're seeing pseudo-duelists in any kind of hero shooter being introduced a lot more. I mean, we were watching that Marvel game the other day, and there's like, Marvel Rivals, and there's so many.
The other day, that was last night.
Those, yeah. Well, I mean, still technically the other day.
Fair enough.
But still, I'm curious how the Sova is going to go for Applejack, specifically West Forsyth. I remember actually now, too, watching them last season as well, and Applejack did really good for their squad. So excited to see how they play on the Sova, getting that vision as well. It's going to be a huge gain for them, and they notice that nobody's on the site. Free reign for them to plant.
Yep, and they're going to be able to close down door. And, I mean, they already got the pistol round right, so they have the buy-up power. Meanwhile, you do got Tau 4 from the other side. Looking to try and drop from up on high. Crazy CB gets eliminated, and now here comes Dudes being able to find at least one elimination and will be gunned down as well. Big head click coming from Trey, but it's not going to be enough. West Forsyth take the second round.
Another one. With 3 agents remaining, still alive for West Forsyth. Yeah, let's take a look at UNCG for a second.
Yeah, that is a great
That's
logo.
what we want to see.
And VESL. We love it.
Just wanted to remind you who this all brought together by.
And Live Oak Bank.
There you go. You like ads?
Yeah.
And so you like jazz?
Yeah, as in contrast to Dead Oak Bank. You know, we got Live. Or is it Live Oak? It doesn't matter.
I think it's Live.
Yeah. Doesn't matter. We're getting right back into the action here. West Forsyth up 2-0, but now it's going to be the buy round coming from Northeast Guilford.
Here.
As you can see, West Forsyth trying to make their way onto the B site. Going to be bringing out the Outlaw. Now that should be very interesting, especially here on a jet. Meanwhile, Dudes from up in Market not going to be able to get any reads there because of the smoke, but already you can see Assist King being able to find out a limb with that Outlaw. That is a huge limb.
Big moves between both these teams, too, as entering on the site. The defense can't do anything. The KO, the only one remaining. Jet in looking good, but also their kill's getting taken as well. 3-piece for Ruku. This is going to be a big win for them if they can take down this 2 players remaining. KO versus KO, but KO versus Sky does not work out. Fortunately for them, Applejack feeling confident there.
Oh, absolutely. And also, again, got to give it up to Assist King as well. Coming in with the Outlaw, you know, really just doing work there. And again, also really smart to use it for the bonus round as well because, you know, for the side of Northeast Guilford, they were able to buy up and get some rifles. But every now and again, you know, you might see like the half shield. So if you get the Outlaw going up against the half shield, you could definitely get a limbs with that. And that's what we saw coming from Assist King. They were able to make the most of it. Not to mention the Outlaw has the double shot ability as well. And we already talked about how dangerous the op is on Jet.
So dangerous.
So having that Outlaw, again, you can definitely make that viable. And we are seeing that now from West Forsyth, and they are looking really good as they come through with the bonus round. Keep in mind, in our previous matchup on Lotus, the team that got the bonus round ended up winning the entire match.
And that's so true. Those bonus rounds are so crucial for both of these teams to see who's going to come out on top. But now on to the A site and blinded. Not too much they can do, but they still survive for a second. Assist King, you mentioned, the one to look out for. Doing really good for themselves on this Jet. Duelist, of course, waiting for the smoke to clear. Putting some shots through. Gave away a little bit of attention to themselves, but Assist King with 3-piece so far. Now need to see if they can clear out this Gecko, the only one remaining for the side of Northeast Guilford, excuse me.
I mean, right, let's be honest. Like, Assist King didn't even need to do that. Like, they didn't have to pop off so hard. You know what I mean? Like, it was the pistol round. Well, it was an eco round for Northeast Guilford. It was their pistol round. You did not have to go full tilt. But, I mean, at the same time, look where we're at. Single elimination, Greensboro Regionals. You kind of have to go full tilt. But you know what? I mean, a little mercy. A little bit.
Yeah.
But, I mean, look at Assist King right now. Not only are they popping off, but they're the top frag. By double.
1. That's crazy.
By double. The closest one to them has 4 eliminations. They are doubling that.
And 4 rounds in a row. I mean, I don't know. If I was the other side, I'd take a timeout now. But I think they just know that, hey, that was an eco round. We'll see what we can do after that. Only the Clove suppressed that time. So they know that there's not too many people to worry about directly in their firing lines as they try to push on to this B site. But still, plenty of room to work with for QT Vision. Throws the flashbang, baits out anyone that they can. Notices somebody on the other direction, so seeing if they can get anyone there at that time. And Killjoy putting down their turret to give them some more room to work with the push onto the site.
Yeah, and this is another thing that I was getting ready to mention too. The ult economy currently in the favor of West Forsyth, but again, great eliminations coming from dudes on the Clove. As you can see, QT Vision not going to be able to get the drop as they get eliminated, and dudes is on a spree. My goodness, gets to 4K, and now you know you got to let them ace.
And there we go.
No!
It's not good. No aces yet. Unfortunately today, but we got our first flawless in the last round, and this is a good comeback. I was going to say, oh, maybe they do need to take a timeout, but that was the time that they needed to shine, and they weren't going to wait for their turn. Instead, we're able to take that in stride. So big win there for Northeast Guilford on taking it down their opponents in at least that round and stopping what we saw happen in the last series, 5 in a row.
I would have let them ace. That's just me. But again, maybe it's just different in pubs, you know?
Yeah.
Maybe it's different in pubs. You know, you're at LAN, pure competition.
Secure the win.
I just think it would have been a great momentum buff for them. You know? But with that being said, we are now here in round number 6. And it is going to be a spike push over towards the A site. Already you can see the Clove nade did connect as the Clove smoke comes out as well. Going to be hindering the push as now you can see Crazy CB trying to get lucky with the Bucky from inside of the Clove smoke. It's going to dissipate, but now they're going to be hiding towards Wine, and I think they know that they're there. They're going to have to hold the W and push with the Bucky. They get some damage done, but that's enough to get 3 assists on the board. Well done.
Wow.
And a beautiful round coming from Northeast Guilford.
Only one player taken down
Give me them
that entire time from Northeast Guilford, and West Forsyth slipping away with that lead that they were having. Very confident wins so far in the first couple of rounds, but that's where it comes down to. Yeah, they lost a pistol round the round after that. The third one, that's where you kind of start to worry a little bit if you are the defenders there, but you go for an eco round. Of course, you're going to lose that, make the other team feel a bit overconfident in themselves, and then 2 in a row here. Big for them, and also there wasn't a single plant in both those rounds.
Yeah, I mean, it's been really gunny here to start things out between these two teams. But with that being said, you know, we're going into round number 7, and this is going to be not necessarily a must-win round for the side of West Forsyth, but if they do go down in this round, they're going to be forced into an eco.
And that's not the situation they want to find themselves in. Already seeing that some of the creds not as available as they would like, but still plenty of room to work with. Trey, a good first blood there onto QT Vision. Defense feeling a lot more comfortable in their positioning and their reads of their opponents. And Ruku again taking down Applejack. It just seems West Forsyth, the game was so confident for them in such a long time, but now they have been read by their opponents, downloaded, locked in, and they need to figure out a different strategy.
Yeah, I'm really not sure what happened there. I mean, it does feel like maybe they lost a little bit of respect. I mean, again, they tried to, like, triple push onto this Clove, and honestly, dudes has just been popping off. Again, some interesting cheeky wall bangs there just to get the damage on, and now dudes has to back off. But again, this is just proving my point that, you know, Clove definitely a pseudo-duelist as they are fragging right now.
They are fragging, and that's exactly what you want to see from this pseudo-duelist that we were talking about on Clove. The way that they've been able to just take command of the game, also now have their ultimate available too, and a flawless right the way back. This is going to be a gunfight between both these two teams to see who comes out on top.
Yeah, and now it's going to be an eco round for West Forsyth, so we should see an equal game, 4-4, and not to mention the ult economy, very much in the favor of Northeast Guilford. And now, you know what, now that you mention it, I think the shortcoming from West Forsyth is they did not utilize their ults.
No,
They had like 4-1 ult advantage going into round 3. No. Was it round 3 or round 4?
Round 3, I think it was, yeah.
Regardless, they had the ult economy and they didn't utilize it. They tried to use the null command, and then it kind of just went down and by the wayside. And again, they did not respect dudes. They did not respect the Clove. They tried the 3 push, and they got absolutely annihilated.
Well, we'll see what happens this time once we get on to the next site. Sky, of course, scouting around a bit and knowing that there is some resistance. Sis King doing what they can, but so quickly it's getting flashed a little bit by their opponents.
At least they got rid of the Dizzy.
That's true, and that's what you want to see. I feel like they have full control of the site. They're just making sure that the bottom of it is covered out so they can get that plant down, because that had been a struggle for them for 2 rounds in a row. But Jen feeling confident, dudes looking really good, also taking out themselves. The revive onto dudes will make it a little bit easier for them to do something here, but they do get reset, and they will have a 2-on-2 situation here as the spike is ticking down.
Now take a look at dudes going for the drop. And that was with the ult as well. They carried out. And this was a great win for West Forsyth because not only did they get the win, and, you know, they saved themselves from financial ruin.
True.
But they also drew out 2 ultimates from Northeast Guilford, the Clove ult and the KO null command. So that's 2 ults that you don't have to worry about. Now the ult economy is balanced again.
And that's what you want to see, too, for this team of Northeast Guilford is, or not Northeast Guilford, excuse me, West Forsyth, is making sure that you aren't letting the lead and the game slip away from you. We saw it happen a couple times in those first 2 rounds that were taken by Northeast Guilford. Once the third happens, it's like, okay, what's happening, guys? We got to figure something out. And then they do figure something out just then and there. No, how did that not connect? I don't know what was going on there. But they still are going to be using the Sova ult and seeing what they can do, or not Sova ult, using the Jet ult and see what they can do there. But they get taken out. Assist King is trying to stay. Oh, no, they are staying alive as best they can. Both of the Jets doing what is necessary, but Northeast Guilford, only 1 player remaining, Ruku, up to them to take on the 2 players.
I'm sorry, but if that op shot had landed, we'd be looking at an entirely different game.
We
right
would.
Now. Like, I still don't know how that missed. Like, I really
know
don't.
either.
That was 100% insane. And now it's up to Ruku to try and pull off this 2v1 retake with a Jet ult. Not online, but available. As you can see, they are going to be pushing their way through into Boatyard now, into the mud. Going to be looking over towards the boats. Again, that's where the KO is. And already, no, the op shots are coming out. They picked up the op, but here we go. It's a 1v1. Time now ticking away, and you got to stick half. This is the play. Pros don't fake. They managed to get half. If they can win this duel, they'll have enough time. But look at Jet drawing it out, going for the push, going for the spray.
Smart from the Jet.
Assist King able to come in clutch to get the win with a 3K.
That was huge. Didn't even use their ult either. Was faking that they might be able to pull it out after we saw that shot come through and barely miss on the other end. But still, Assist King really popping off for this team. 13-5 currently, leading the charge for their squad to make sure that they can maintain a comfortable lead against their opponents in Northeast Guilford. And that was a huge clutch win for them. And that's what we were missing from the other series, too, where we were waiting for a one-on-one duel with barely any time left on the defuse, and getting it all the way to half was perfect, but because of the Jet taking their time and doing some great work here, again, Trey finally connecting there, that's going to be a huge entry frag.
I love the W key holding coming from West Forsyth. Like, they lose their KJ immediately to the ult, and where normally a team might back off from that, they're like, no, we're hunting down the Jet now because they're not going to have a secondary shot to instantly pop off. So, again, the bravery from West Forsyth, you'll love it. The confidence, the commitment is now they do finally back off. Why? Because they got the elimination onto the Jet. You no longer have to worry about the Jet ops, so now you can rotate back to B.
I'm so curious on when the Jet, once they get back into the next round, or the future ones, are going to be using that too, because time's ticking down in this half, and we do see the Jet on the other side taken out. Jen feeling very confident. They did really good for themselves before as well, but the flash comes out. He's doing everything necessary to take out the rest of the competition, and it will be a defender win, keeping this close.
Yeah, not only that, but once again, it's dudes coming away with the 3K to end the round. And not only that, but even before that round really went underway, you got to keep in mind, not only are they keeping up with the Jet Assist King on the side of West Forsyth, but they also got 6 assists to their name as well. The elimination participation is insane.
Looks like we're going to our first timeout of the day, and it will be West Forsyth taking that timeout. And I feel like this is a perfect moment to do that. Especially 6-4, very close between these two, right before the half as well. And that's going to be a big thing to think about for what West Forsyth need to do, how they're going to position using that Jet ult and making sure that they can do everything necessary to still maintain the lead but keep it as strong as possible going into that second half.
Absolutely. And now we have seen this earlier before. You know, you try and bring in the timeout just so that way, you know, you can kind of calm yourself down before things get out of hand. Again, we were looking at a 3-round lead in the favor of West Forsyth, and then the comeback started to come through. So now you really got to try and rein yourself back in because you do not want to find yourself in another broken buy, budget buy, or even an eco round. So, yes, now is the time to try and strategize. And right now their biggest issue is dudes on the Clove. They got to figure a way to counter that because, again, this pseudo-duelist is popping off. The smokes are on point. The eliminations are on point. And not to mention all the buffs as well are on point currently. Or rather, or even debuffs for that matter. I mean, it's a damage buff, sure. But, I mean, it is also a debuff because you're getting hit with bonus damage.
Well, we'll have to see what happens once we do get back into the swing of things for these rounds. West Forsyth looking to strengthen their lead going into the next half, as they'll be the ones having to focus on defense that time. Northeast Guilford struggled at the beginning, doing a lot better here and now, especially after they were able to get some wind under their sails, continue that forward with a couple rounds wins in a row. But that timeout perfectly timed from West Forsyth to slow the roll of Northeast Guilford. calm the minds of West Forsyth and make sure that they have a solid strategy going forward against their opponents, because that's what's been lacking. They haven't really been able to get the spike down as often as they would like and close out these rounds, and we'll see what Assist King can do with this ult.
Well, I mean, they're going for a long rotation all the way towards A main, which I think is interesting considering that they cut through mid and didn't go mid. And now their presence has been detected by the KO dagger, and they have been suppressed. But at the same time, it's the pistol round. So really, I mean, in the long run, the best thing you can really hope for is to try and get as many limbs as possible, which is why we now see the Blade Storm coming out from Assist King.
Hoping that they can at least frag out well enough to take on the world and their opponents who have all of the utility, all of the weapons in the op here for Trey. They felt pretty confident after using it the second time, waiting for them to come through. Oh, they look away at the wrong moment, get a shot on, but not able to do enough to take anyone down just yet. You see the defender, Ruku, getting a three-piece for themselves and feeling very confident, especially taking down that Jet so they can't use their ultimate whatsoever. Jetting trying to plant, but there's no chance for the side of West Forsyth. It will be Northeast Guilford sweeping away that round.
Oh, absolutely. And it definitely wasn't a horrible round for West Forsyth. They still managed to get 2 eliminations there and almost got the spike planted as well. So not bad at all. And now we're going into the last round before the swap. And you can see that we very well may go into a 6-6 half, which is very consistent with that of Ascent. Again, there's a reason I call it the 50-50 map.
So many OTs during the regular season for so many teams on Ascent as well.
And we're talking like 40 rounds.
And this one was already delayed a little bit because of some tech issues, so this might be a long game.
Well, here we go. We're going to start things off with a null command coming from QT Vision, as they're also going to blind out here. And now you can see that the KJ ult has been used, as they are just going to use this to push immediately onto Boatyard and force the post plant. And I think this is a really good call coming from Northeast Guilford to just give up sight, let the ult expire, and then run for retake.
We'll see how the retake goes down, but the first kill, of course, goes to Ruku, who's been really popping off on that KO so far, assisted by the Gecko. Do see a dagger come through. The Gecko, no, the wingman taken out, but okay, that baits the vision to see exactly where they're at. They weren't expecting too much from it, and that's exactly how we like to see it used. The Trey getting a 2-piece for themselves onto Jedden and QT Vision. Assist King also taken down, only the Killjoy remaining, and they're going to go down. 6-6 is how things are going to happen, but one of their players getting taken down that time instead. That's unfortunate, but nonetheless, crazy CB.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. Stacking boats was very sus. I mean, you literally came through with the null command, you came through with the lockdown, and then you all just corralled in boats. Like, you know, you got to spread that out. You literally are looking like sitting ducks, and I mean, it kind of, you know, ranged true when you see that Trey was able to pick up an instant 3K because they were all stacked so close together. So again, you just got to be careful in those rounds. But regardless, we're going into the 6-6 split now to start things off for round number 13. Back to the pistols we go. And now Northeast Guilford will get a chance to attack.
Dudes has really changed the game for their team too. 17-9 as far as kills are concerned, but also Ruku and Trey stepping up to the plate. 12-12. Inky and Crazy CB really just trying to support their team as best they can. Only 3 kills for Inky, 0 for CB. QT Vision, Applejack kind of struggling a little bit. Same for Jedden with 5, 5, and 6. And then Assist King really leading the charge for the most part for West Forsyth. But they haven't been able to get many kills in those last 3 rounds that we witnessed. So this will be a big, difficult challenge for West Forsyth to regain control of this game that they had at the beginning of it with those first 4 round wins. Because after that, it's been all Northeast Guilford for the most part.
Yeah, now we see dudes here coming from Tree, going for the big flank, but they get caught out by Jedden. Good read there and way to keep control of Tree, as they are going to be now pushing towards mid. And again, a couple of cheeky shots, and Jedden again with the head click on the Trey. Not bad at all. Now we got ourselves a 3v3.
That's 3v3. Had in the past favored West Forsyth, but Northeast Guilford feeling very confident, though. Northeast Guilford talking about that, don't have their main fragger in. I like dudes. Ruku looking for anything that they can to try and support them, but they don't have much health here this time either. So West Forsyth, again, have the advantage as far as health is concerned and the players that they have available to them. I mean, Jedden was feeling very confident. Applejack, not so much, but the Killjoy in Tat 4 on the side of West Forsyth, also the second highest fragger on their team.
Well, here we are. You can see the spike now making its way over towards B main. Just over 20 seconds left to go. A tidbit risky here. Alarm bot does go off. Tat Has to back off in an instant click to get the Alim. My goodness, what a shot.
What a flick from Applejack that time.
Okay, that was saucy too.
Jen taken out as well, but
the alarm bot!
Unfortunately, can't do much. The alarm bot does take them down, but with the time that was remaining, there was no way they were going to get the spike plant anyway, so they're like, we'll give it to them.
It's so funny because I was legit talking to one of the players and or coaching staff from these teams before we even started Valorant today, and I was talking about how I like KJ and still think they are the meta Sentinel, especially on Ascent.
Oh, yeah.
Because of the utility.
The utility is so good.
I was even particularly discussing about the limbs that I get with the alarm bot. I mean, with the sentry turret. Again, those little pew-pews are just so great. You know, even if you're able to get that little bit of chip damage, and then the alarm bot comes in the finish. Love the alarm bot. And as a matter of fact, it's going to be Assist King who's going to love the Bulldog. And I remember that too. We got to see Assist King, at least during the regular season, really good with the Bulldog.
Woo. 3 kills to their name too. Looking for anything that they can get here, but it's not going to be enough for them to finish off that Killjoy. So back off with the spike. Northeast Guilford not feeling as confident on the attacking side here as they did defensively. That might be a struggle for them, but it was just a pistol round last time. And again, we saw 4 rounds in a row for West Forsyth, and then the rest, Northeast Guilford able to rally back. They only have so many chances to do that, though, in a single game.
And not only that, but it's even more so impressive for Northeast Guilford in that first half because they were able to recover after losing the bonus round.
That's very true.
That's huge. So now here we are, once again, second round, and this is fair. Again, West Forsyth, doing the same thing. They win the pistol round, GG, go next, and then, you know, they bring the heat. They get the buying power. They got the power of the purse. As you can see, Northeast Guilford now completely split, even though that the spike is heading over towards B main, that it is going to be at least 1 player stack there. As you can see, this is what I like to see. 2 player stack
30
mid.
seconds left.
Got to watch mid. I've literally seen matches where no one is on mid. And
there hasn't really been many people in mid throughout the series so far, so the change up there might be enough for them. But again, the alarm bot getting one, and there's a flawless for West Forsyth. 2 in a row, feeling very confident.
Alarm bot MVP. Throwing it out right now. Alarm bot is the top frag. I mean, not really, but in my heart, they are the top frag.
Alarm bot has more frags than Crazy CB right now. Anyway, just had to put attention to that, but still, seeing Tap 4 feeling very confident for West Forsyth, and that was the player I was talking about in that first round of the second half that we had to keep an eye on specifically, and they were looking really good for their team. So now seeing them step up to the plate where Assist King was struggling a little bit more is exactly the kind of change in momentum that they need. QT Vision waiting for their time to use the dagger and see if they can get anyone there with it, but still only 1 person suppressed there. So they know at least somebody's coming from that position, and that's so interesting too that you can use the dagger to really get that vision.
Yeah, get that vision, get that intel, but now take a look at this. It's going to be a 3-player rush here in mid, and this is what we love to see. You have Sky watching mid, and then Assist King comes through from market in order to confirm. That's why it's so important to watch mid. Again, I love watching the mid play here on Ascent, and now you got Inky in company making their way through B main. 3v2, still winnable for Northeast Guilford, but they're going to need a pick, and this is even more difficult because they no longer have Spike.
Northeast Guilford have shown that they can clutch in these moments, but notice that Clove has been taken out so many times early on in these rounds that they have lost, and that seems to be like the main driving force for their team was Clove. We did see Ruku on their side as well in the KO doing pretty decent, and Trey, but now it's all up to Inky this time to see how they can clutch things up, and Crazy CB was the other player that was playing. They didn't have a single kill, so Inky 1v2. Have to see what they can do, but again, I didn't have too much faith based on what we've seen in the previous rounds.
Yeah, and because they already exhausted their util. Like, if they still had Dizzy or even Wingman.
Potential, for sure.
Yeah, there's potential there, but once you exhaust those utils and you can't get them back, then, you know, Gecko becomes a little bit more difficult to operate. But with that being said, great round once again coming from West Forsyth. And for the second time on Ascent, they got the bonus round.
Woo.
But remember what happened in the first half.
We saw that happen, and then it's like, oh yeah, we got this. And then they came back talking about Northeast Guilford.
You can't choke after winning the bonus.
No. Oh gosh.
And maybe this time they put more respect on their opposition. Cause
I think that's what they did.
I really felt like in the first half they did not put respect on the homies.
Also feels like West Forsyth feel a lot more confident on defense than they did offense as well. I think it's actually more Northeast Guilford feel more confident defensively because they had to just wait for the retakes, wait for the challenges from West Forsyth, and they could just play the waiting game. But Northeast Guilford having to initiate, they haven't really had the best success initiating onto sites.
Yeah, this is true. 100% correct. As we are getting even further into this matchup. Again, great showing in the second half from West Forsyth. Still, though, they have been in this situation before. They have given up the lead in the bonus round. Will they do it again? I think they are going to learn from their mistakes, but we will see. Northeast Guilford have already proven that they can make comebacks like this happen.
That is so true. So we'll have to see it happen, especially down by 3 rounds, similar to what we saw at the early end of things.
Sorry, son, the dog was rabid. Had to put it down.
Trey also noticing that, well, they're alone in mid, but now everyone knows that they're there. Assist King
30 seconds left.
Gets the one onto Inky with the op. Dude's taken out again by Assist King. I don't know why he would peek after your other teammate already got taken down, but
they did it earlier. Remember, they were holding W key. West Forsyth, they saw the op, KJ went eliminated, and they just held W onto A. Not uncharacteristic.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, only one remaining. Try to get it with Assist King. And there will be taken by Applejack this time. 4 in a row yet again for West Forsyth. Only 3 remain for them to take the game.
Now this also makes me nervous because, again, yes, Jet op that we saw coming from the side of Trey, that was scary. However, I feel like it's even a little bit more scarier in the hands of Assist King. And only because Assist King is the top frag in the first in this game to drop a 20 bomb. And now they have the op.
Ooh, so they were 13 at the half. Now they're already at 21.
Exactly.
They are destroying.
Assist King is Frag King as far as I'm concerned. I think it's an ironic name, to be honest, because they have like what, 2 assists?
They assist by destroying everyone.
I mean, sure, but that was with Bulldogs and Vandals, whatever. Whoop-de-woo. Now they got an op.
We'll see how things change up on the B side this time.
Run, Cutie!
Initiating as much as they can, or as best they can. Cutie Vision, even after running, takes out one. One for the road. Trey, Assist King gets one onto Dudes, and again, Assist King has had Dudes' number every single round since the half, and focusing on the Clove has been a big boon for them.
I got a lot of Dudes' numbers, by the way, for the record. So now I'm not impressed.
Oh, the clutch comes out, though, for Northeast Guilford as we were making bad jokes, and Trey will be the one to clutch up for Northeast Guilford. That was a huge one for them to change the pace of this game and probably save it for them, honestly.
I mean, that was about as clutch can get. I mean, we were already talking about, the Jet quote-unquote diff, between Assist King and Trey, but now Trey all of a sudden is the top frag. And you know what? Maybe we're starting to realize, with Clove, at least for this match, it's starting to seem that they do perform a little bit better on the defensive side than on the offense. Because, again, Dudes was a top frag for the whole defensive half for the side of Northeast Guilford, and now they've been a little bit quiet here in the second half. So is it something with Clove? Is it a Clove diff? Or is it just maybe that we are seeing Dudes just be more
They're being targeted, though.
This is also very true.
Because, that's what we saw every time with the operator, that every time we saw Assist King notice the Clove, immediately going for them out of the bunch. So I think they know that they have to take them down and make sure that, that top fragger has nothing that can worry about there. But Dudes is able to take down Applejack. Big for them. This is the first time in a while they've been able to get the first blood against their opponents, and only 1 player remaining for West Forsyth. This is, again, after losing the eco round, they come back.
Oh, again, here we go. I mean, tall tale sign, but at the same time, though, you got to keep in mind West Forsyth, they have a lot less roadway to go. They only need 3 more rounds to win.
That's true.
So if they're able to, clutch up and get these 3 rounds, they can take the dub. So again, it's a little bit of a different scenario, but again, it's very reminiscent, and I think we're all getting a little bit of deja vu here in the second half.
We are very much getting deja vu, and so many more flawlesses happening in this game compared to the last one. We didn't see a single one in the last game. The last series, excuse me, is what I mean. But still, 8 to 10.
I mean, you're not wrong. These are best of ones.
Yeah.
So you can say the last game.
Technically the last game.
Still tracks. It's hard to keep up because, we're jumping between Smash and Val, where you got, one series in Smash that is like 3 best of 3s, and now we're jumping into Val where it's just a straight up best of 1.
Oh, yeah, we already got some updates on the bracket for Smash that we'll talk about once this is done, too. So, still, what's up?
I said hooray.
Oh, hooray. I thought you said who won.
No, I said, well, at first I said hoorah. And then I said, hooray.
There we go.
Because I'm not a Marine, respectively.
That's fair. That's fair. Well, looking at the alts available for everyone, Killjoy, Clove, Gecko. Onto the site goes Northeast Guilford, and Trey looking for anything but Applejack. Huge one for them. Same for Jed onto Inky. Not the best players taken down just yet. Crazy CB got their first kill of the game, and that's huge for them, but still. Northeast Guilford 4v2. Make it 4v1. This is about to be a formality here, really.
I love the strat that comes with Clove's ultimate because it's just run away. It's the same with the Showstopper. Whenever the Showstopper comes out from Raze, everybody just runs away. And that's the same thing that we're seeing with Clove. So again, it's kind of like a site clear almost, you know.
Truly.
And that's how people see the Showstopper as well. So that way you can take site, you can clear site. And it seems like Clove's ultimate is kind of being used the same way, although, you know, in that situation, I'm really not sure what the strat was there. I'm a little lost in the sauce on that one. But regardless, West Forsyth put themselves that much closer to taking the dub here on Ascent.
And really making it so Northeast Guilford wasted their opportunities with the ultimates that they were using there too. So putting Northeast Guilford in a worse position. Still haven't used the timeout themselves, so I feel like they're just full sending throughout this series and just wanting to get through it as quickly as possible. The Trey able to move on to the site and get one onto Applejack. Applejack's been feeling very consistent with those early frags. Tap 4 also taken down, gets rid of that extra utility. And now they have full reign of the B site. King though on the Crazy CB, that's good for them.
Yeah, and right now, Trey really being the spearhead, quite literally, of the offense here. Again, being able to get on the site so quickly and find those picks. Good Alimps. Jed in with the head click onto the Gecko. What a shot, and now you got to look for the woodwork. Someone is being a lurky turkey, but they finally get pulled out. And now we have a 2v2 post plant as time is continuing to tick away against West Forsyth.
KO, one player remaining. They are taken down, and they go for the defuse. One more round to go for West Forsyth. Not much to worry about there on the retake. They're giving some credit for that ultimate to their teammate as well to make sure that they have 4 ultimates available to close out this game.
And you know what? That's again great call. Sometimes you know we say this a lot in esports. You know you got to share the wealth around. You got to share the sugar. So I mean, by all means, you know if you have enough time to give your homie the defuse, get them their ult. Go for it, because now you have the null command, and that is going to be a huge ultimate. I mean, you got the Seeker gesture, and then you also got the Jet ult, you got the Omen ult, but I mean, defensively, the Omen ult's really not going to do too much.
Yeah.
You can reposition and go for, you know, some type of ratty Cathy play, sure, but I mean, it's not the end-all be-all. It's that null command that I think is going to make the most of a difference.
So we'll see what happens, because even without the ultimates that they've had so far for West Forsyth, they felt very confident against Northeast Guilford in these matchups, so this is going to be a big thing for them specifically. If Northeast Guilford can clutch up, bait out most of those ultimates, they'll feel a lot more confident going into the further rounds. But even with that, West Forsyth, even if they lose this round, still one away from winning for quite some time until it gets to that potential OT situation. So gotta be careful if you're Northeast Guilford giving up any opportunity to your opponents. And right now it looks like they're in an odd spot, and this site has not worked for them like at all.
This is everybody's favorite game, right? Op or no op. You know, you're about to peek, but is the op there? Choose door number 1 or door number 2. In this case, you know, you got 3 because, again, you got the left, right, and mid lanes. But regardless, that op is still lurking. Even though we did see Guilford get a pretty big limb there, being able to get the pick onto the Omen. And now the Seekers are out. And so is the null command, calling both of those in a little early, I think.
I was thinking the same thing. They have plenty of time in the round, too, using that to try and push them away from the A site, maybe force a push onto the B, and they feel a lot more confident on the retake for B, but they are fully committing on the site, and UG Vision very confident there, but Trey does take them down. 3v3, as I mentioned, 30 seconds left. The plant is going to come out, so now it's going to come down to the retake onto the A site.
And again, you know, I kind of feel bad because Assist King, unfortunately, has not been hitting very well with the operator this round, but they do have the Blade Storm activated. Able to get the one click to the dome.
This is going to be it.
Onto Trey. Hang on, don't sleep yet. Okay, now we can go to sleep. We're officially at Brooklyn. Now we can sleep.
There we go. Another 13-8. I guess that's the score of the day for these series in the quarterfinals, as it will be West Forsyth. We talked about and predicted that they would be the victors for this matchup, and that's exactly why. The way that they were able to come out and take on the competition and make sure, like, hey, we got those early rounds. We felt very confident, and that's exactly what they needed to take down their opponents. So kudos to them. Again, the other side of Northeast Guilford doing everything everything necessary that they could. And now we're seeing the stats here for a second as well. Assist King 28 and 13, really doing all that they could to make sure that they could lead the charge for their team. But even then, was not enough for their opponents to come back and try and take them down, because everyone seemed to be more even as far as fragging was concerned for the side of West Forsyth. And on the other end, once Dudes was not feeling as confident on the attacking end, it was a tall tale and a tall struggle for them to really overcome the odds, and they could not do it.
And, and this is just like an implementation to me that I need to do some research here, because, again, Clove was popping off in the first half on Ascent, and then on the second half, they got quiet. So I need to understand. I need to try and figure out what happened to Clove in between the first and second half.
So much more.
Going from defense to offense. I mean, okay, so they were being targeted, yeah, sure, but that didn't stop them in the first half. They were finding 3Ks. They were getting 2 head taps. Like, they were gunny. They were popping off. But maybe it's something that has to do with the util with Clove themselves. Maybe they're better on defense. I don't know. This is the research and the questions that need to be answered.
Well, more questions will be answered after we head on over to a break here. We just had 2 series for Valorant. One was taken through a forfeit win for NCCA over RJ Reynolds, and we still have 1 more to go in the quarterfinals. We've got semifinals after that, which is going to be pretty crazy. Winner of this next one will face off against West Forsyth. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back with some more VESL regional action after this. quarterfinal of Valorant. We had some interesting match development so far up to this point in time, and taking a quick look at the bracket if we can, seeing exactly how we have progressed throughout the day and the competition up to this point. One more semifinalist to be determined between Western Guilford and Kearns Academy, but both of our actually played matches today have been 13-8. So I'm wondering if this one is going to go with the same story as before, or if it's going to be a lot closer of an affair on Split this time.
Honestly, I'm just happy that I didn't immediately cast a curse West Forsyth in the first round.
It's broken.
It could happen in the second round. I'm just glad that it didn't happen in the first round. So far, that's at least one.
So far, so good.
One caster's blessing, if anything. But we are getting ready to head to Split, and Split is a completely different monster.
It really is.
I really don't think there is a confirmed, like, real meta to Split as far as compositions are concerned. The only thing that I would really stick with as far as the meta is Raze. Raze 100%. Got to be my favorite duelist here on Split. And as a matter of fact, Yoru as well. Absolutely love Yoru. And honestly, this would be the one. This would be the one map where I wouldn't bring Jet, to be completely honest. Jet everywhere else but Split. But with that being said, they're still going to be formidable. They're still viable. Jet's viable everywhere.
People love Jet. I think that's the big thing to note, too, is that like Jet is such a big force to be reckoned with for these players. So we'll see exactly how things are going to be going down once we actually get into the swing of things after the bye phase.
And again, I'm very interested in both of these compositions because honestly, I really don't favor one or the other. You got one that's going double Sentinel with the Sage, which is fair because you can ice wall mid, but do you really need the KJ? Now, I do love Cypher on Split. Cypher on Split to me is the meta, but at the same time, they're going Breach and KO. Ooh, some very odd compositions.
Pistol round already 4-2 in favor of the side of, I believe, Western Guilford on the left and Kearns Academy on the right. We'll get an update on that as quickly as we can, but we'll talk about the defenders and attackers so far. And the defenders doing really good for themselves on Split, but Dodge VA trying to dodge things as best as they can, having the spike and potential to rotate around, but they have the entire team of not Northeast Guilford, excuse me, of the defenders right following behind them, seeing if they can bait them out. Got one shot down. There's a second, and no, they had to reload. If they didn't have to, I think they might have been able to clutch it up.
Dude, you know how disrespectful it is to get eliminated and you're forced to dance about it? And by the way, that is my #1 favorite like Valorant skin pack. Is the it's called the RES, the Radiant Entertainment System, and it's all like like retro gaming.
Yeah, it's really cool.
8-bit style. I absolutely.
That's the
love
one where you can like play a game.
Yeah, like a little handheld.
Yeah, a little handheld.
On the melees, dude. The melees by themselves.
They're cool.
Were $50.
Oof.
Just for the melee weapon. The whole bundle itself was like 100 plus. It was insane, but it is the best one in my opinion. But with that being said, we're now heading into round 2 here on Split, and you know what? I think Clove is actually going to go well here. To be honest,
think so?
Yeah, I really do on Split because again, Split to me is very gunny. You need to be able to have a lot of mobility and you need to be able to frag out. Which is I'm so surprised that we're not seeing the double duelist composition to start things out on Split. As again, you can see right now, it is going to be Carnes trying to take ropes here. Not going to be going very well for them. As you can see, the eliminations are piling in. And now Solo.
One enemy remaining.
Going to be watching ropes here, trying to go down low. Sprays with the Spectre, can't get the shots to land in this KO. The little KO that could finally gets eliminated, but my goodness, they put up one heck of a fight.
Trying to do everything that it can for Western Guilford. We'll get that correct in just a sec for Kearns Academy in this matchup on the defensive side. Feeling very confident for themselves, too, and I always love the Gecko clutching it up.
Okay, so it's Western Guilford.
It's not Northwest Guilford, because Northwest Guilford was our first series, remember?
Right, and they made it.
They made it, yes.
Okay,
so now
this is
Western Guilford. So
correct.
we'll see if the west side of Guilford is better than the east, if both of the Western
Everybody
Guilford
knows
teams can
Northwest is meta. Over just
But is
West.
West meta?
Well, they do say that, West Coast, best coast, right?
That is true. That's very true, even though we are in the East Coast.
But it's the west part of the East Coast.
That, is very true.
The west best of the East Coast.
They got the best of both worlds. And we got the best of Waldo worlds here. A lot of laughter happening in that name, but not enough laughter, unfortunately, for their side. Kearns Academy.
They found Waldo.
Where are they? Well, they're getting fragged.
Yeah. And now, here comes Jod, that is going to be eliminated. And big eliminations going the way of Carnes. And this is actually a pretty big round, but it's to be expected. This is their rifle round. They were able to buy up, and we're kind of surprised because in the previous match on Ascent, Like everybody was winning bonus rounds. So this is how it's supposed to go.
Finally back to good old-fashioned Valorant.
All right, grab the Vandal and run. Actually, you don't need to because in the next round they're going to get their buy phase anyway.
Yeah, I guess trying to save up a little bit.
Or go for exit frags.
Could work too. I don't think they are going to really focus too much on that. I mean, the long rotation around and hope that they don't have anyone there.
Nah, you got to go full Battle Sage.
I don't think we're going to expect to see that too much.
I love Battle Sages.
Battle Sages are cool because there's so much you can do there. But again, nobody's pushing. Nobody wants to overextend. They want to make sure that they can reset for the next round. And I respect that from West Guilford, playing it safe.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, at the same time, you got to play the long game here. And in the long game, even saving that Vandal is going to, again, kind of affect your economy. That's one less buy you have to make. So it is going to save you a nice little chunk of change that you can spend on utility, or you could buy for your teammate. So again, I respect it at the same time, but I'm too hot-headed. I want to get exit. I want to get the exit frags. I want to go gunny, especially on split. Oh, rip.
Well, they got one suppression onto the Sage, so they know that somebody was in position there for them to push forward. And after the ice wall, I mean, it's kind of obvious that they were in that spot. Made them back off, though, on it to the A site and see if they can push in as quickly as possible. But Dojrie looking for an angle here onto Jay. You see the Rays moving forward, does get one down onto Jay. Love the use of the Bucky.
Oh, 100%. And as a matter of fact, going into split, it is considered that the most meta weapon here is the Judge. So again, I'm not going to be surprised if we see more shotgun play here because there have been compositions where the whole team just goes Judges on split. I'm telling you, I've seen it in competitive play. It happens.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, maybe I didn't see it, but I saw someone else see it.
Saw someone else see it. Saw footage of it.
Yeah.
It exists out there in the world.
It does.
Laughter is what I'm going to call them. Was the one able to survive in this one-on-one situation. Both of them don't really have too much health, but having the spike will give them an opportunity to figure out exactly where they want to go for the plant. Plenty of time to do just that. Well, it comes down to how quick they can get there to the next site and put it down before this rotation comes in from the Jet on Western Guilford.
Spike planted.
Spike planted, so that does help a little bit with the economy for Kearns Academy. And that will be beneficial for them. They can hold a good sight line from up above. The Laughter trying to survive as best they can. Bahati looking for the angle, but they don't notice that they aren't in the best position in this situation for them to figure out where they are. Might have seen the peek, and yes, they do. Put a shot out and know that one good tap is all it's going to take for this. Baits them out, and no, why did you just wait on the rope?
Why would you go rope? You were
that's so unfortunate.
I don't know if it's like a placebo effect,
yeah,
or if it's like, just an actual effect, but I feel like my shot is less accurate on ropes.
I agree.
Is that a thing? Is that confirmed?
I don't know if it's confirmed, but
or is it just in my head?
I will confirm that it doesn't feel as good trying to shoot from the rope.
It really doesn't. Again, that was a very risky play. Again, you had the high ground. You got to have faith in Obi-Wan Kenobi. You got to stick with the high ground. And they could have really just waited for them to try and defuse. And not only that, but if you planted it correctly, you could still shoot through box and get the wall bang. So, again, there was a lot of options there. I think they just tried to do a little bit too much finesse, to be honest. They tried to be a little bit too tricky.
Tried to be too tricky with it. Unfortunately, wasn't sicky with it, but still, Kearns Academy is trying to do what they can to bounce back this time against Western Guilford. Felt a bit more confident on the 1v1, but they didn't have much help to support themselves and not the best positioning towards the end of it. Once they were discovered. Spike initiating, though. We'll get that down consistently twice in a row, and that does build some confidence for them. They have 3 ults to work with, too, even though they do have one of their players down already. Already the Jet on the other end for West Guilford pushing forward, doing what they need necessary. Fahadi with one in the Scott Gotti games. Laughter getting some, but they are taking down themselves, and the Jet ult working out pretty easily, but Ctol with a 3-piece themselves, and Jay closing things out there for the moment. That was a close one for West Guilford.
And that's why we love Wingman, because Wingman can stick to defuse. Meanwhile, you can just keep going gunny. You can be looking for the eliminations while Wingman sticks to defuse. And not only that, but let's say if you stick Wingman, you don't even have to win the gunfight. All you got to do is, waste enough time off the clock, so that way by the time the gunfight's over, Wingman gets a defuse. Clutch.
Placing alarm bot.
And that is such a smart strategy to have, too, is make sure that you can have that defuse, still making it so that the sound cue is there. So they might be thinking you might be on the defuse itself, and if they don't go towards looking at the defuse, then it will happen with the wingman being in that position. And then, as you were mentioning, going for the frag afterwards, too, is a great strategy for them. Distract and overcome. Zombie Boy trying to see if they can get it through the wall, but not as confident as they would hope to be. Typically the one who does go down early enough for Kern's Academy, holding on to the spike and really debating on if they want to rotate around to a different position on split. And I feel like that's a good decision. They didn't feel as confident going on to that B site, so now coming towards mid, seeing if they can get any more vision onto their opponents and at least stun them out and take them down. And that's exactly what Doge created there.
I mean, that was just too much util there. You had the breach nade. Well, actually, that one came from Carnes, but you know, you get the point. I mean, that was just a lot of util. The breach nade along with the KO nade, simply too much. Now, once again, they have found Waldo. Does get eliminated, and Fahadi has to drop down with an op in hand. And again, this is not
smart.
the map you bring the jet op. I just don't think it goes well. It's not a good mixture.
Maybe that's what they're confident with, is the jet op. But again, as you were mentioning, not as many sight lines as you would hope to use that op. And that's why the Bucky and some of the other shotguns too are so meta, as you were talking about, just because you can quickly shift around and take out a player, at least do some good damage for your teammate to finish them off. So
on split, I think Ray's Judge is more meta than jet op. And again, that's
crazy to think about.
That's one of my perfectly mid takes. I'm telling you, on split, the Judge, it hits different. It hits better. But here we go. Heading into round 7. You got Solo setting up with the ice wall, looking to use it. Think they're going to hold on. And they get nulled, but call in the ice wall before the nullification came in. So again, great call out. As you can see, they are going to be taking Spike back over towards mid, going to be heading through the sewers. And so much so far is just pretty quiet.
It is relatively quiet. Both these teams taking their time, not want to give away their positions with exactly the maneuvers that they are making. Kern's Academy, I mean, they have two of their ultimates, but people could probably hear the changing weapon. That always what makes me like confused when people are like switching weapons and making all these like sound cues themselves, and then eventually things change and you give away your position just because you're like messing around with your settings.
I'm always wondering like if they can actually hear the weapon swap.
Yeah.
Okay. Good to know. But speaking of, my goodness, battle, well, not necessarily battle stage, but still a great shot with the Sheriff coming from Fahadi. As now they find another one, but here comes Doge with the op and a KO and op. That's a little unorthodox.
Just a little bit. And it's working though. Able to get one, but unfortunately can't get the rest. And it will be another round for West Guilford. Very confident on the defending side here for split.
Yeah, and they get a thrifty round. I mean, honestly, if a team can thrifty, then you know they're the team to beat, to be quite honest. And this is why I love thrifty rounds so much, even more so than an ace, because it shows, you know, they can do a lot with just a little. They're able to reach into the bargain bin and still pull out a win. And that's, to me, is pretty impressive. And not only that, but, you know, getting the thrifty round, it's really just all about trying to get at least one pick so you can pick up their weapon. And then all of a sudden, it's like a chain reaction. It becomes a domino effect. So, again, great showing coming from West Guilford. Again, great thrifty as we get ready to head into round number 8.
Decent economy going into the next round regardless of how they do this time too, so that'll help them out a lot as well. Cetol, the one who is really leading the charge a lot for Kern's Academy, so I'm curious on how they're going to be doing what is necessary here. It took them some time to take down Waldo. They will gladly get that. Doge VA also sniped out by Fahadi. Zombie Boy, Cetol, and Scotty got games. Really confident on these kills. Doge VA looking really good. 4v1 situation. West Guilford, not too much they can do in this spot, especially with the spike being planted.
Yeah, the Bucky, there we go. I mean, I understand their name, Laughter, because that one was actually kind of funny. And then once again, you know, they go ropes. This time it works out because you have a Bucky. And if you know, get that little jack-in-the-box pop-up surprise with the Bucky, you know, that's usually the end result.
I'm wondering if it's like a Joker laugh.
That's what I was thinking.
Their name is? Yeah.
I was thinking their name was the Joker or something. I don't know. But yeah, I like calling them Laughter. That's fine with me.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense.
I mean, I would like to call them Haha, but I feel like, you know, that's gonna confuse people with Haha Clinton Dix. You remember Haha Clinton Dix?
No, I don't.
Football player.
Oh, okay.
Their name was Haha.
You're asking the Canadian about football. Is what I'm telling you.
Yeah, Canadian football's weird.
It is weird. I will agree on that. Either way, though, on it to the A site. Laughter doing the best that they can this time with the nade up in towards heaven. trying to see if they could bait anyone out, but Zombie Boy confident with those plants every time. Raise ult comes through, but no dice that time. Boombot, see if they can get something with it, but still not much damage either. Jay feeling very confident. Cecil and Laughter also taking out the rest of the competition for West Guilford. This is a really big rally for Kearns Academy. But Fahadi also one to look out for on this jet. They could clutch it up, and they do get, that was a perfect flash.
And this is why I love Breach so much, more particularly on Lotus, but you can see they are still viable here on Split as well. And now we're seeing a comeback coming from Carnes, as it is going to be West Guilford. That is not looking too good in terms of economy. We should be able to find an equal game here, 5-5. But, however, with that being said, you still have 4 ultimates on the side of West Guilford, and they've already managed to pull off one thrifty round.
So I'm curious on how they're going to be able to use those ultimates to their best ability. Because today I feel like the ultimate usage has either been too early or not at the exact right time that they need it. They do have the jet ult, so that will help them a little bit too, especially when they're trying to go for those frags. So Fahadi was feeling really confident. But again, it really depends on how they use and time those ults. You see Jet using their ult as well, so that's going to come down to positioning and figure out exactly where Kearns are going to be pushing onto.
Yeah, I'm liking the blind fire here, just to, you know, check and see. Ooh. Cecil, though, again, not missing with the Vandal.
So consistent.
And honestly, they have been, I don't even know if they're the top frag, but they have definitely been coming in clutch for Carnes. As now mid is being taken over by Carnes yet again. As the thrash does go out, they call out their first ultimate, and again, you know, I don't know if they should have.
Spike down mid.
That's what I was talking about with those ultimate usages. Again, using them a bit too early, maybe not at the right time that you would want. We do see the res coming on to Jod and making sure that they can do something with that, but even having the extra player didn't really benefit them. Jay's taken down, and it's all Fahadi. 1v2 though puts them in a better spot, so maybe baiting things out for them to get an elim is all they need. There goes one down, 1v1 situation, and it is the KO versus the Jet. Not in the best spot for Kearns either, and the smoke will come through, and that actually was a detriment to them because they got rid of their vision.
How? You had Spike. You didn't have to push. You can watch Spike as soon as you see like a tippy toe. That's when you start blasting. But again, they were feeling themselves. And don't get me wrong, Fahadi is, I'm pretty sure, the top frag for the side of West Guilford. They are, and, you know, they're performing. They're doing great. But at the same time, you know, you got to know when to push, and you got to know when to play a little bit more conservatively. Because they decided to push a little bit forward, but little did they know KO was right there with them.
Yeah, and Doge VA, top fragger, well, tied top fragger, actually, with CTOL 13 apiece for both those players on the side of Kearns Academy. So West Guilford doing everything necessary that they could to try and get that win. It was just a little bit of a slip up at the end. Maybe not using their ultimates at the exact right time that they should have, but still tried desperately to get that round using their ultimate advantage, and it did not prove to be enough for them. So Doge VA really clearing out the A site, proving that there's not anyone in the exact position there, but Jod was right outside the vision from that dagger throw. Even with the plant coming out, now they know, hey, we got them down. We get the weapon as well from the Vandal. That'll help them a little bit more than the pistol that they started with.
Oh, absolutely. And now you can see the Spike is ticking away against them. So, again, it's going to be a difficult retake no matter what weapon you have here, as the Spike is ticking away here on the A site. Waldo now going to be throwing out the lockdown, but little do they know there's a lurky turkey behind the corner. And now Jod going to try and pull off this defuse. They send out the audio cue, trying to bait it out. Boombot finds them, and now they pop their ult. But Fahadi gets eliminated, still trying to stay alive, and it will not work in the favor of West Guilford. It will be Carnes to take the lead for the first time here on Split.
Huge lead for Kearns Academy that time, and they have the advantage for the ultimates as well. Last round before the swap, and this is their time to continue that rally. 4 rounds in a row. Huge boon for Kearns Academy against West Guilford, but again, anything can happen here. We saw the ultimate usage not work out so well for West Guilford. Still could happen the same for Kearns Academy. Got to take it one step at a time, but I really am liking the positioning from CTOL and Doge VA. They are the ones really leading the charge for this team, and being in the best spot, and that lurk is really, I feel like, what won them that game.
Yep, nice little lurky turkey for sure. As you can see now, the push going down over towards the B site. Going to be able to hit out the KO dagger. Not going to suppress anyone, though. Going for the big flank. Doge gets knocked. And that is unfortunate. Again, right in mid-ult, and Fahadi does get eliminated. And now Carnes are starting to wake up in a major way. My goodness, the trades all going in the favor of Carnes, and now Solo, the only player remaining on the side of West Guilford, as the spike does go down. They're going to have to get out of dodge.
One player left right before the half. There's not too much they can really do in that situation. Caught in between a rock and a hard place, and Kearns Academy able to get 5 rounds in a row to have a monumental comeback that time. So huge win for them going into the next half. Really all eyes on how this first round goes for them, though, to keep that momentum going. And I'm surprised we didn't get a timeout at all during that comeback by West Guilford.
Yeah, and it's a 7-5 split in the half. And it's really not a bad half for either side.
No,
I mean, it's literally the closest thing you can get besides a 6-6. So it's still a great round for both teams. And now you're in the second half. So West Guilford, even though they technically gave up the lead there in the first half, the match is not over. And now they can reset, they can readdress, they can reaffirm, and try and come up with a better strategy in order to take on Kearns. And if they do get the lead back, figure out a way to hold it.
Well, that's the question. Will they get the lead back? Can they get the lead back with the way Kearns has been just dominating that the latter half of the first half specifically? West Guilford trying to bait out some of the shots, but would have been a better option if they push forward with it too, but I feel like they're not feeling as confident against this A-side push, so might go for a different option, a flank of some sort. But speaking of flanks, Scotty got games. They don't know he's there. Got the first shot, got the second one. 2-piece for Kearns Academy, and already feeling so confident.
Oh my goodness, what a flank. Coming from the Cypher, of all Sentinels, being able to pull that off into sewers. Again, a lot of patience being displayed as well.
Truly.
Just to pull that off, because you have to shift walk the whole way. I mean, you're in sewers, you're making noise. So again, good patience coming out from the Cypher there for Carnes to pick up a 2-piece. Again, great start.
Okay, I was waiting for a potential flank to happen here. They don't know where the players are positioned yet. Jay's just right in the mid lane, excuse me, and everyone just playing chicken and nobody actually going in that time. But this could be a flank from behind. As you can see, the Omen patiently waiting there that time. Instead, the A site, nobody on it particularly. The smoke does come out to kind of show that, hey, they might be there. Some shots coming through, but they do get taken out. Trades back and forth. Still, West Guilford, only one remaining, and they are taken down. That was a great round from Kearns Academy.
And they're able to take the pistol, too, so they're going to set themselves up pretty successfully. Because in the first half, it was West Guilford that took the pistols. Yep. So now coming into the second half, Kearns are setting themselves up to get an early lead here and putting themselves that much closer, to taking the dub. And especially if they can try and convert the bonus round as well. But in the meantime, they are going to be able to buy up. They are going to be able to get a little extra oomph in their weaponry. But more importantly, they're going to be able to get shields. They all have half shields. Doge is going to be coming in with the full shield.
Okay,
so they,
I get it.
Again, should be able to pull off another round win.
Top fragger, might as well go full shields, full send. C-Toll, though, trying their best to stay alive and not going to do anything against the full squad of West Guilford that time, unfortunately for them. Doge VA does get one, though. Wingman, sacrifice. Thank you for your service. But still, West Guilford doing as good as they can here on this push towards the B site from mid. I'm liking the momentum from them.
Not the thrifty. I think it's going to happen, honestly.
Totally.
There was too much ego. I'm sorry. There's so many ego chows that just happened, and that were unnecessary. But with that being said, you still have the top frag with the Spectre being able to get the elimination, and now Spike getting ready to be planted will go down on the B side, and now it is a 2v3 retake.
Got the suppress for a second, too, so know that they are on the higher end of the site. Got one down and waiting for them to hear, but no! Feel a little bit too confident there. These ego chows you were mentioning, they should have gone back behind the wall when you're reloading in that situation because you didn't clear the site, and that's exactly what went wrong for Kearns Academy, not clearing the site and feeling too confident.
Well, here we go. This is the first time where we've seen a round one get won by one team and then round two go the other way.
That's true.
We've never seen the round two recovery until just now. So this second half can go either way at this point. It is going to be a buy up somewhat. I mean, it's not the full buy, going to the side of West Guilford, but it is definitely better than what we're seeing from Carnes right now, unfortunately, with their economy.
Oof.
Not the best to work with. So we're going to see how West Guilford are going to play this out. Are they going to go for the full buy and get everything that they can, which they should, in my opinion?
I think they should,
Or
too.
are they going to try and, maybe buy a little bit less and, save for next?
Kearns Academy, I mean, Zombie Boy trying to do something there, but it just was not working as best as they were hoping before. So Waldo does get one. 2 pistols, can they get no? Oh, hopefully they were able to get a second one, but unfortunately for their efforts, they couldn't get anything there. Doji does get one, does get traded out really quickly. Cetol picking up one and can get a weapon with that as well, so that'll help them out a little bit more in this 2v2 situation, and they do have the advantage of health, but time maybe not on their side.
Yeah, Spike ticking away against Carnes, and you know they're having a real difficulty just getting on the site here. You can see Cetol from up on high, going to be throwing out the smoke. Meanwhile, you got the Lurky Turkey battle stage down low and towards the side, and this ice wall is just being an absolute pain. Finally, they do decide to go up and over. Cetol looking for the blind fire, is going to TP inside the smoke. Good move here. They have a flank and don't even know it. They just start spraying. Can't connect. And again, they're just wasting so much time.
What's another death?
Oh, I don't know if they're going to be able to
I
get
don't
it.
think
Nope.
they got it.
No, they don't.
It.
No shot. No shot. They got it! They got it. They had to be like literally like a tie.
I think like a second left.
A
they might have had,
millisecond.
at least,
If
yeah.
anything, I think it's kind of like in baseball. Tie goes to the runner, right?
Yep. Wow.
My goodness.
Last second defuse. What a clutch there for Kearns Academy to keep this lead in their court. Trading back and forth with the rounds for the second half of this map on split.
They're lucky that Wingman didn't hit.
No, I was expecting it to.
Me too. Like, again, even so, I was expecting it maybe to come back around and hit them on the defuse. And it would have just delayed them for that one split second, and that would have been the difference maker.
Presence already detected on this push onto the B site. So they know they're there, ready for it. Smoking out in the perfect spot so that they can make sure that their vision is covered. And going back around for a different opportunity. Trying to see what West Guilford has on their docket now to come back after, unfortunately, losing in that one-on-one situation.
Well, here we go. Fahadi going to be sticking out just a little bit too much, and Doge is able to take them out. But look at Cetol. Look at Cetol on the flank again. Going to be able to get a beautiful headshot on to Jay. And now Wade onto Doge. But again, I mean, that was the ult coming out. And luckily for the side of West Guilford, this KJ is deciding to show up in a major way here.
Making their presence known for now. Waldo again with 3 kills on the Doge VA that time too, making it that much more difficult. Only Zombie Boy, who hasn't really been able to clutch too much, got one, but no, couldn't get the second, and the ace comes out from Waldo, our first ace of the day.
Our very first ace of the day. Finally, it has been done, and it's been done by KJ. Absolutely wonderful. You'll love to see it. And now West Guilford are setting themselves up for a possible comeback. Now, don't get me wrong, Cards still shouldn't be worse for wear. They should still be perfectly fine. But with that being said, we're looking at the purchase power right now, and it's not looking too good. We are able to get 2 Vandals on the board, but all half shields. And this is looking like it's all in the favor of West Guilford with the purchasing power. And you notice that Fahadi, they're not buying up. They're going to stick with the Lordy. Watch out for the Shorty, because they have Blade Storm ready to go.
Fahadi with the Shotty.
Exactly.
Maybe that's where they get their nickname. I don't know. Regardless, though, we do see the stuns, the utility, the grenades, everything. They know that they're going to go for a hard push onto the A site with the utility that they have available to them in the ultimates, and also just the composition that they're going for.
Well, here we go. We're back in sewers, and we already know how dangerous this is. You got to watch your splish splashes. You know, splish splash get back. There's probably a flank coming at you, so you got to be careful. But with that being said, no one is going for the big flank. Like, hang on, there's that pesky Cypher again. You can see him. That was the same person last time.
It was the same person.
That pulled off that mean flank, and you can see they're hovering around sewers, and they are going to go. They're going to go for the deep flank. Meanwhile, Fahadi able to land an elimination with the daggers, using the Blade Storm. Solo going to be taking their time here, pushing through the back. They find 2 opponents, tries to throw out the ice, and they manage to get away. Again, they're putting too much faith in the Bucky.
Oh, but from the side, Cetol had the angle on that one. Unfortunately, didn't block it off well enough, and the shot came through to get rid of the wall. So nice maneuver from Cetol. Take them down a peg. 3-on-2 now. Well, 3-on-1 situation. This might just be the round for West Guilford. Shot comes out from Doge VA. This is the player who wants to rely on. One's down. Oh, but could not get the clutch up against West Guilford. And West Guilford, a good rally back themselves, making it now 8-9. Most rounds consecutively won in the second half is by West Guilford.
Yeah, I was about to say, you can't forget, you know, Doge is top fragging. You know, they're currently with 24 eliminations, the highest in the lobby. So if anybody is going to pull up that situation, it is them, but also good on the Clove for shutting them down.
Truly.
Being able to confirm the spike, because now you're within one of equalizing here and making a comeback.
And this is so interesting to think about, too, if we do get to that overtime situation, on what the strategy will be for both of these teams and how the utility is going to look out for the size changing there. But West Guilford, Kearns not feeling as confident on the defensive end, and West Guilford feeling very confident with their attacks, especially taking that Zombie Boy that quickly. And Zombie Boy, I feel like he's been overextending a bit too much. Doge VA, though, setting down Fahadi for a seat to spectate for the rest of the round.
Here.
Absolutely. Take a seat and get comfortable. As you can see, the little wingman going to be going to stick the spike here. And they do. Going out towards the side, Solo trying to find the limb, and it will connect. That's good for one.
I don't know how Solo got away from that.
What was that, the Bucky?
Yeah, I think it was the Bucky.
Again, too much faith in the Bucky.
Too much. Not as long range as people were hoping it would be. Still, 3 hostiles detected, suppressed for a second, but nobody was pushing for Doge VA, waiting for their patient time for the flash.
Why?
Didn't really do. I don't know why they did that.
Were they trying to time?
I think they were trying to time it with the wall going down, yeah, and it's just a little bit of a miss input there. But still, good kills from Doge VA, 3 to their name, looking for the 4th. Might get the 5th. There they do, the ace coming out from Doge VA. No, not the ace yet, because there was the res. Excuse me, and that is exactly what they needed. Waldo clutching up this time.
I was about to say, again, if anyone was going to do it, it was going to be Doge, but still, don't even think there was enough time.
Doesn't count, yeah.
But regardless, we now have ourselves a tie game, and honestly, Split, here on Split, it has been just full-on comeback season. We saw the big, what was it, 5 unanswered rounds going the way of the Carns, and now going into the second half, it has just been all comeback coming from West Guilford as they are able to equalize.
Huge equalizing round there, too, to make sure that West Guilford have a shot in this game. And we were talking about that going into the second half, what the adjustments needed to be for West Guilford, and they have made all the perfect adjustments so far. I mean, they're doing a lot better with using their ultimates at the perfect time. I mean, without that res from the Sage, they would not have won that round.
Oh, absolutely. And again, that's why we love Battle Sage. They come in clutch when you least expect them, and now here we are in ropes, Zomboy making their way up. You do have your friend Cetal there. So they're going to be doubling down in mid. Meanwhile, that spike is slowly making its way to A. But again, you do have these 2 players that are in ropes, so they're able to transition very quickly as soon as they get information of where this spike is. And Solo going to be leading the charge. Leading the pack here is the Battle Sage.
Love to see it. But again, all comes down to what Kearns Academy can do to stop these advancements and stop these spike plants. There's been a lot of consistent spike plants that we've been witnessing, too, from West Guilford. I'm curious what the strategy is at this time from Kearns Academy, and they aren't stopping anything. They don't even have any vision. They don't want to overextend themselves. I feel like they're a lot less confident than they were before. Laughter, Cetal doing pretty good. Scotty got games, got that time. And Jod, start of the show for that previous round, looking pretty good too. The defuse coming out though. First bit, and Zombie Boy, that's all they needed.
Yeah, big retake there, and honestly, that was the appropriate approach for A there. Instead of just trying to hard stick the defense, they just played for retake, kind of how you would on Haven as well. Whenever you do see, like on Haven, if you're planning over towards that A site, you know, more often than not, you're going to give it up, so that way you can come from up on high, you get the window drop, and you play for retake. And it kind of seems like that's what they did here on the A site of Split. You know, they gave up site, and then they did the window drop from up on high, and then they were able to come through with a big retake, thanks to Zombie Boy, because they came in with the ult.
And that ult was huge for them to be able to get there in time for a quick defuse. Didn't even need that last frag, so that way Kearns Academy were able to clutch up, stop the comeback train from leaving the station too far, because they were still tied 9-9. They now have the lead in their favor against West Guilford, but still need a couple more rounds to go for them to get the victory here. We'll see if that is what happens.
Well, we see the spike is going to be heading over towards B main, leading the charge is Fahadi, but once again, you can see they're in an eco round. So it's really not looking good for them going into this round. But with that being said, I mean, Carnes, they have been performing phenomenally no matter what the situation is. Not able to get the first pick. So again, that's a good entry coming from West Guilford here just to start things off.
West Guilford waiting to see if they can take anyone down. Some trades happening back and forth. Laughter taking down Fahadi after the Zombie Boy. And there comes a couple in a row from Kearns Academy, dominating that round.
Well, again, that's the eco round. That's how it's supposed to go. That's what we expect. But now Carnes
So many Eagle rounds haven't gone how we expect, though.
Well, there's been one Thrifty.
Yeah,
which,
that is true.
I mean, and don't get me wrong, it's my favorite round. I love the Thrifty round. But, with that being said, there is the script. And the script says you win pistols, you win next. You get eco, you win against the eco round. That's what's supposed to happen.
Supposed to.
Again, we've also seen the bonus rounds, which you're not supposed to win those, but
No.
they have been. But regardless, Kjarns, whether they're supposed to or not, they're coming up with wins. That's the important thing.
Are.
And they're that much closer to putting themselves on the match point as we get this next round underway, round number 21.
This is a huge one for Kearns Academy because if they do get on this match point, they'll be in such a better position than Guilford. But the big question is, how are they going to use these ultimates? Are they going to just use them all here, save some for the next round if they can clutch it up without it? We do see one coming out from Gecko instead, and again, trying desperately to take out the other competition. West Guilford dropping a player already, but so does Kearns.
Yep, that they do as we continue on, as the spike continues to tick away. And again, honestly, just getting the spike down was a great taking of sight, just so that way they can take control a little bit early. And now Laughter able to find one, but gets traded out. It is now a 1v2, and they will be eliminated. Good two-player swing there in order to confirm the final elimination. And West Guilford put themselves once again on the verge of equalizing.
Huge for West Guilford there. Push the issue and make it that much more difficult for Kearns Academy. But again, potential for that OT is looming ahead of us. We expected at least one of them to happen today. And, well, the first round might be the first time we get to see one for West Guilford and Kearns Academy on split. Much more evenly contested than the other two series that we have seen in the second half. Trades back and forth.
Get out of my way.
I think 5-3 in terms of rounds for West Guilford to Kearns. Kearns Academy, I mean, they've had some good looks for the most part. It's just been some struggles on finishing off those rounds and those individual fights.
Careful.
I'm learning so much from this Cypher, by the way. Scotty Gotti Games, I'm learning so much. Again, they have so many phenomenal lineups that I didn't even know existed. But right now, it's not going to do them any good as they do get eliminated. And now you can see Cetal trying to come through with some assists here, making their way back onto site. Wingman going to be going for the plant, and they're able to get it down. That was actually a really good plant from the Gecko.
That was crazy. Right past the boom bot. Wasn't in the right spot to stop the plant from going through. So Jod will get the kill on to Zombie Boy. And Laughter taken down by Jay. One player remaining for Kearns, and this is a good win for West Guilford. I feel like they can take this forward and take the rest of the game.
They very well could. I mean, right now the economy shouldn't be looking too great over there for Kearns. I mean, they might have enough to buy up again, but it's going to be close. And, they are able to buy, but once again, it's a little bit broken.
I feel like they need to.
Yeah, they have to. Otherwise, you're going to be going on to match point. Now, however, you could go for the save here.
That's true.
You could go for a save, maybe even go for a budget buy. Like, we're seeing a Marshall, we see a Bulldog. You could go for the budget buy and then come in with the full buy once they're on match point.
We'll have to see. The big question is, who is going to take that advantage leading towards the end of regulation? Will we get that OT that we have been having loomed over our heads since the start of the day? West Guilford, Kearns Academy. West Guilford with all of the ults available. And Gecko using theirs first, of course, to make sure that they can clear things out. Zombie Boy starting off strong against Solo, though. That'll help out a lot more for them. Bahati traded, and more trades back and forth between these two, but there's two ults still available for West Guilford, and that's a big thing to look at.
Absolutely. Time to use the ults. You have the lockdown and you have the Clove ult ready to go. You got to make the most of it here. Now's the time. There you go. Call out the KJ ult. Try and delay the retake, delay the push, and now catch them off guard. What a shot coming from Waldo, and you still have the Clove ult available as well. And now's the time as West Guilford now will take match point, and I believe they are going to take the match because it was a forced buy last round. So again, they're going to have to work with something here. Again, they're going to have to go Spectre, Bulldog, and 2 half shields.
We really haven't seen that much of resistance enough defensively from Kearns Academy, and it feels like some of these teams are so heavily focused on either attack or defense, depending on what the map is and their comfortability with that. And the flexibility, we haven't really witnessed that yet in a lot of these games, even with how close this one is. I would still say it's been heavily favored for West Guilford with how many rounds they've been able to get in the second half and come back against their opponents, now have their first lead as well. But again, it's not over until the round's over, and it's 13-11. Instead, it could go to OT very easily, but it all has to be a clutch from Kearns Academy to stay alive in this bracket.
Do you want to hear something that sounds entirely insane in Valorant?
What?
West Guilford with the Clove ult and the Sage ult have 2 reses.
That's true. Doge VA with a 2-piece. Make it 3 somehow through the blind. Can't get taken down just yet. Ctol with the clutch. And I was talking about them needing the clutch up. We do see Jod there, but it's not going to be enough. It will be Kearns Academy forcing an overtime.
I think maybe they got a little bit too confident in mid. Again, they knew they had the advantage.
Overtime.
They knew they had the momentum. But I think it was like maybe even a pincer move coming from the side of Kearns, because they literally led them into mid, and then they just cornered them, circled them. And then by then, you know, we see Doge just raining in fire, and eventually it was too late. There's no coming back from that. But now, for the first time today, we're going into extra rounds. We have overtime.
26 kills for Fahadi, 21 for Waldo, 17 for Jod, and then 15 for Jay. Solo, of course, the Sage going to have some kills, but really mainly being that support player for their team with 6 to their name specifically. But on the other end, 36 from Doge in the regulation and 24 from Ctol, the second highest there. Doge was the clutch master in that game.
Oh, absolutely. But here we are now in overtime. Ice Wall goes out a tidbit too early, and now you can see Ctol able to find the first limb on Fahadi. And now Jod going to be throwing out a little bit of util. I don't think it's really able to connect. Going to have to drop down the ropes. And out goes Mosh. Good nade, but it doesn't help because Jod already goes down. And right now, Kearns starting off really well here in overtime. Ooh. They have a 4v3 advantage. No, now it's going to be a 3v3 thanks to Waldo.
Where's Waldo? Fragging.
Yes.
Well, West Guilford, Kearns Academy still anybody's game, but the Gecko very heavily damaged and a little bit of damage onto the rest of the players for West Guilford, so that could be enough of an advantage for Kearns Academy depending on their positioning here. But you got to look at them going for a spike plant still. Zombie Boy getting 2, making it 3. This is the most that they've gotten in an individual round, so good pop-up from them. And we still got Doge VA in the wing as well. The Sage suppressed, the only one remaining on West Guilford.
30 seconds left.
Desperately trying to see if they can hold on to things, but of course there is going to be a push to the other side, and that is wise.
Yeah, and right now I love the lurk here. Over here towards spawn. Doge is there. Again, they were lurking in defender spawn, able to find the head click, and they get the round win. Again, Doge, without a doubt, the MVP. I don't even if they lose, I still think they're the MVP.
Yeah, with the almost a 40 bomb.
They could still drop it, by the way.
They could still drop it.
I mean, it depends how long this overtime goes. As a matter of fact, you know, if they just get an ace.
Yeah, or if they get 3 in this one, that'll be a 40 bomb. And I don't think we expected to see that as especially at the regional competition level from the playoffs to get to this point even. But still, West Guilford, Kearns Academy comes down to taking out the entire team, not just a couple individual players every round up to this point in time. Jay looking to see what they can do to get onto the site, and even with the location revealed, a good push so far, and it had some resistance, not the best positioning from Jay there.
Yeah, and Doge, again, getting a big elimination there onto the spike carrier. Again, luckily for West Guilford, Sage was able to pick it up, but now here comes the firing squad. Doge from up on high, able to get a hole, a gap in the ice wall, and now they're able to get an elimination onto Fahadi. As they continue to rain down terror, they find another, and only one player remains, and that will do it. That is going to be the round, going to Kearns and the win.
What a victory by Kearns Academy. West Guilford gave it their all in the second half, tried desperately to move forward and get the victory for their team and force a chance for that OT to happen. But even then, 12-14, 38 from Doge VA, 27 from Ctol, and still some great performances from the rest of their team. Also got to give a shout out to Waldo and Fahadi specifically on the other team for West Guilford, because they gave it their all. They did everything necessary, everything right throughout that matchup to get to that point in time, but it just did not prove to be enough. So huge win there by the side of Kearns Academy, but Western Guilford, unfortunately, not as good as Northwest Guilford.
What do you mean? Not yet. I mean, it's coming down to the wire. You know, West Guilford, you know, they were didn't they just get the win?
No, that's who lost. It was Kearns that won.
it was Carnes that one. My apologies.
It's all good. It's all good.
Part in my head, I was really hoping to see like Guilford v. Guilford in the grands.
Unfortunately, no Guilford v. Guilford. Only
That's
one
fine.
Guilford remains, which was Northwest Guilford.
That's fine. You know, Carnes getting the dub is great too, because now they get to go into the semis,
True.
and they're going to have themselves a tough opponent when they get there.
That is going to be true. West Forsyth versus Carnes there specifically. But we are going to be going to a break here in just a second. We'll have Carver versus Ragsdale in the semifinals for SSBU right after this.
battle. Fox. Fox, 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 Fox. Young Link.
This is Fox, returning to base.
Start battle. Fox, 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 Fox. Fox, Fox, Young Link.
Welcome back, everyone. We are getting into the next Valorant matchup, the semifinal NCCA versus Northwest Guilford in just a little bit. But before that, let's take a look back at the brackets as they have been updated for both of the games. Valorant and Smash. Looking at Valorant first, though, NCCA versus Northwest Guilford, Kearns Academy versus West Forsyth. Out of these 4 teams we've seen so far today, I want an early prediction on who's going to win.
I really don't want to. But, I mean, if I'm going to, I don't want to, but, I'll, at the same time, I'm never scared. So I'm going to say Northwest Guilford if I had to pick one.
I was going to say the exact same thing. So
right,
we
so
might
then
be
there you
double cursing
go.
them. But Northwest Guilford, out of all the teams so far today, I would say look the most consistent, the most confident in their matchup. Even Research Triangle putting on as much of a show as they could throughout that series just did not prove to be enough. And facing off against NCCA, who have not played today, that gives them a bit of an advantage with it being a best of 1. But let's talk about the Smash Ultimate bracket as we're in the semifinals now. You saw some of the matchup being played there in the first one. Carver versus Ragsdale there specifically, and Roxborough versus Allegheny High on the lower end of things as well. So still some matches to go. There's still best of 3 format there. The grand final will be best of 5. So we're talking about Carver versus Ragsdale High while we get set up for this Valorant matchup, and they're getting set up for everything that they can. So we'll go into that if we can in just a little bit for some Smash Ultimate. But I think they just finished up, so it might be like rotating up. We might have an update on the bracket there specifically as they're getting other players in. So regardless, we can talk a little bit about the overall experience these players have been having this weekend. I mean, yesterday we had Rocket League and NBA 2K. Today, Valorant and Smash Ultimate. And then there's still the state finals that are happening at the Raleigh Convention Center on the 31st and 1st of June there. So that's going to be an insane event because so much money. We haven't even talked about the money that these teams are competing for today. Smash, first place, $1,500. Second place, $600. And for Valorant, that's where the money's at.
Oh, yeah.
$4,000 for first place, $2,000 for second place. But, of course, it's split amongst 5 teams, so it's kind of, or 5 players. It's kind of more even as there was before.
Yep. I mean,
it's going to be insane, though, for states.
Absolutely. I mean, 100% tracks. But, we even saw yesterday with Rocket League and 2K, they weren't even that really fixated on the money. It was just about getting your ticket to go to states. So, with that being said, we are getting some updates on the Smash match that had just occurred between Ragsdale and Carver. It was actually Ragsdale being able to take the series 2-1 over Carver.
Okay. Ragsdale gets that win over Carver. Carver, the first seed going into this tournament, too, so huge shout-out to Lucy Ragsdale getting into at least that $600 for their squad. But, again, let's look at the states prizing that we have for all these matches. So, for Rocket League states, $6,000 for first, $2,000 for second, $1,000 for third. Same for NBA 2K. Same, a little bit less for the Smash teams, $4,200 for first, $1,200 for second, $600 for third. And then for Valorant, $10,000 for first, $3,000 for second, and $1,000 for third. Wow, those are some crazy prizes. I mean, shout out to VESL as well, Stiegler EdTech, and everyone who's been able to support VESL, UNCG over there. There's the logo. Able to also help out with VESL and all of our sponsors that we have, as you can see at the bottom right below at SoCo, Live Oak Bank, the Carolina Panthers, and CLTFC. Still, we have, and Set. I can't forget Set. We still have so many matches to go today here at SoCo. Which one are you most looking forward to in Valorant specifically?
I mean, I was looking forward to Guilford v. Guilford, but, that's not happening. Yeah, unfortunately.
I mean, it's happened during the regular season, so you can go back and watch the VODs on YouTube.
I mean, honestly, I would like to see Northwest Guilford. I mean, maybe take on STEM Early College. I mean, at some point.
You mean Kearns?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Kearns.
It's all good. Oh, no, STEM Early College is in the lower bracket, right? Let me see.
It's not the lower bracket.
No. It was Kearns, not STEM Early College.
There is no lower bracket because it's just
there is no STEM Early College either for Valorant.
But, yeah.
STEM Early College was in Smash. That's where you're confused, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at over towards the Smash bracket. But regardless, I'm also really interested to see on how NCCA is going to perform, considering that we didn't even get a chance to watch them yet. And they're going up against what is considered the top seed. So we're actually going to be taking a look at some of the Smash action we got lined up between Roxborough and Allegheny. Allegheny. Okay, I knew it was a 50-50 chance I was going to pronounce that correctly.
It's all good. Got Sith versus Oxygen here, so we'll see how it goes with King K. Rool versus the Pyramithra. That must be the main character that is picked here for Oxygen, is Pyramithra.
Yeah, it definitely looks that way, but right now, I just love King K. Rool. King K. Rool, one of my favorite characters in the game. Definitely my favorite heavy. There's so much nuance that comes with King K. Rool, and also big shout out to Kirby Kid, well, formerly known as Kirby Kid, being the one of the best, if not the best, King K. Rool player in the world, and a Louisiana native. So big shout out to the homie. And again, the thing I love about King K. Rool is that they're one of the more versatile heavies, and for being a heavy, have one of the best recoveries in the game as well.
What's crazy too, though, is I've heard they've gone down the tier list over the time because more people have been familiar playing against them, and even though they have that invulnerability as well and their great recovery, it's because of how slow they are. There's a lot of faster characters more favored, but again, Sif playing them very well, and even when you get to a high percent with King K. Rool and you're off the stage, there's still so much you can do to recover. That's why Oxygen wasn't even bothering trying to ledge guard.
Yeah, absolutely not. And as a matter of fact, with Pyra Mithra, like I low-key call them ledge guard Mithra because that's the only time you see Pyra come out is for the ledge guard. But with that being said, the reason that I really love King K. Rool so much is because, again, you know, they have the musket, they have the crown, they have a good bit of utility, and not only that, but they also have the belly armor, and that is the big difference, I think, between, you know, a lot of K. Rool players is how well they can utilize the belly armor.
And this is going to be huge because for Roxborough, if Oxygen does not take this series, they are the best player on their team. So it's going to be a tough ask for them to try and take down Allegheny throughout this series if their best player cannot get the series win. They lose the first game, very close for the most part, except in that last stock because they couldn't do anything. They tried to go for some grabs, try to go for something else, and maybe going for a different character might be a better option against King K. Rool.
I mean, yeah, you can go ahead and try, you know, but with that being said, you know, we're going to be checking out, I think, some Valorant, as the Valorant could or should
not yet.
be ready. I mean, almost. I mean,
eventually.
I'm anticipating.
Eventually.
You know, I'm looking forward to it.
The anticipation is rising. Valorant will be back soon at some point.
But with that being said, you know, going back to our Smash match here, I mean, they were performing pretty well on the K. Rool. Again,
they were.
Big respect to the King K. Rool. And you're right, they could try and make a switch because, honestly, I don't think the Pyra Mithra is going to hit hard enough
that's the big issue.
Against the K. Rool. And then with that being said, you know, the way that they were just being able to move, like you had mentioned, you know, you were saying that a lot of people are turned off by K. Rool because, unfortunately, they move a little bit slower. They don't have a lot of mobility. But I got to give credit to that player on the K. Rool because
holding down the neutral ground the entire time in the last stock.
And their pace of play was also kind of speedy, considering that they were on a slower character.
Well, now we see the changeup. It is going to be Mr. Game & Watch facing off against King K. Rool, and this is a wise decision, I would say, just because of the different abilities you can use for Mr. Game & Watch. And on Final Destination as well as the pick for the player on Roxborough. So interesting to see what the combos will be from them. Maybe feeling a little bit more confident against the King K. Rool with this Mr. Game & Watch. But again, it's going to be a difficult spot for them because you can't really ledge guard at all against King K. Rool too well.
I mean, so far so good coming from the Game & Watch. They're able to use the bombs to get some damage on the ledge guard. But honestly, here on Final Destination, I feel like this favors the K. Rool. Again, with that solid flat surface there, this is where you see a lot of brawlies and a lot of heavies really, you know, deal a lot of damage. So I'm expecting a lot from the King K. Rool. As you can see, they are going to be throwing out the crown, and they're going to hit the back air as well. And still relatively even for the most part here in damage percentage. Yeah,
the bombs are really the mask that is being put up, the wall of defense against Sith here from Oxygen. That is a smart decision. I like the speed from Game & Watch compared to Pyra Mithra from what we were seeing before. So that's the big thing for them. But unfortunately, not really the input you wanted to go for there. They had the invulnerability, and there wasn't really anything that Mr. Game & Watch could do to win in that situation. So it's a tough spot to be in, a tough character play. But thankfully for your teammates, they don't have to play against K. Rool, and it's kind of a crew battle.
Yeah, and to be honest, you know, we were talking about that first stock there, and it was looking pretty even, you know, 100 v 100%. But you got to realize King K. Rool a lot heavier than Game & Watch.
Takes so much damage.
It really wasn't as even as we thought, or as it appeared to be.
Oh, flipping out the flapjacks and bacon off the side. It's not really going to do much. Just reset their recovery for King K. Rool, and as you mentioned, so much percentage, still not really going to be much to worry about. Even with the shield, the grab, huge damage.
Is that a command grab?
I believe it is, yes.
Because again, you know, I watch a good bit of K. Rool. I see this grab coming out, and you know, I'm wondering if that's a command grab. Like, is that the side B? Like, what command is that?
It's a good grab. That's what it is.
It's a good grab. Okay.
Every grab from K. Rool is pretty good, but the key comes out, and that is the major key for Oxygen to get that one stock. But one stock isn't going to be enough. You need two more where that came from. It was a battle. You had 100% in your second stock to get the one from K. Rool, and there goes your second stock already. Sith is on fire so far, and Allegheny looking really good.
That's right. Put some respect on the king of the Crocs. That is King K. Rool, as they are doing a lot of damage. They did lose the crown, but I don't think they're going to need it. Another command grab, able to deal out a good amount of damage, and not to mention they have an entire stock advantage and have completely lapped.
His combos too. There's nothing that Oxygen can do to stop them whatsoever. Flying in the air, trying desperately to get into a position every time they slow down with any of the moves that they are using towards King K. Rool. They are just patiently waiting and grabbing them and sending them away after shielding. And it's been such a tough spot for this Game & Watch to really do anything.
And now out goes the Crown again, able to hit, does a good bit of damage. We're back center stage, throws out the Crown more again, and gets punished for it there as they are forced off stage. But as we had mentioned earlier, this is nothing too uncommon for K. Rool. They love going off stage.
I mean, reflecting the Crown was a huge win there too from the Oxygen to make sure that they could do some decent damage. But again, King K. Rool rules all when it comes to taking as much damage and percent as possible and staying alive and still going toe-to-toe with the best of them. Even the key, sending them flying for a mere second, not doing anything.
Yeah, that should be it,
Yeah,
to be honest.
Oh,
like,
they almost had the DI.
Almost, but like honestly, like all it was going to take was that last hit, and it came through with a back throw. So again, not mad at it at all. Again, got to give kudos to Oxygen because they were really chipping away at the K. Rool. Granted, it was still an entire stock advantage, but they were doing good at dodge, ducking, dipping, diving, and dodging. The only problem was it was too little too late.
Too little too late and too light of a character to really go toe-to-toe with King K. Rool that time. They thought the speed would work.
And on Final Destination.
The combos that we were seeing, yeah, and on Final Destination wasn't really exactly what they were wanting that time. So the way the map bans work for like Smash 2 for this is like the player who wins the first game bans 2 of the maps, and then the other player who lost gets the pick after that. But we'll be going to Bind for our next matchup here.
Let's go.
NCCA facing off against Northwest Guilford. West Guilford, unfortunately, weren't able to make it through. But this is still, we only have West teams, West Forsyth and Northwest Guilford, left in the conference.
I feel like Bind is one of the most least banned maps. We have seen it banned, but I feel like as a community, Valorant just
People
loves
like
Bind.
it so much.
Yeah, we love Bind. Even though, you know what? You know how you can tell if you really like a map is if even after the rework, you still like it. Like, they reworked Bind a little bit. They moved the teleporters around, and people still liked it. And you know what? I absolutely love Bind. Here, I want to see double controller for sure. I'm liking what I'm seeing from Northwest Guilford. They're going to be bringing out their Clove as well as they're hovering the Viper. And remember, Thigby on Viper was pretty nutty.
Thigby on Viper was very nutty. Penta also felt really confident. Justin on the Yoru this time. That'll be interesting to see as well. And also seeing Monty with the new agent this time. But now looking at the other comp too, we have a Clove Ditto happening here this time. What are you thinking about that?
No, Clove, 100%. Completely agree here because you're going double controller, at least for the side of Northwest Guilford. But, however, kind of sketchy on the other side of the other side because you're going with only Clove.
That's true.
I feel like because Clove is so experimental now, you kind of have to go double controller when you are utilizing them.
You do.
Even though on Ascent it was solo, but Ascent is a different map. It's a different place. We're talking about Bind here. In Bind, you know, the double controller, especially paired with Viper, is going to go great. Also on Bind, it is Cypher. Cypher's the meta. As much as I love KJ, I still think KJ is the #1 Sentinel, but on Bind, it's all about Cypher.
We'll have to see how this first pistol round goes after the bye phase is completed between these two teams. Northwest Guilford, again, got a really good matchup, but they were the first one of the day, so that does kind of benefit NCCA that the team that they're facing off against at least had to wait the longest to play against them, even though NCCA have not been able to play yet due to the forfeit win that they got in that first round. So NCCA, the squad did end up winning the conference, taking down NCVA in their matchup in the grand finals. Went the distance all the way into OT, I believe, almost, for a couple of rounds. So NCCA, no strangers to long-winded best-of-ones, but Northwest Guilford, with the skill we've seen from them, the ranks of these players, and the synergy from the squad, it's going to be hard to overcome for any team today.
Absolutely. And, you know, I'm looking at the side from the NCCA. And, you know, they're going with that double duelist comp. They're going with the Yoru in the Raze, which, you know, I'm all for, to be honest. But if you're going to go double duelist, you can bring Jet there.
The shorty.
Yeah, Lordy, watch out for that shorty from Justin. They're able to find the first limb there in Lamb.
Time to jump.
Just pressing all the buttons.
Yeah, go for it. By all means, press all the buttons, see what happens, especially on a Yoru. And again, I'm surprised we didn't see Yoru earlier on Split.
That's true, yeah. You were mentioning that as well, but we do see Northwest Guilford quickly taking down Ruby Phantom, and Kinduin.
Planted.
Spike planted as well. NCCA, this is a struggle spot for them to be in too. Not a single kill onto the other end, even with some decent damage. And Sky using their ability to know that they are in that position, so really just have to send everyone else forward. Flash not even working either, and this is some great positioning for Northwest Guilford on Bind.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, maybe not so much because I felt like there was just one too many people in lamps, but it's not going to matter. And once again, Northwest Guilford doing what they do best.
Almost the flawless.
Getting dubs and popping off. The pop-off is real with Northwest Guilford.
Hard to face off against that when you have a team popping off against you. And
they're going to win, and then they're going to let you know about it.
Exactly. And that energy, it just reminds me of like the old Call of Duty LAN days.
That's too much. Okay, maybe not.
Maybe not that much.
Yeah, no, that's too.
Maybe
much.
Halo. Halo would probably be a better one instead.
Still though, I mean, you know what originated in Halo, the tactical crouch, if you know what I'm talking about.
That's true. That's very true.
I mean, again.
Well, we instructed players to be respectful when it comes to stuff like that. Don't do it too much, and again, have that good sportsmanship.
Only in good taste.
Only in good taste.
Only in good taste. And again, you could still be cheeky and not be toxic. For example,
True.
You could still. Do a little dance. You could dance a little bit. The little jitterbug. I do it sometimes. You can do the little jitterbug.
I would die if we saw a student come up and do that.
It's not against the rules, though.
Technically not.
You can get away with it.
Yeah. But again, we encourage good sportsmanship here.
Absolutely.
So, got to be respectful. But it's always good to celebrate a win. And just popping off with your teammates is the best way to do that. Still, as we delineate on dancing or not dancing on your enemy's graves.
Not on the grave, just dancing in general. Like when you get a touchdown. Do you do a touchdown on the person that you just scored on, or do you just do the touchdown dance for the dance?
That's fair. That's
all right then. Getting back to the action, though, here we are in round number 2. Northwest Guilford looking to plant again on A, and they're able to get the job done, and they're able to do so without any type of conflict here. As once again, the post plant not going so great for NCCA, but that's to be expected here in round 2.
That it is. NCCA not in the best spot. Already having 2 players down with the Yoru and the Rays. Now also the Killjoy. Just a couple of spots left and some good shots from that Rock dude who felt really confident on the Cypher before, so I'm liking the looks from them. And Ruby Phantom already taken down all up to extents, and they couldn't do anything. A flawless coming through from Northwest Guilford. They're trying to make this a speed run.
Flawless victory. But now, this is where we're going to get the telltale sign of how this map is going to go.
Exactly.
If we see Northwest Guilford get the bonus round, then that's pretty telling. However, but if we do see, NCCA able to make the round here, which they should, because again, they are going to be able to get the better buys. We are seeing a decent amount coming from the side of Northwest Guilford, as they are going to go double Vandal here, but the remaining 3 are all Spectres. So NCCA still have the advantage, being that they are full stack Vandals, full stack rifles. So we'll see. Again, this round should be very telling.
That it should. 2-0 currently. Northwest Guilford doing everything necessary to get the victory early on and keep the motivation going. I mean, popping off every round too definitely helps keep the confidence flowing for your team. But NCCA, the big thing for them is making sure that you can at least get those entry frags. Just defend as best as possible against this Northwest Guilford squad and just get something going early on, because every first frag we have seen so far has been from Northwest Guilford, and you need to slow their roll somehow.
Yeah, and also, I don't know if y'all noticed, but in the beginning of the map, Northwest Guilford, they waited out the utility from the dog before they decided to push. So again, that gave them a little bit more time to operate, but now, here we go. It's going to be trades being made. This time, it is going to equal out 3v3. As you can see, the spike is going to be planted onto the B side.
Spike planted.
And now look at Ruby Phantom still lurking here in elbow.
That was big from Extent, getting a 2-piece for their team to try and even things up as much as possible. But unfortunately, I believe their teammate behind them shooting them a little bit in the back, and then also the smoke coming out and them getting taken down afterwards. So we do see Luce and Lunar get one get the second one as well. One more remaining. There it goes. No, but from behind instead, the defuse comes out from Ruby Phantom, and that is a good turnaround for NCCA. And that's exactly what you're talking about for us to look out for.
100%, and to be honest, that was like one of the cheekier flanks I think I've seen in quite a while, and then no one even expected to turn around. Like, you already heard the audio cue of your teammate getting eliminated, and then you're thinking to yourself, "There's no way." you turn around, and then all of a sudden you're taking shots to the dome piece. But regardless, that was definitely a good round from NCCA, and like we said, it is going to be very telling because now we know, given the circumstance, they can answer back against Northwest Guilford. And even though that they did, they still result in the broken bye because it was a win.
True.
But like we said, it's an expensive win.
A very expensive win at that. So NCCA, we'll have to see how they can continue forward here against Northwest Guilford to try and tie things up early on in the round. I think this is the first time actually we have seen a lead of 2 be cut except that last series. Usually it's been like 3 to 4 or even 5 rounds by one team taking advantage of the situation in those first 2 matches of the day.
Yeah, well, here we go. Justin trying to fire through the smoke now as the Clovall does go out. And they find themselves holding the W key, not going to be able to find an limb, but now they do get some worthwhile information, knowing exactly where the enemy Yoru is.
Moved at the right time.
Yeah, and big snake bite coming as well from Thigby to find one, but still they don't have the player advantage. It is a 2v4 thanks to Kinduin, and that will be a round win, the equalizer to NCCA.
Huge rally back for them as well after those first 2 rounds. Didn't feel as confident, but NCCA proving their might and why they were a higher seeded team in this competition, able to win the conference for the independent conference as well. So these are 2 conference winners facing off against each other in the semifinals. This is the action we are expecting to see back and forth in those first 4 rounds.
Well, here we go. I mean, they're here for a reason. Like you had mentioned, this is like the cream of the crop coming from Greensboro region. But we're here to find out who the best in Greensboro is.
Truly.
And it could be one of these 2 teams as we continue on going into round number 5. You can see the spike now heading over towards Hookah. Going to be sending out the clone early. I mean, no one's going to fall for that. I mean, that one was just a little bit too obvious, but now we know that the Yoru is in the teleporter. I mean, look at Monty. They just know. They're waiting for someone to come and peek. And out comes the doggo into Hookah. And there goes Kinduin getting the cheeky limb in the backstab. As that is going to be the first elimination there, NCCA with an early player advantage.
Nice for NCCA too, but again, that's only 1, and we need more where that came from for that squad. That rock dude, unfortunately for Kinduin, their back was turned and not in the right position. We've seen that rock dude do a lot of flanks in the past, and that was huge for them as well.
They were on the Omen, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, that's correct.
And they were honestly doing some great work. But again, I just like seeing the versatility. Being able to go on one map and play controller. Now you're on Bind and you're turning Sentinel. A lot of range of talent here.
Very true. I was looking at their ranks and kind of like who they were favoring to play before, and that is something we've noticed is a lot of the players on Northwest Guilford had multiple roles that they were feeling comfortable with. 3v2, 3v1.
That was so risky. Going straight forward into the poison orb. Ruby Phantom now from Lamps. Really not much they're going to be able to do, as it is going to be a big thrifty round coming from Northwest Guilford. And that is the 2nd thrifty round of the day, and I think Northwest Guilford has gotten both.
No, it was the other North team on the other side.
It was the other North team.
Northeast Guilford.
Northeast Guilford. But it was Guilford, though.
It was a Guilford team.
It was, in fact,
Guilford are the thriftiest conference. Nonetheless, though, Thigby leading the charge this time for their team, looking really confident as they can for their squad. I mean, trying to think back to how their team performed before with the previous matchup, and they looked really confident throughout the day's competition. Now we just got to see how quickly they can take that lead back into their match, the swing of things, excuse me. Thigby with 19 kills in that game, and Penta with 22, so definitely something to look out for. And Justin taking down Kinduin with that Yoru.
Off the dimensional drift. You had the dimensional drift so you can get the intel, and you do the run, you're looking for opponents, and even in Valorant, the key rule is to check the corners, and you're in dimensional drift, you check the corner. Oh, it feels bad, but I gotta say, if you're on the side of Northwest Guilford, it feels pretty good, as they're gonna be able to take the spike once again over towards the A site. Thigby thought about the Viper's Pit for a moment. They're gonna hold on to it.
Smart.
But my goodness, I was getting excited for a second.
I think they know they don't need to use it just yet, especially with how the way things are going. Exactly. Wait to see what the other team does. You know they're feeling confident, especially with one player remaining. JJO only with the Sheriff. We'll see if they can get at least another one before the road to help a little bit. They do pick up the Vandals that can be a bit more confident, but time ticking down. They are surrounded. Seeing if they could get one more, but no, all 4 players are pushing in onto them. And hey, we got player cams.
Yeah, I was about to mention that. I was like, have those always been there?
No.
Okay, I didn't think so. But yeah, no, I love the player cams. There we go. Now we can put some faces to some names as we get our first timeout here on Bind. And once again, it's time for everybody's favorite segment. It's the Vaudable and Etsoka Show.
Woo.
All right, so once again, here we are. And, you know, I'm going to ask you, you notice here in tactical shooters in general, you got some people that prefer to play towards the right, other towards the left.
That's true.
Where do you align in that regard?
Right for sure.
I am also on the right side of that argument, even though I'm left-handed.
Okay, cool.
Fun fact, you know, this is my predominant hand. I'm left-handed, but I still prefer to being on the right side. I don't know if that has any correlation, just commenting.
You know, there is an interesting thing about that, too, because there's so many situations where people like that are left-handed have been, like, forced to play right-handed in different games and sports and stuff, too, just by how much, like, peripherals and everything else that's out there is more right-handed focused. So that's an interesting tidbit. But what is also interesting here, too, is I think this is the perfect time for a timeout in the first half from the side of NCCA, because that's something we missed from Research Triangle. They waited till 5 rounds are taken against them. Now we see it 2 to 4. It is a little bit of a closer affair, and this is the time to try and change things up. They weren't feeling too good. It was an eco round as well, and they were only able to get like 1 or 2 kills that time. So now changing things up. They have their eco. This is the time to strategize, and look at that. They have 4 of their ults. That's exactly when you want to try and strategize.
Absolutely. Well, thank you all for joining us for the Vaudable and Etsoka Show. Now it's back to our regular scheduled programming. It's Northwest Guilford versus NCCA as we get round number 7 underway. And you can see the spike is lining up towards B main. The Seekers are already coming out. There's another segment, by the way, for the Vaudable and Etsoka Show. I'm going to save the question. I was just reminded of it, but just know it's going to be a banger.
I'm ready.
As the spike now continuing to push forward, the clone goes out, but no one's buying it.
We'll have to see what's happening for NCCA and Northwest Guilford on who is going to take this one after the timeout. So far, for the most part, after the timeout is called, the team who has gotten the timeout has won. See if that stays the case here. Carlson Monty backing off completely. I think that's a wise decision, getting some information and then dipping. Hinduin just waiting on an angle here. Justin looking for anything that they can get, trying to get some more intel. The player cams, as you know, are just rotating around for the players on that side. Not necessarily for the individual player that we're watching, but Justin is able to get that. We might need to move them down a little bit because it is blocking the kill feed.
That is unfortunate, but it's okay. You know why? Because we are still here to bring you all the information that you need. Meanwhile, Ruby Phantom is making their way through, and now out comes the Viper's Pit. And again, it's one of those scenarios where you rather have them use it, even if with the 5v3 advantage, than not use it at all.
And that makes so much sense. You get some more information, you get some more damage on them. Ruby Phantom using their ultimate, and they are going to be able to take out Penta because of that. But there will be the kill coming through from Kinduin. There is 2 players taken down by Carlson Monty. Great read from that, and this is the first time in a while we've seen a timeout not result in a round win.
I was about to say, there's no shot you throw that. I mean, you invested the Viper's Pit. You had the 5v3 player advantage. Yeah. There's no shot it doesn't go your way. But with that being said, right now, Northwest Guilford looking really strong here as they're able to get the 5-2 lead, and now they have enough money to retire on. I mean, the credits definitely favoring their side here.
Yeah, 3 rounds in a row, the first time a team has been able to do that too. Unfortunate for NCCA, but it is how the cookie crumbles in these attacking sides. Northwest Guilford Sense now trying to see if they can get some information. Nobody really coming down mid, so they'll have some room to work with and know that they're probably going to the A site now.
Yep, they're going to be able to get a little bit of util, well, intel. As now you can see J-Joe able to find an limb with the Sheriff. What a shot to put it into the Yoru using the good old-fashioned Peacekeeper, you know. And now it is a 4v5 in the favor of NCCA, but once again, they're going to have to try and pull out a Thrifty.
Poison's off.
We'll have to see if they can do just that. Northwest Guilford down by the individual player, but they still have that Sky ult to work with. Maybe clear out some room for them to advance onto the site. And this is the longest amount of time it's taken Northwest Guilford to push forward. They're not feeling as confident as they were before based on the ults available to the other team. But NCCA, this is a round that needs to be won. If they go down with this after the timeout and using the Clove ult, it is a difficult position to be in.
Absolutely. Now you have J-Joe lining up
30
here
seconds
towards
left.
the middle of the A site. You got Kinduin in the lamps,
Smart.
able to get rid of one of the Seekers. Trying to spray with the Stinger, but it's not going to be any good. Thigby is going to be good for an Elim.
planted.
J-Joe now with the Showstopper looking for an Elim.
Ooh.
They're able to find Thigby in the crossfire. Now only 2 players remain from
Oh,
Guilford.
no. It's not going to work out as well for JJO that time. Ruby Phantom, though, still waiting for some positioning to try and see if they can take down their opponents and go for that spike defuse. Good positioning, though, from that Rock dude. Nobody really in a good spot to take them down. Finally extends with the Sheriff that time. Vandal positioning, and no, Monty taking down Lucent Lunar. Extents will have enough time for the defuse, but at what cost?
I mean, that was a must-win round.
Thrifty.
At least it feels that way, and it is a big
True.
Thrifty. So now we have our 3rd Thrifty of the day, this time going to NCCA, and we've had 2 Thrifty rounds in the same game.
There we go. It's a very thrifty day.
Yes, love to see it as we get ready to head into round number 9. And now the economy's starting to look a little bit more even here, a little bit more balanced in the budget. And we're seeing full rifle buys coming from both sides. Unfortunately, though, it looks like Monty still has enough for a shield, so you might want to confirm. There it is.
Yeah,
okay.
can do it only with a partial shield as well, so not exactly what they would want, especially being relatively the top fracker, but for the most part, NCCA, excuse me, a bit of a stutter there, have been kind of even when it comes to getting those frags.
Already, you can see it's an into the scout, and that should give additional amount of intel. You can see the spike heading over towards Hookah. Extends now from Tube. Going to be keeping an eye on Hookah. As you can see, the Dimensional Drift does get activated, and now they're getting all of that intel. And they're going to be able to relay that to their team as they are able to teleport out of the Dimensional Drift. And now the clone does get eliminated. Penta still trying to find Yoru in that crossfire, but thanks to the elimination feed, we can see there has been one elimination onto the Clove from Guilford.
That's huge, too. That Clove from Guilford has been doing some great work against NCCA, so they needed to focus on them heavily. Kinduin also getting that Rock dude down, too, who's been feeling very confident in this game specifically. Northwest Guilford really have to change things up a bit, but they do have plenty of time to work with to try and get that spike down. Thigby waiting patiently for Ruby Phantom. Will be a trade out, but they'll take that.
Planted.
Oh, yeah, that was some good trigger discipline. Again, you don't know how closely behind that KJ was. So again, way to use your patience there in order to get a good read. But Extents now looking to end the game here and now. They get a read and they're able to find the final elimination onto Penta. And just like that, NCCA are back in this game on bind.
Down by 1 round, 2 in a row for themselves, and that's the most we have been able to see from them is 2 in a row each time, but they need to get more of a rally than that. There's only 3 rounds remaining in this, and that is smart timing for a timeout for the side of Northwest Guilford.
And once again, it's time for the Vaudable and Itsoka show. And I'm glad because I was waiting for this specific question. Yes, absolutely. So far, we got to see 2 Sky ults, the Seekers coming out. Are they cabbages or jellyfish?
Jellyfish.
Agreed. Now, if you ask Ravishing Ravish or Ravish,
Ravishing
also,
Cabbage?
Yes, Ravishing Cabbage. They were also one of our co-casters for the CMS Esports League, very familiar here at VESL, and they will tell you that they are cabbages.
Maybe
they
there
are
are jellyfish that are made out of cabbage.
No, it's one or the other. You can't have both. It's not a pseudo cabbage.
I got you.
It's going to. I'm team jellyfish.
I think it's a
for the record. But when they come out, I see a lot of casters.
Because I feel like cabbages would just roll on the ground. You know, jellyfish,
exactly. They don't have
like
tentacles.
Float. Exactly.
In the jellyfish, they have the tentacles and they bloop bloop like a blooper.
Exactly. See, there we go. Let us know in the comments if you think
new Smash character, by the way, is going to be blooper.
I
not
hope
confirmed.
So.
Completely fabricated.
So. If we do get a new Smash, I mean, we've been told so many times that we won't be getting one, and then Sakurai's like, "Well, I have one more in me." Either way, we have one more. Well, a couple more rounds, not just one more, 3 more on the half before we get into the next bit. One more for NCCA, though, to try and tie things up with Northwest Guilford. They have been trying their best to rally back after dropping the first 2 rounds in this game, getting a couple themselves, and then kind of back and forth between the both of them. Those early picks on the Northwest Guilford, though, in that last round were huge for NCCA to be able to get that 2nd round in a row. And wise from Northwest Guilford to make sure that they can take it more easily against NCCA, stop the bleeding before it becomes a big problem. And that's what we talked about with the timeouts in the first series of the day that Northwest Guilford were able to do.
Yeah, and honestly, that was a great early pick here because NCCA are definitely on a comeback looking to equalize as they're able to find that Yoru early. And honestly, the Yoru has been one of their biggest advantage or disadvantages. You know, trying to find and put an end to that Yoru has been getting quite a good amount of eliminations, and they had their ult at the ready. So being able to get rid of that ult is huge.
We'll have to see what the Cypher can get information-wise from these cameras, but really not too much. Putting some shots out here and there. Only one player down from Northwest Guilford, and as you mentioned, a huge win for NCCA to take them down in time. But even then, still plenty of chances for Northwest Guilford to win out this round. Unfortunately for Thigby, they didn't expect Extens to be just chilling in the smoke.
30
I
seconds
mean,
left.
from now on, like, and not even from now on, but usually, you know, for
Shoot
me,
the smoke.
if I see smoke, I'm just going to straight up blind fire into the smoke every time.
Might as well.
Spike
Ruby
down.
Phantom with a two-piece though, and there is a defender's win. Only dropping one player. That's the first time this entire game we have seen them only lose one player to win a round.
Yeah, and not just that, but now they are able to equalize 5-5, a complete turnaround. And then, of course, like you said, Ruby Phantom on the Clove, leading the way there in that last round, getting a 3K, and, you know, living up to the reputation of Clove being a smoke, but also a
pseudo-duelist.
Pseudo-duelist, exactly. Oh, and now take a look at this. Look at Justin now. Going to be breaking out the judge, trying to look to have a little fun. But they have their ult at the ready, too, so they might dimensional drift, blind, like Flash, and then judge out of the dimensional drift.
That would be so cool.
It's just like Raze. Same way that Raze plays, and that's why we see, you know, these duelists with the judge. But already, look at this. I mean, Monty now with the Clove getting a two-piece thanks to the kill feed.
Unfortunately for Justin, they weren't able to find anyone that time, so it does get onto the site. Spike is planted.
How are they going to find him?
5-3.
How are they going to find him when Clove was eliminating them all?
Exactly.
There's no one to find.
Oh, they're all gone. Distracted.
The pre-fire. Oh, my goodness. Well, I think the jig is up.
Yeah, the jig is up there. But, hey, that gives them just some more room to work with for NCCA. Maybe they heard a sound cue and were like, oh, they're coming around the corner, and just a little bit mistiming there for them, unfortunately. But push in. That was a great dissection from Northwest Guilford on the challenge through the smoke. Nothing that NCCA could do to stop them. Good comeback.
And I really think it was interesting that, you know, we saw Ruby Phantom right on the Clove. They popped off in the round before getting a 3K. And then, of course, Monty was like, okay, well, I can't have my counterpart upstaging me. You know, I got to get some limbs on the board, too. And now they were able to find, you know, their frags, respectively. But, you know, at the end of the day, just throwing it out there once again, it's the Viper Thigby. You know, because Viper is, in fact, her, for the record.
Very much is. And one thing I want to note, too, in this series compared to the last one for Northwest Guilford, Pento is definitely more of a high-fragging player. But right now at the bottom with 5, playing more of a support role for their team. And I like that position for Northwest Guilford. You know, focus around exactly who is feeling the best depending on what the map is. And Monty started the show for the most part, other than, you know, Thigby from what we've seen.
Yeah, and then you know what? We're also seeing like the competition between the double duelist and double controller meta.
Yeah.
You know, again, I prefer double controller here on Bind specifically, but I got to give credit to NCCA. They are really utilizing their duelists. Again, like
Truly.
if you're going to go double duelist, then you got to go frag, you got to go gunny. And right now what we've been seeing both from the Yoru and the Raze is that they're playing aggressive, which is how you have to play if you are going to be double duelist comp. Even on the defensive side, you still got to bring that aggression when you're going double duelist.
Well, NCCA down by a round. A little bit more to go before the half, and it's all going to come down to this first frag, I feel like. We are just waiting for that moment to be upon us. Extens gets the one on the Ghost, and there it goes, taking down Justin. But Carls and Monty got the first frag specifically, so really just more of a trade-out between the two teams as they will be rotating quickly to the A site.
Oh, yeah, not bad at all. I mean, they managed to make enough noise over towards the B site. So, again, this rotation is definitely called for, definitely necessary, as now you can see the Viper wall does go up.
On A, too. They're so confident on the A site. I don't think they've lost an A site take.
You know what? I think you're right, actually.
Yeah.
They're going to be going for the A site again, and we don't blame them. Time expiring, but the plant does go down, and now there are 2 ults at the ready as well. You got the Clover ult from NCCA and the Cypher ult on the side of Guilford, and speaking of Cypher, they decide to show up.
I
That
know
was huge to take down Extens, so top fragger for their team, but also can do it. Speaking of top fraggers, doing really good for their squad. Carlson Monty looking very confident as well, but they need to get this defused.
This is why we love the neural theft, because now you got the 2 pings, you know exactly where they are, and they were behind boxes, they were so vulnerable, and now big Clove ult coming from Ruby Phantom to try and clutch up. They're gonna body block the defuse. Pros
That's
don't
huge.
fake, you stick that, and there we go, Kinduin. Pro
Wow.
status. Pros don't fake.
Wow, that was huge. Make
Switching
sure that
sides.
you use your Clove, who had their ult, used it, and just stay in the smoke to stay alive as long as you can. Body block, as you were mentioning, go into
Play
the
the game.
second half, and that was an amazing play from NCCA to tie things up.
That's how you use Clove, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
100% from the grave. That's how it's done. And I haven't, we've seen some plays, right? But that's the first one I think deserves to be in the top 5. Highlight reel. I don't know if we have one, but it definitely should be.
We'll need to get one.
That one needs to be in there. That was a beautiful Clove play because, again, Clove is still new, so we're still seeing unique new ways to use them and how they can become more viable. And right there, that was a great Clove play. That is going to become more frequent. Get ready to see that a lot more.
Hopefully we will see it a lot more between these players, but I'm excited to see a lot more gameplay between these two teams. Tied at the half, as close as it can get, and really back and forth with the rounds too. It wasn't necessarily like one team dominating for the most part and then the other team just coming back. It's been very even between these two squads. I feel like this could be a potential like grand final match. They were on opposite sides of the bracket.
Yeah, if only these two teams were on the opposite sides of the bracket, but no, not. I mean, one of them has to go, right?
Yeah, one of them has to at least get that $2,000 for their team.
100%, and I would also love $2,000 for my team, which is just me. So, regardless, you know, we're not good enough. We're just not good enough at Valorant to, you know, to play.
That's why we're here talking.
Exactly. This is what we get paid to do, is to jibba jabba. But it's all good and gravy. As you can see, we do have ourselves a tie game, which honestly, I gotta say, I don't see that often on Bind. Going into the second half with a 6-6 split. So for me, it's very seldom that happens on Bind.
Especially because it's so usually heavily favored by one side or the other. So Northwest Guilford, they did great at the beginning of it, but NCCA, I feel like a lot of it has to come down to their fortitude. Some good trades back and forth, but the defensive end for Northwest Guilford in these pistol rounds feeling so much more confident. 2v2 situation though, Carlson Monty in a good spot potentially, and no, Ruby Phantom wasn't really looking at the right spot at that point in time. Spike did go down. Now it is a 1-on-2 situation. Carlson Monty just on top of the crates. Same with Justin. They're shooting, and eventually it's going to connect to get that finish.
There we go. I mean, big clutch there. And it's again coming down to a lot of the controllers here. And I think the double controller is even going to do them more favors on the defense than it had on the offense, which could be completely capped, by the way, because we have seen some good offense from the smokes, particularly with the Clover. Again, that pseudo duelist, but also with Viper as well. And believe it or not, the devs themselves even said that Viper is a pseudo sentinel. Believe it or not.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. I can see that. Well, now we'll see how NCCA respond to losing the pistol round. It took them 2 rounds in the first half to really recover and get things going for themselves. So Northwest Guilford have to see what they can do here and now.
Oh, big limbs coming from Guilford. My goodness.
That was massive. That's a round.
Oh, yeah, facts. But at the same time, it is the second round of the second half.
Yes.
So they're able to get that bonus buy. Meanwhile, you do have a Lucent Lunar just being a lurky turkey. Gobble, gobble.
That's what you want to see when you're the last one remaining on
good?
your squad. That was pretty good.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd rate that an 8 out of 10.
All right, bet. Well, I mean, good luck. Now we're playing hide and seek. Are they going to be able to find Lucent Lunar, who is just
they got a
currently—
minute, so.
And they have Spike. You know,
They
that's
do.
one thing. Like, more often than not, when you see last player standing, they usually don't have Spike.
They don't. Usually it's in like an odd spot in a bad position, but I think that was their strategy, is like at least have that player remaining for them to desperately try and bait out the just rotation from the other team to maybe get a sneaky spike plant, but it's not going to work as well as they were hoping it to. So all of them are not falling for this bait. They know they can just wait it out, and they don't want to give them any extra eco.
Yeah, I was about to say, if anything, they're just trying to deny, you know, the extra frag.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't blame them. Go ahead and go, you know, hide a little bit more. I mean, you just hit for 30 seconds, hide for 15 more. But now the jig is up. They know where they are. It's going to be a flawless victory, and that is going to be Monty with the Sheriff, it looks like. Was that the classic?
Note down your
Couldn't tell.
observations,
Regardless,
then let's run
doesn't
it
matter what
again.
weapon it was. It's still a round win, going the way of Northwest Guilford. And this is where we saw NCCA begin to make their comeback in the first half.
That's very true. So we'll have to see what NCCA can do against Northwest Guilford here, specifically in this second half. If we'll see any more timeouts coming up from them, or if it is going to be Northwest Guilford just taking this in stride and moving on into those grand finals. NCCA, bit of a struggle into those first 2 rounds, so we'll have to see what they can do.
Well, let's see what they can do. You got Extens already just trying to challenge anyone who is brave enough to peek that. Unfortunately, no elimination until Monty comes in and finds another one with the Sheriff. They are just clicking today.
Feeling so confident in this game, making it a big difference for their team of Northwest Guilford. And on the defensive side, feeling a lot more confident than they were initially on offense, too. Even with what we saw in those first 2 rounds. Rock Dude takes out Incense, Spikes down, too, and this is a bad position for NCCA.
I'm just seeing a lot of momentum Monty. You know what I mean? Like, remember we had momentum? Yesterday, for the record, yesterday during Rocket League, we had a player named Momo that was absolutely cracked.
Truly.
And so they had the momentum, but today it seems like it's momentum Monty.
Momentum Monty trying their best, seeing how far they can make it through this offense from NCCA, but still, Northwest Guilford, a struggle to see what they can do.
Yeah, and meanwhile, you do see Kinduin making their way, going to look to get the spike plant down onto the B side. And you see that's not a bad round either for NCCA, because at bare minimum, at least you get some spike money.
That's true. You do get that spike money. You do have a chance to, like, hopefully in the next round, have a better opportunity to really push the issue and see how far you can push this round and get back into the swing of things, because Northwest Guilford, they have had full control of the second half on the defensive end.
And Northwest Guilford, you know, and they have a good opportunity to get yet another win here. Look at the elim, though, but Thigby able to play it very slowly and find that final elim, and also a couple of cheeky body shots there at the end, too.
A little bit. Not too many. I think that was the perfect amount.
It's the magical amount.
The magical amount, yeah. So 6-9. We'll see if this will continue to be a monumental lead, and that is smart from Rainbow, the coach at NCCA, to go for a timeout this time. So last time the timeout didn't really work out in their favor. This time I think they desperately needed this one so that they could make sure they don't give up too much momentum to Monty momentum this time, and give away the rest of the series, because this being just the best one, this is your only shot.
I mean, I feel like the momentum's already gone.
It is gone.
And again, I'll be a little bit of a pessimist. Again, I'll be the villain here. I'm pretty much a villain already. I'm bald and I have a cat. So, you know, I'm essentially a villain at this point.
What kind of cat?
It's actually like, it's not a tuxedo cat. It's a cow cat. So it's black and white, but it's cow pattern.
Gotcha.
And that's what they're called.
Do you like have a big chair that you like menacingly pet your cat? And
no,
turn around
I actually talked to my wife saying that I want to get a big like lazy boy chair.
Yeah.
But you know, I refuse to wear an eye patch though. Regardless, again, this is all part of the Vaudable at Soka show. This is the content you get at the Vaudable at Soka show, and there's no better time than a timeout. Because guess what? Now we've had so much fun. The timeout's over. Now we can get back to the game.
Back to the game, back to the action, and back into seeing exactly how things have been going for both of these teams. I mean, looking at the stats specifically, it's really been a struggle for anyone other than Kinduin, I would say, for the most part, to keep things consistent in their KDA. Ruby Phantom was doing really good in that first bit, and I feel like they haven't been able to get going in this second half, so really need them to step up big for their team. Using the Clove here. We do see the gun poke out through the smoke. A little bit too preemptive on the shots. Was maybe expecting them to go for a full push, but unfortunately for Ruby Phantom, not going to happen at that time, and they were looking in the wrong direction.
Strike down A.
That's got to hurt. That's got to hurt.
Oh, my goodness. And one thing that I had to point out immediately, Northwest Guilford got the bonus in this half.
They did.
They got the bonus round, so again, it's no surprise that they're able to come out with a flawless victory there. But that's why I was mentioning during the break that I feel like the momentum is gone, because the bonus round is now in the favor of Guilford. And they didn't get the bonus round in the first half. They got it now. And because of that, they managed to go 4 unanswered rounds.
4 unanswered rounds in a row. 3 more to go for the victory for Northwest Guilford and into the money. A big thing for them if they can get to that point in time. But NCCA, not over yet for that squad specifically. Needs something to change for them, though, because on the offensive side, it just hasn't really been a good position for them on this map, and they need to get things going fast against this Northwest Guilford team, who seems even better on defense.
Now, we have discussed earlier that I am anti-Cypher nerf, right? But one nerf I do agree with wholeheartedly is that the doggos, the obstacles, the util can trigger the Cypher traps. I absolutely love that.
That's very smart. Well, the defenders win. 2 more rounds to go for Northwest Guilford, only dropping a player that time, and I believe they had 2 flosses in a row, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, they did.
Yep.
So,
They
again,
sure did.
the momentum we talked about has not left Northwest Guilford since the second half started, and I feel like if NCCA got started a little bit sooner in that first half, got like maybe the 3rd round after they had their comeback going, so in round 5, they could have continued that forward into a better second half. But because it was tied and they had to fight so hard to get to that, it was a struggle. I like the remix, Ruby.
Yeah, I was actually digging that. You know, they were just kind of like chopping it up, you know, like. Anyway, real quick though, you know, now, I mean, I guess, you know, we're getting into the next round. We're going into round number 18. Northwest Guilford looking really strong. They got 2 ults at the ready, and now they're going to be pushing forward as the Seekers come out, or the Jellyfish, non-cabbages, looking to find their targets. And that is a big snake bite. Again, this is why I love that molly, because it really does hinder any type of progression, keeping Guilford in showers for now. But here comes the swing as they're able to find at least 1 there. And we have ourselves a 4v4. Still 2 ults at the ready for Northwest Guilford.
And those ults are going to be a big thing for them to potentially close out this series. Holding on to them, I would advise for the next round specifically, and then that way they can use it to their advantage there. But with it being 4-4, this is the closest we have seen NCCA versus Northwest Guilford since a couple of rounds ago. So really got to see what their strategy is going on to the site. They have time ticking down, and they don't really have the best weaponry to work with.
Well, here we go. Kinduin going to be throwing out the teleport. They're going to make their way to boxes, which is still risky as they go for the blind. And they get blocked by the clove smoke. Very well placed. Ooh. And they will be eliminated now. It is a 4v2 going into the post plant. And here comes Momentum Monty to find 1. And they activate their ult. My goodness. Did not need to spin the ult there. But coming from the other side, Ruby Phantom also uses theirs. The Cloves just want to use their ults today.
They do. They want to use their ults. They are feeling confident with their characters, but again, or their agents, excuse me. But
Match point.
Okay, I wasn't expecting that. I didn't know how it worked, but that was funny.
That was funny.
So that's
only lasted so long.
That's also another really good use for the ult, because you could. I'm just now learning you could still use the defuse. You could still defuse and still deplant, or deplant. You could still defuse or plant while in, I'm going to call it phantom form. I know there's a name for it, but regardless, the Clove ult, right? You resurrect, and you could still get a defuse. You can still plant. That's still pretty clutch.
It is pretty clutch. Well, match point for Northwest Guilford. They still have the Yoru ult ahead of them, and we haven't seen a single round from NCCA in this second half. They already used their timeout, and their time is dwindling in this bracket. NCCA, unfortunately, weren't able to play their first series of the day due to a forfeit from their opponent. But now facing off against Northwest Guilford, who took down Research Triangle High School from the same conference, of independent conference for NCCA. Northwest Guilford are looking to win it all.
Yeah, that they are. But I got to say, good first start here for NCCA. They're finally striking back. They get the player advantage. Huge elimination there onto Thigby, and they should be able to get a free plant now onto the B site, and there it goes. Meanwhile, Momentum Monty from elbow, able to get a cheeky backstab onto the KJ, and they're making a lot of noise in the dirt right now. You can hear those footsteps from a mile away. There's now that rock dude going to be making their way from the attack, or from the defender spawn, able to find 1, but they take a lot of damage for it.
Only 1 player remaining too. This is wise for NCCA not to really peek too hard on this spot. Make sure that they can defend this as best as possible, and again, trying to see if they can get the defuse through the smoke, but the best positioning there. They do take 1 down as a 1v1 situation. Having to go for the spike and really just wait for the time there, but Kinduin does clutch up with 3 kills. Not out of it just yet.
Gotta reload. I mean,
gotta reload.
Don't get me wrong, you had 3 bullets, which is, you know, essentially what you want for the Phantom, but if you miss just 1 of those, you know, you're kind of cooked, unless it's a headshot. Regardless, though, great round. Coming from NCCA, they're able to rebuttal. They're able to come through and get a round with. They're still alive here and still have, you know, those 3 ults at the ready. So they very well can take a second round.
That's what they need. I mean, 6 rounds in a row for Northwest Guilford. Not where you want to be, especially in the second half, in the semifinals, with only the 1 game, 1 map, deciding if you make it into the money or not. So NCCA might have an opportunity if they can continue forward with that fury that we saw from the last round. But the Yoru ult does come through, does reveal the positioning of their opponents, and they are going to be in a good spot to try and see where they need to go.
Yeah, and when you think about it, you know, Kinduin, a little creepy, you know, because they were spying on the enemy team in the showers.
Yeah.
A little creepy.
Gosh. Lucent Lunar planting the spikes, excuse me. Some good kills coming out so far, back and forth between these two teams. Only 2 remaining for Northwest Gopher, and still 2 ults available for NCCA to lock this down. Thigby, one of the top fraggers, though. You got to keep an eye out for them specifically. Turret gets an alert onto them, and then Lucent Lunar will take advantage of that.
Yep, that they will. And now NCCA, all of a sudden, they have a second wind in them. You know, they're really starting to answer back, and they should be able to confirm this round. As you can see, Penta now from up on high in heaven, looking to try and get a read. And there's really not much doing. At this point, you save the Vandal. GG, go next.
And this is huge for NCCA with this win, I would say. I mean, having those 2 ults available to you still after getting a second round in a row, but they need to continue getting round after round after round, and the most we've seen from them is 3.
Yeah, well, if they are able to pull a third round out, they can set themselves up to try and equalize. But once again, we have ourselves a timeout. Getting ready to head to our favorite segment, the Vaudable and at Soka Show. And I got to tell you, we've seen a lot of skins here today, a lot of cool skins. What has been your favorite?
My favorites are the arcade ones.
Oh, the RES, the Radiant Entertainment System.
I love
now,
those.
don't get me wrong, it is my favorite bundle, but it is not my favorite skin.
Oh,
there is a difference. They
What's
have
your favorite
bundles
skin?
and they have skins. My favorite skin, because I am a big fan of 80s horror movies, and because I am basic, I like the Xeno Hunter skin on the Odin and on the Phantom, more so on the Phantom because it has a side attachment for a heartbeat sensor that doesn't work. And somebody was, and it's so funny because they even asked, why doesn't the Xeno Hunter heartbeat sensor work on the Phantom? Because it's not set for human heartbeats. It detects xenomorphs. You big
That makes
derp.
a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense.
Exactly. You have it on the wrong setting, homie.
Well, maybe they'll have to jerry-rig it and use that eventually at some point in time. But still, perfect time for the timeout from Northwest Gopher. Again, using it right after 2 rounds are won by their opponent. Slow down that momentum and take their time to breathe for a second. But if we do get this 3rd round by NCCA, then it's technically anybody's game, but still only 1 more round is needed unless we go to that OT situation between NCCA and Northwest Gopher. And this is a long journey for NCCA.
Yep, that it is. But, I mean, they've already did the hard part. You know, they stopped the drought.
True.
You know, they were able to come back and get a win. And not only that, but they got like 2 in a row. So, again, they have done the hard part. Now, if they get this 3rd, that is going to be huge. Now you're back in the conversation if you're able to get 3 rounds in a row. So, again, this is going to be a big round. Again, Guilford on match point. They're trying to get the win. They're trying to go into the grands. And then, of course, NCCA looking to turn around and make a comeback. Kin to win now from inside the smoke. Throws out the decoy. It works. It hits. Now the doggo goes out as well. Big blind, big stun. Kin to win. Able to find the Elam, but look at Monty. Momentum Monty finding a 2-piece of their own, and now only 1 player remains. Lucent Lunar. Again with Spike. Has to make a miracle happen for NCCA to stay alive.
They have their ult at least, but now they give away their position after the ult from Sky, so that is not the best position you want to be in for Lucent Lunar, trying to 1v3 the world and keep your team alive for NCCA. Northwest Guilford, the widest angle you could ask for Penta to go and take that, but no, Monty stole the kill at the end of it. Doesn't matter, though, because you got the win at the end of the day and move on to those grand finals. $2,000 guaranteed for Northwest Guilford.
Yep, it's that Monty momentum. You know,
momentum.
It could not be stopped as they are able to come through and get the win. And, of course, who else to top frag and lead the lobby other than Monty?
There we go. Now we have the stats back.
There it is. You can take a picture now.
Thank you.
For those wondering why, it's so that way we can keep track of the stats and we have things to refer to.
Exactly.
So that way it at least sounds like we know what we're talking about.
Of course, of course. Well, the biggest struggle here was that the middle of the pack for Northwest Guilford, that much stronger than it felt like for the other team. Ruby Phantom was doing really good at the first half, but kept getting shut down early in a lot of those rounds. And because it was a 6-round rally after the first half for Northwest Guilford, at that point, it's like there's only so much you can do, and you have to be a really good team being able to come back from that, already being on match point, and then get some wins. And unfortunately, their timeouts did not work in this go-around because the positioning from Northwest Guilford, it did slow things down a little bit, but even then, there's only so much you could do against the squad that honestly I feel like has the potential to take it all.
Oh, absolutely. And you know what? I got to give Monty just a little bit more praise here because not only were they able to get the top frag with 28 eliminations, but because, again, they are that controller, they got 12 assists 12 assists
Wow.
for a total of 40 elimination participation. So
That is
even though they got 28 eliminations, they contributed to 40 of those eliminations. So in a way, it's a 40 bomb.
It's a 40 bomb. I mean, that's exactly why they were able to get the win, because Monty was the one popping off. We didn't see that happen in the first game of the series, or the first series that they played today against Research Triangle High School. Monty wasn't really as much of a presence for their team, so that was a big win for them. Unfortunately for the side of NCCA, this is where they bow out of the tournament. Independent Conference bows out for Valorant as well, but we do want to give a shout out to the players, Kindu and Extent, Ruby Phantom, Lucent Lunar, and JJO there for showing up and participating. Let's talk about the SSBU final. We do have the brackets there. We'll go over the Valorant bracket, or the SSBU bracket here. It is Ragsdale versus Allegheny. It makes sense because Roxborough, their best player, couldn't take down one of the players on Allegheny. So Allegheny, they must have a stacked roster there specifically. And we haven't seen Ragsdale High quite yet. You've seen them a little bit during the break. So that's going to be a little bit of an interesting matchup there specifically, because that'll be a best-of-5, best-of-3. So one player versus one player for the first best-of-3 of that set. And then it will be you choose a player out of the 3 for the 4th one, and then you choose one that wasn't the player who played the 4th set into the 5th one. So it's a little bit interesting.
I didn't follow a word you said.
It's confusing, honestly.
Yeah.
So
I got lost in the sauce, to be completely honest.
yeah,
with you.
basically for the 4th set, you choose one of your players to play it. It doesn't matter that they've played before. And then for the 5th set, it just can't be the one who played the 4th set.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, so your 2 best players usually play the last 2 sets.
Okay, and then that's going to be a best-of-5.
Yes, best-of-5, best-of-3.
Now it makes sense.
Yes.
I'm there
A
now.
lot of Smash is
took-
basically what it is.
It took me a moment. I arrived late, but I did make it.
We got there in the end, and that's what's important. Regardless, though, we are going to be taking a break. We'll be back with that SSBU final, or maybe we'll be going into another bracket. We'll see after this in just a bit. Welcome back, everyone. We are into the grand finals for Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. It is going to be Ragsdale versus Allegheny High facing off against each other in a best-of-5, best-of-3 format. So it's going to be very intense between these two teams who rise to the challenge all the way to the grand finals, into the money, but one of them can take on the lion's share and move on to the state finals.
Yep, and here we are. I mean, it has been an absolutely long day. We got to take a peek at some of the Smash matches. Not all, but we have gotten to see some great talent, particularly from our two finalists. And again, they're going to be competing for the money and for their ticket to go to regionals. So again, a lot on the line here. States, my bad. We're at regionals.
We're at regionals.
Yeah,
they already got their tickets.
Exactly. They're going to be able to go to
get your tickets for next week, though.
Yeah, exactly. You could still get your tickets for that for Charlotte regionals
and
next
Wilmington.
Weekend. There's a lot going on.
There's a lot going on.
We are busy at VESL, but let's get busy going into the grand finals for the Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Greensboro Regional Championships.
Bayonetta versus Incineroar.
Love it.
The wrestling moves coming out from the Pokemon, but also Bayonetta. The recovery that you have on this character and just the combo potential is insane. So hard for them to recover, for specifically Incineroar there, but not much ledge guarding happening from Siren.
You see, I absolutely love this because, again, you have like the chalk up damage, which is Bayonetta. They can get a lot of damage done very quickly, but they have little to no kickback. Incineroar is literally all kickback. So this is going to make for a great matchup. Ooh, be gone!
Spin to win for Incineroar. That's what I always like to see.
I told you, Incineroar is just like all kickback.
Throws him into the ropes, sent to the heavens. Tanking some of that damage as well, which is also so important for an Incineroar player, and just the confidence from these two. Bayonetta taking them into the sky, high and dry and away, and easily taking off that stock, but 53%, pretty decent for Incineroar with the amount of damage they're able to do.
Yeah, I mean, that's where the Bayonetta is going to get the most advantage there, just being able to carry their opponent into the blast zone, whether it's straight up or to the sides. And then Incineroar, not the greatest recovery and not the greatest offstage. So if Bayonetta can get Incineroar offstage, you immediately have an advantage.
See if that happens even more often here, especially with the percentage that's being put on to Tito. I like the spacing as well that we're seeing from this Bayonetta. Unfortunately, could not get a connection there, so instead will be punished for it.
That would have been huge, too. I mean, it might not have been able to get the elimination, but it would have been really close. And now, Incineroar off stage, looking to recover, but they missed the down spike. So close, as now it is really dangerous for both players here.
Allegheny, I mean, a mastery of Incineroar with the recovery for Tito. But eventually they're going to be sent packing. 120%, not going to last for too much longer. And they are going to use the Witch Time to make sure that they can't escape and go for the combos. Trying to finish them off with 2-stock lead. That would be huge. Gets them off the stage, but they will recover in time. Not for too long, though. Almost got the spike there. That would have been a huge win for them. But still, 64% while we are at 120. That is huge for Siren.
That Witch Time was sick. Again, it's so hard to time that appropriately. But not only did they time it, but then they let it into a combo doing big damage. I mean, 75% onto the last stock. No way! There's no way that elims. We got debated by the elimination animation. Even when I saw it, I was like, there's no shot that elims.
Just sent them flying, good DI, but really didn't need too good DI to stay alive for that one, especially with the recovery that Bayonetta has. Now trying to focus in on that finish, but still can't ledge guard Incineroar for anything here. Instead, trying to do their best to grab and throw. Whirlwind it up, but no connection from Incineroar this time. And they're still trying for the spike, but
the command grab! There it was. And like literally I was just waiting to say it. One clothesline and it's a wrap. You get the command grab, you're gone. Goodbye. Incineroar comes out with game number 1.
That was really close between the two. I mean, Bayonetta, Siren almost able to combo them when they had their second stock to take the final stock from the Incineroar, but just in the last few moments was not able to keep it up. Bayonetta not as strong at comboing as they used to be in the previous game, so
well, that was broken. That's why.
I mean, it is what it is.
Like Bayonetta was the Steve of ancient times.
That is very true.
Which is why now we don't have Steve.
Yeah, I mean, at some tournaments they do, and they
Not
enjoy
at this
playing
one, we
Minecraft.
don't.
So
Yeah, if you can't tell, I'm on the Ban Steve bandwagon.
I am
for
also
the
on
record.
the bandwagon.
Yeah, we're all aboard the bandwagon. But with that being said, no reason to ban either of these characters. They are good. As a matter of fact, we're about to see another really good character, the Zelda. And you know what? I actually really like this matchup against Incineroar because Zelda, again, a pretty good pseudo-zoner.
Yeah, I like it too, especially using the Guardian there and doing everything necessary to zone things out. The Din's Fire is so effective as well, especially when you combo with it and the Guardian too. So that's what we see off the edge of the stage. They knew with Bayonetta they couldn't really do as much against this Incineroar, so that's their strategy, it feels like. Get them off the stage, then use the Din's Fire.
Yeah, and then Incineroar is just like insanely close range, right? You're taking grapples time and time again, but if they can't get close enough to grapple you, you're going to get yourself a win.
Woo. Nice damage as well from Siren onto Tito this time. Not falling for the bait, and there we go! Clean with the teleport, taking them down and to task.
And there we go. Again, great counter pick here. And that was a question I was even getting ready to ask. In this format, is counter picking allowed? And sure enough, it most certainly is.
We'll see what happens for Allegheny if Tito does go down in this one, on what their pick will change potentially to be. The big thing about Smash and a lot of fighting games is there's so many different characters that are out there that you can choose from. And if one's not feeling good or the best matchup you could have against your opponent, you can change it up.
Yeah, again, like Smash in general has to be the largest character selection of any FGC title. It just has to be. But with that being said, I mean, Siren here on the Zelda doing some fantastic work currently with a 2 stock lead, but still holding on to their first stock with 76%.
Telling the future on how this has been going so far. There would be a 3-stock victory for Ragsdale.
Yeah, I kind of showed my hand there.
a little bit. Might have cast a curse it, but still, finally a connection there. Throwing them to the ropes again. Waiting for them to teleport onto the stage and eventually able to get a stock. So huge for Siren, or for Tito, excuse me, but Siren still has a 2-stock advantage. Even at 0%, feeling so confident against this player on the Incineroar. Looking really good. A good counter there, though, from Tito. And there's the Din's Fire to finish things off. And that's what I was talking about. Using the Din's Fire once you get the Incineroar off the stage to finish them off.
And that was a fantastic round. Game number 2 going the way. Really quickly, too. I mean, that was a fantastic round. But now you open yourself up to the counter pick. We already got to see one counter pick come out, right? And it worked against the Incineroar. Now, are we going to see our Incineroar player stick with it, or are they going to counter pick? Honestly, I highly advise a switch.
Probably a switch up, yeah. I mean, you have to have someone who's a bit more resilient when it comes to those moments. So we'll see what happens, what they're going to change up, or if they're going to stick with their main. We're getting, I believe, Battlefield for the map. It seems like they're picking here specifically. No, they're actually going to Pokemon Stadium 2. Love Pokemon Stadium 2. I mean, it's a classic as well. And we'll see what the pick is going to be here for both of these players. Might be a Terry on the other side. Okay, and then
Good
Zelda
pick.
for one end. So Terry versus Zelda. I'm so curious to see how this goes for the Terry.
Honestly, I can dig it because, again, Terry being a brawler, they do like to operate at the close range, but they do have, like, long-range options. They can hit the geyser. They can hit some of those long ranges, especially when they have Go Meter.
We'll see how they build things up. I mean, not necessarily a wrestling character, but close enough to it.
But they are speedy.
They are very speedy.
They're going to be able to close that gap a lot faster than Incineroar.
And that's going to be the big difference maker here for Tito against them. So we can see the players on the cams there for a second. But nonetheless, Tito versus Siren. This is the matchup to determine who is going to win the first game of the Grand Finals. Or the first set, excuse me. This is game 3 of the first set. They'll have to win 3 sets this time instead of the 2 that you had to for the remainder of the matches today.
Yep, and good maneuvering here coming from the Terry. Going for that up B, wasn't able to land it though. Instead, they're going to go for the down tilt. Still not connecting, but a beautiful up smash coming from Terry in order to take the first stock. Well done, Tito.
Tito feeling very confident on this Terry. Had to change it up after losing to the Swift Incineroar and countering all of the maneuvers that we were seeing from Siren on Pokemon Stadium 2. This is huge for them once they were able to come back and the comeback came out from Ragsdale, excuse me. Now just with the counter pick, works out well enough for them.
And here we go. Here comes Go Meter. And let's see what they're going to be able to do with it, if they're going to be able to utilize it here. 67% on the second stock. They go for the geyser, but it's not on target. So close, and yet so far. As now they are.
Oh, no.
No, what? I thought they had the recovery.
They almost did, but they went a little bit too far from the stage, so the Guardians sent them flying off of it so they couldn't grab onto it. That was a great tech from Siren. Unfortunately for Tito, they couldn't do anything there, so even things up a little bit more, but 111% to 10% still heavily favored for Tito.
Yeah, still, that is a great amount of damage onto the Zelda's second stock here at 121. Shouldn't take much more to send them to the blast zone, but Siren holding on. And again, that looks like a forward tilt.
It does.
Okay, I mean, it might be a forward smash, but to me that definitely looks like a forward tilt.
Siren really struggling to maintain and gain control, combine the words, for the neutral zone and stay with their solid footing throughout this Pokemon Stadium 2 matchup against this Terry. Terry's feeling so confident, but even then, the percent building up against them. They got to be careful getting these ledge grabs. It's been a difficult time for them, but eventually they do get that stock. They have the advantage for now, but how long will it last?
Yep, 'tis the question. But still, that was good on Siren in order to get 88% onto Tito's second stock. Now instead 95 into the red, into the danger. Ooh. Zelda can definitely eliminate here if they find an opening, but now the go meter is online and it does hit. Then that is big damage, as now you can see Tito trying to catch up in the damage percentage, and now Siren starting to rely on that utility just a little bit more.
All comes down to this go meter and what they can do with it to try and take this final stock, but not really able to connect with anything here and now. The Guardian doing some good work. Dim's Fire forcing them to use their shield and taking some of that energy from it as well. Neutral zone grab not working out for Terry, but they are able to get some sort of percent onto Siren. This is coming down to the wire for Siren.
Yeah, that was a big upbeat and a great use of go there just to deal out a little bit more damage. 97% now onto the Zelda. They go for the up smash. It doesn't connect. And now we are down to one stock v one stock.
Huge for Siren, but as you mentioned, one stock v one stock is not equivalent because 120% for Siren, 0 for Tito Terry, as they are doing so much work, so much damage with this new character that they're picking, but they got to be careful off the stage.
Whoa.
That was dangerous.
Great recovery, though. And again, Terry not the greatest off stage. I would say that their recovery is like mid.
Very mid.
At best.
Low mid.
Yeah, but with that being said, you can see Siren now trying to operate the up smashes, able to deal a little bit of damage, and honestly still surprised Zelda is still in this with 140% damage.
I mean, it just goes to show the fortitude that Siren is having so far with this zoning you were talking about from this character. And Terry has not been able to really put any damage until just then for quite some time. Time ticking down, 69% to 162. Still anybody's game depending on the positioning of these players. And Terry's got to be careful not to be overzealous on these attacks.
162%. And you know what? I say this joke a lot.
Oh, that's it!
And I'm not going to say it now because, my goodness, unbelievable. There's no shot.
The combo comes out.
Takes that. And again, the joke that I often say is that you wouldn't think that Zelda is that heavy. And she would not like me calling her heavy. But she just took 162% from Terry, survived, and then took the stock and the win. Unbelievable. Game number 1.
GG.
Decided.
GG Siren. I mean, that's what I was talking about when it came to the positioning and the confidence from these players. Terry definitely seemed like the better character in that matchup.
Oh, for sure.
With the way things were going. But the neutral zone was completely controlled by what we saw from Zelda there. So, Siren, I mean, kudos to you. You're going to be a dangerous player to play against in potentially a round 4 or round 5 if we get to that point.
I mean, we'll see. But already that's 1 point decided there. And that is just going to put them that much closer to, winning the regionals and punching their ticket to state.
That's so unfortunate, too, for the other side, for specifically, I think it was Allegheny that they were facing off against Ragsdale. Because Allegheny doing everything that they could and were so close. Just one good hit is all it was going to take to send them flying, but unfortunately could not do it. The up B combo is able to work out perfectly. It happened so many times with that Zelda, and that seems to be their bread and butter.
And what was so infuriating about that from the perspective of Allegheny there, again, when you're on that Terry pick, is that literally all you needed was one opening.
Just one.
You just needed one hit. Now, granted, they were able to get the cheeky hits in, the combos.
Yeah.
But
it wasn't enough.
It doesn't have the kickback.
Yeah.
So, again, that's why we saw Tito constantly going for those forward tilts, trying to get that hit in, because that will confirm. But, again, Zelda just doing a really good job of picking and choosing when to take the damage.
Well, we'll see how this next game goes as these players get set up, doing a little bit of a rock, paper, scissors.
Some Rochambeau.
Yeah, so we'll be getting into it as we can, but you can see the arena here, players still getting ready for their matches for Valorant, but also we're going through these SSBU finals as we can. I believe they are playing it a little bit in the background too. Currently looks like it is 2-1 for that Valorant match. So as
we're playing the Valorant match off
Yeah,
off
they're
screen?
doing it for the semifinal just to keep the kids going and keep them playing.
Fair enough.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, we've been focusing on Valorant all day. Come
You're
on.
right.
We got to give some credit to the Smash kids.
No, 100%. Are you kidding? I wanted to give all the concentration to the Smash kids. No offense to Valorant, but I'm here for the Smash. To be honest, like this is what I wanted to see. So trust me, I wanted to see more. But at the same time, that's the semifinals.
Yeah,
we get to see who goes to
We didn't get
Grands.
to see the semifinals though for Smash. So
well,
give
whose
and
fault
take.
is that?
Scheduling.
Regardless,
we
though,
only have so many hours in the day.
Oh, 100%. So again, we're going to petition for a 25th hour, just so that way we can get as much esports as possible. But regardless, here we are back into the Grands. We got Ragsdale going up 1-0 over Allegheny.
Allegheny.
Allegheny. I'm gonna butcher that so many times.
Good. It's all good.
Allegheny. I want to say Albany. Like that's the first thing that exactly. That's the first thing that comes to mind. Is like okay, Albany. But it's Allegheny.
Allegheny.
Boom, crushed it. But with that being said, I'm really going to be surprised if Allegheny doesn't answer back in round 2. I mean,
their best player that we saw against Oxygen wasn't playing that first round. It's a big thing.
Exactly.
So they still have
even
them. They
still,
have the K rule still available to them. So that might be a good thing for them to pull them out. Probably in the second round is what I would assume, depending on like the matchup between these players. So we'll see once we get into it specifically how it's going to go there. Nonetheless, though, Allegheny, Ragsdale really showing their might throughout this tournament and throughout the competition to get into the money and now into trying to make it for those state finals. And that's where it's going to come down to the wire. If that was the first set, came down to 3 games and 1 stock and 1 final move, I feel like the rest of these are going to be pretty similar.
That is exactly the case I was about to make. That was not like a one-sided adventure
Not
at all. As a matter of fact, it was a comeback, if anything, because
Truly.
Tito literally had Zelda on the ropes the entire time. But it was correct, perfect defensive input, almost on the scale of the Daigo parry. For anybody that remembers the Street Fighter Daigo parry, one player was on the defense, literally had to make perfect 10 consecutive inputs in order to avoid the damage to make a counterattack, and I feel like that's what we saw from Siren.
Well, we'll see what we can witness from these players on Smash round or set 2 of this best of 5. First one did go in the favor of Ragsdale, and we get a Little Mac versus a Sonic this time. What a matchup.
Chaos is about to ensue.
And
By
the
the way,
Emeralds.
chaos is about to take place. Sonic, literally the fastest character in the game. Little Mac, literally the fastest brawler in the game. And also a glass cannon.
Very much so.
And then so
It'll come down to those KOs.
it's going to be just ridiculous amount of speed coming into this next matchup. It's going to be hard to keep track of, to be honest.
It will be hard to keep track of. We've got Smile versus Box.
Love it.
Sonic versus Little Mac.
Nah, I'm calling them Smiley Face.
Smiley Face? Yeah,
Not just Smile. That's Smiley Face right there. Smiley Face Sonic. Again, going to be using a lot of those rolls there. And this is going to be the main strat the whole match, by the way.
Spin to win.
Yep, spin to win.
Staying on the platforms versus staying on the ground. I mean, that is also the strategy between these two because, once Little Mac goes flying, it's really hard for them to recover, and that is their biggest weakness. So Sonic trying to get them off the stage and follow through with that, and that is their big key point to try and take them down. But the brawling style of Little Mac, very interesting to see how they'll do against a Sonic.
Not to mention the amount of damage they put out. Like Sonic, you're going to have to combo that, and you're going to have to chalk up a lot of damage. However, with Little Mac, you can get 1 to 3 hits in, and you're already going to find yourself with a lead. I mean, look at that. Just 1 hit, and that's, what was that, like 15% damage?
So much damage. So Smiley Face is apparently Neuro on the side of Ragsdale. So we got it switched up on the screen here.
Smiley Face is still better.
Smiley Face, yeah, is still better. But
Nuero.
Guero, Neuro, either way.
No.
They have the KO available for Box to try and send them flying and take this first stock, just waiting for the time to use it. Fortunately, had to use it eventually. Was hoping that it'd be baited out by Sonic, but still pretty even between these two. Once it's off the stage, though, there goes Little Mac.
Yeah, that recovery is not great.
So close, though.
As you can see, the recovery is definitely not good.
Neuro instead of Nuero. There we go.
As you can see, that is going to be the first stock now gone off of Box. And Neuro looking really good now as they already try and go right after the second stock of Little Mac.
Sonic is such a cool character, too. It's so hard to control those spins as well, and that's a big thing with high-level Sonic players. They can really go wherever they want on the stage. And we've seen that so far from Neuro versus Box this time, but still having such a high percentage. Unfortunately, ran out of their jump.
And here we go. We're basically even again, to be honest.
Pretty much.
Yeah, and now you can already see, once again, going for that spinning headbutt. Not going to be able to land. Good up smash, though. Being able to deliver that damage. Again, it's going to take a little bit more than that as they are able to follow it up once again. Going off stage!
No.
But the recovery is there.
Had the recovery that time, but they were going for broke on that play. And unfortunately for Little Mac, they didn't fall off to their doom that time. So they'll have to get back on the stage as quickly as they can, dodging the Sonic, who is being a bit too overzealous. But no, the KO punch does not come through.
Like that's it right there. You gotta land that KO punch, otherwise the stock is essentially forfeit. But still though, Little Mac, again, being a glass cannon, can definitely deal out a lot of damage very quickly. But the problem is that because Sonic, again, is the fastest character in the game, they're just so hard to pin down.
Hard to pin down, hard to face off against. And Little Mac trying to stay grounded on the bottom of the stage for the most part, which makes sense. The platforms are Sonic's domain, and he is going to send you flying yet again.
Well played. I mean, that last bout right there, well played. They knew they didn't have to get much. They just needed to find that opening, and they were able to find it. And again, the mobility of Sonic matched with the accuracy that is coming from Neuro is what is making them such a high-level threat right now.
Box trying desperately to just get something under control. Went for a counter, didn't really work out well enough. Back onto the platform, so maybe that is the strategy you need to go for instead of staying grounded with all the speed that Sonic has and how much damage the spins can do against you. Just patiently waiting and baiting them out, and Box really not falling for it too much, so Sonic's just like, okay, I got you instead. I'll meet you right in your own domain and beat you to the punch time after time, and dodging that punch, unfortunately. Neuro feeling really confident in Box, not able to really do as much as they would hope.
Yeah, and you know what? And that's why, having the platforms is such a big difference maker. Because if we were on Final Destination, we might be seeing a different story. But again, you can see that that Neuro, again, baiting a lot of these openings out just by sticking to the platforms and then being able to drop down unexpectedly.
Ragsdale, if they get this win, potentially be able to come out on top against Allegheny with one more round after this. But again, still a best of 3, so even if they lose this game, talking about Allegheny, they still got at least another chance to make it so it's not match and championship point throughout the series itself.
Honestly, just watching Sonic go into that little ball of fury is just so nerve-wracking. Because you never know what's going to happen. Are they going to fake it? Are they going to bait it? Are they going to commit? Is it going to hit?
Ooh.
Am I spinning bars right now?
Maybe. There we go. Box is finally spinning when it comes to those combos, but again,
no KO
122%. As you mentioned, no KO punch. Had no luck with that so far. No luck in this game. One full stock, 0% on the Ragsdale player. Neuro, not really too much they had to worry about that time. So I definitely expect the character to change up.
I don't know. I still feel like it's still doable. Again, it wasn't like a bad matchup. Again, all you got to do is really get the timing down onto Sonic, and then you're going to be gravy. I mean,
Sonic is so, like, squirmy, though.
They are. But still, I honestly fully support the Little Mac matchup. You can try and go for a different pick. By all means,
the
try.
Little Mac up?
The Little Mac up, yeah, sure, 100%. But with that being said, again, when you have Little Mac and you're in those high percentages and you don't have KO punch, you're done.
You are done in those situations, and they weren't able to get connection as they were hoping before, so a difficult spot for them to find themselves in there. Still, we'll see how things progress into Game 2 of this grand final of Set 2. Game 2 of Set 2. Mm-hmm. Still a lot more action to go between these two, but Ragsdale looking very confident against Allegheny yet again with their second player here, and we see the matchup just going next, Lil Mac versus Sonic, and we'll see it again definitely going to be a different stage, though, this time because they can't play the one they played last time.
Oh, absolutely. And you know what? We were talking about, how can you possibly go after this Sonic? If you was to come with a counter pick with Sonic, which one would you go with?
I honestly don't know.
Exactly.
I would go with the sword character.
It's
probably.
tough. I would agree 100% because you have that extra reach.
Yeah.
Or hear me out. And again, we don't see the pick rate anymore. But if you're going for a little extra reach, why not a Min-Min?
No. No, that's just wrong.
Come on.
Your opinion is wrong.
Okay,
That's what I'll say on that.
All right, fair enough.
Any opinion that has Min-Min involved in it, no.
Why you got to hate on Min-Min? Regardless, it doesn't matter. We're on Final Destination, and now this is a better chance and opportunity than any for Box to get a win here. No longer baiting out the platforms here.
Yes, and that's the big part, too, changing it up for a better stage for them. Perfect block, though, from the Sonic. Neuro doing some good work, and we do see the up B doing what they can to try and uppercut onto the Sonic. Smash attack really not working out as well as they were hoping it to, but it doesn't really matter there.
And it's so disheartening because you see Little Mac often trying to go for these up tilts into up air, into up B combos, but every time they land even one up tilt, Sonic is already just getting out of it.
He has so much movement to work with, and that was very nice to see from Box, too. Been a lot more confident on just a single no platform stage.
The calculations are coming in.
They are.
They got the timing down
Fine-tuning.
now. You see, now they got the timing calculated. They're able to hit another uppercut. Now the KO punch is online. They get the
There we go.
And there is
Two in a
the
row.
KO punch.
What a comeback here from Allegheny in this second set and game 2. Feeling so much more confident, but it will come down to that third map. And if we do have the win from Box potentially, then the map pick will be all in the hands of their opponent. And that's going to be a difficult situation for them if it's something with platforms.
Well, here we go. Let's see if Box can continue to time these Sonic dashes correctly. As the dash attack not going to be any good, they're able to get the forward air back onto stage. Find themselves in the center. Another little dive kick coming from Sonic. The recovery is there, though. And now the damage percentage is starting to try and even out a little bit, but still, it is a 2-stock advantage for Box.
That it is, and so much damage going on over to that Sonic, and that is going to be all she wrote. 3 stocks available for Little Mac that time. That is a very confident victory, the most confident one we have seen so far, but there's going to be platforms on the next one.
I mean, that's very on point with Little Mac's characteristic. You either cook or you get cooked. It's literally one or the other.
True.
It is one or the other.
You're either cooking or you're burning the food. It's one or the other.
100%.
The best meal out there, you're like a 5-star chef, or you don't know how to cook at all and you're a caveman.
That would be me.
Trying to get back to the stage and then just fall
Bro,
over
I could
yourself.
cook a mean salad, though. Like, legit. But,
oh, gosh.
yeah.
But still, we'll be seeing how things go for these teams as best as they can between this matchup. And again, as you can see, our producer here, shut up. It's all good. But we still have this matchup that is going to be happening for Ragsdale and Allegheny. And it's not over if Allegheny do go down here in this third game because it is a best of 5. They still would have another set at least to keep them alive. Otherwise, we'd have a 3-0 for Ragsdale, which I would not have expected going into this matchup.
I mean, honestly, maybe not, but at the same time, we did go to the third round in game 1.
That's true.
So, I mean, this is exactly what I expect out of a grand finals. Now, to it be consecutive game 3s.
Imagine all 3 sets being game 3s, but the one team wins it all. I mean, that would be so frustrating because you're like, at least let me get a 4th set. But no.
And you know what? Right now, I got a lot of respect for these players because it seems as though that they are going to confirm and stick with their original picks.
I like it.
So for this best-of-3 series, there's no character change. You know, we started with these characters, and we're going to end on these characters.
So it was a Battlefield that we had before, then Final Destination. So we still have small Battlefield available, too, to be picked.
We have a lot available. We can go to PS2.
PS2, also lots of platforms. Not as favorable, I would say, for Sonic because they're a little bit more wide from the Battlefield setup that you typically see. So,
do we have kilos?
Yeah, we do have.
Okay, we can go to kilos, and then honestly, that one would favor Little Mac a little more.
That would have for sure, but Little Mac isn't the one choosing it; is the Sonic choosing because they lost the last one. So that's the big thing. They do at least get to ban 2 maps out of the pool that is available once they do get the win. So we'll see exactly which one we are going down to here and now. And it is going to be, of course, Little Mac versus Sonic. I feel like he changes outfit every time, which I like to see. And we are going to Town and City. Okay.
Now this is interesting. Are we sure? Yeah, okay. If this is Town and City, because for an instant I thought it was Smashville.
Oh, it might be Smashville. My bad.
If it is Smashville, then these platforms aren't going anywhere. If
Yes,
it's Town and City, then this is going to be interesting. But yeah, it does look like Smashville to me. So again, this one should favor the Sonic because not only do you have platforms, but you got 3 of them.
So many to work with, different positions, and a bit of a wider stage too compared to some of the other ones we've seen so far. So.
Oh wait, no, this is Town and
It
City.
is Town City. Okay, I was right.
Yeah, you were. The Town and City, because the platforms are now gone, and Little Mac trying to find a way to take advantage while they can because those platforms are going to come right on back.
That's huge for Allegheny here to try and regain a lead throughout the competition. Try to tie things up with the series itself. 1-1 in the set, but down by 1 in the series so far. Sonic not feeling as confident with the positioning of these platforms either. Really just trying to play keep away for a bit until they come back.
Again, you got to chain so many combos along with Sonic, whereas with Little Mac, all you need to do is just find one solid opening and you're dealing 15 to 20% damage. Now KO Punch is online. Still not going to use it just yet. They're holding on to it, 111% damage. They're looking for an opportunity, but now KO Punch is officially gone.
That would have been the perfect time to use it. Unfortunately, they weren't feeling as confident with it, and now Sonic has plenty of room to work with, but it is still no platforms available for just this moment in time. It's going to give some room, pretty even percentage, 108 to 111. Platforms coming back, and this is where Sonic's domain returns on Town and City.
Yeah, big up tilt there coming from Little Mac. Surprised they didn't try and follow it, but they're going to just send Sonic straight to the blast zone. Don't pass go, don't collect 200, and give me the stock.
The stock might be taken by Little Mac. There we go again. Sonic and Little Mac even up 2 stocks apiece, 0%. I'm liking this combo here from Sonic. Take them high and dry away from solid ground and making it that much more difficult for Little Mac to feel confident.
And here we go, 2 stock beat 2 stock, and all is fair and all is square. Now the platforms are gone, and we're going to be taking a ride back to the city. And right now, Sonic doing a good job of keeping the damage in their favor. Little Mac still trying to find an opening, but once again, it's going to be up to the Sonic here. It's going to be up to Neuro to whether or not they can avoid the damage. They're going to have to play mostly defense here.
And that's going to be a big thing for them, too, if they can play that defense and keep it away from this Little Mac. Got a lot of percentage on them, the KO Punch as well. It's going to come down to just them playing keep away, waiting for that KO Punch to come out. And unfortunately, they did not time it at the right moment. Did get back onto the stage, but that was dangerous.
Hey, regardless, that was really close.
Oh, the counter barely timed off as well.
I would still consider that decently timed. But again, I love that the adjustments that Neuro is making because, again, on Final Destination, you know, Little Mac had their number, like 100%. They were nailing every single uppercut, every single KO punch, but now it seems as though that Neuro, the Sonic, has changed their pace.
Neuro has changed their pace, and that's made it that much more difficult for Box to really adjust here in this 3rd game of set 2. Platforms back, though, making it such like an even battle, back and forth battle. Platforms, Sonic feels good. No platforms, Little Mac feels good, but also Sonic not really too much percent, so they can stay alive for a while. And Box really wasting his invulnerability there just to think for a second. Might have been better just to go in for some percentage.
It's just crazy because just a 2-hit punch from Little Mac is like 15%.
Yeah.
Like, that's insane. So again, they don't have to find like a long stream combo. They just got to find one opening. And right now, Sonic is doing a good job of just being able to avoid that damage like we discussed earlier. You have the fastest character in the game. You got to be able to move.
There we go. Finally a connection onto the Sonic, but how long will it last? Sonic really just staying away and doing the best that they can, but also putting on some percentage. And this might be the final all she wrote for Box to get a good connection from the Sonic. Nice, they got the KO punch. They need a connection. They haven't gotten a single KO punch connection this entire 3rd game.
We're waiting that out. We're not going over there.
No.
Not with the KO punch online. I'm not going over there. Look, they're thinking about it. Do I want to go over there? I mean, I had the KO punch. This is risky. I'm at a high percentage, 85%. They go for it. They tried to bite, but now it's too much danger. I think that KO punch is just going to expire.
It is going to expire, and that's exactly what the Sonic wants to happen. But time is also ticking down, too. And we might have a timeout situation if it continues this way with the way the Sonic is playing. But they do get that away, still have their KO punch available for now.
No
Using
way.
the shield. No, they couldn't use the KO in time. What?
Fox held on to the KO punch until they were on the final stock. Unbelievable. Able to steal the win away.
Oh my gosh.
Box comes out to take the game in 3.
2 comeback wins. One from Ragsdale in the first set, now one from Allegheny in the second set. Third set comes down to this, who will have the advantage moving forward in this best of 5. This is what we wanted to see all day from Smash Ultimate. Going into the final, this is amazing.
How did they hold on to that KO punch for so long?
I don't know.
I mean, my goodness. And then not only that, but saved it after
Perfect
getting
timing.
just the forward smash, like the dash smash or the dash attack, whatever you want to call it. Doesn't matter. Just from saving the KO punch and just using that last hit to get the second stock, and then immediately revenge stocking, or not even a revenge stock.
That wasn't even a run stock.
But just timing that
See
KO
ya.
punch, and they didn't hit it the entire game.
No.
They didn't hit the KO punch once the entire game until the very last
False
stock.
sense of security.
My
That's what that was.
goodness.
A false sense of security, and unfortunately, that did not work out well enough for them. So we do see, I believe it was Ragsdale win the rock, paper, scissors. So I think they pick first here specifically for the map. But regardless, it is going to be crazy to see exactly what we go to for this matchup on which I think these are the top players for both of these teams, or at least on the side of Allegheny from what we saw, because that was the King K. Rool who was really doing good against Roxborough.
Yay. I love King K. Rool. So I'm happy with that. Yeah, let's see some King K. Rool action. I'm down for it. As we get ready to head into our next match, we are still trying to determine on where we are going to play. But right now, I mean, this series dead even at 1 game to 1 game apiece in this best of 3. So, again, this is looking pretty good. And, speaking of, I mean, Allegheny arguably could have, should have, would have won game number 1.
They should have.
And then they answered back in a major way. So, again, this is not going to be a one-sided venture at all.
No, this has been a nail-biter for both of these teams on who's going to come out on top. So I've been loving it so far. You can see the perspectives of them and their teammates rooting behind the players, specifically here. And now we'll see who is going to come out on top in this next game. It won't decide anything, though, because it is a best of 5. Just want to make that caveat. It was a best of 3 for all the other Smash matches that were out there, but right now it is not. So we're getting into the game. Didn't have a chance to see the fighters, but we'll see them on the screen for a second. Who are they?
We got Fox and we got King K. Rool.
A classic matchup.
Honestly, when it comes to the Star Fox characters, I like Wolf and Falco more than I like Fox.
But Fox is like such a character that people have used so many times in every single game.
But how are they going to do it? But how are they going to go against K. Rool?
Speed.
Good luck. I mean, both Falco and Fox, Falco and Wolf, I feel like are speedier than Fox.
Wolf a little less, more powerful than Fox specifically.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
But again, you got to get through that rough exterior of King K. Rool. And then not to mention, you're going to try and use the blaster, and it's going to go right into the belly armor.
It's the combos, though. That's the big thing to look up for them. Kind of similar to what we saw from Sonic with like the scissor kick that they were going for specifically. So
good timing too. Again, K. Rool, like we said, is a little bit slower, so you can find more openings if you're Fox.
Yeah, because Fox is such a popular character. There's so many different guides out there for them on every single matchup. So you know how to play against anyone that is out there. Sif taking their time to get back onto the stage, try to belly flop onto them, and gonna be taken out already. And this goes to show Corvo, nothing to scoff at.
Absolutely not. Good first stock there. Off of the King K. Rool, doing some early work here now. Here comes the down throw. Looking for the uppercut, not going to be able to finish as the crown does go out. Comes right back in, and you can see constantly this K. Rool is trying to bait Fox back into the center stage.
It makes sense to do that. I mean, that's where they have their domain in the neutral zone and are feeling confident. We saw that in the series against Roxborough. Come towards them, tank some damage, go for a grab and throw, an up throw, excuse me. That was the move that we saw that one time that we're thinking was command grab. Still some great work from the K. Rool, but even then, the slowness of the K. Rool just going to make it that much easier for Fox to build up that percentage against them.
Yeah, and right now what the good timings are coming from are a lot of these up tilts that are coming from Fox. Those are the things that are hitting And you know what? We really haven't got to see good use of the belly armor yet either. Good back throw there. Not going to be enough to confirm as they throw out the musket. Ooh. And the down spike off stage will get the job done. But still, a long way to go to try and tie it up for Sif.
Punch down to a watery grave in that first stock for the Fox, but it would not prove to be enough for them to feel very confident because they're still at a high percentage, even though they are K-Rule. Another grab, back throw to the other direction. Can't really connect with any of the projectiles this time because of how speedy this Fox is. Trying to use their crown and anything else that worked out well in the other series, but this time it's going to be a little bit more difficult for Sif to really do anything against Corvo.
Yeah, I mean, a big limb there, too. That was huge. And only 13% gone off of their second stock. So unless, you know, Sith is going to be able to just absolutely lay waste to Corvo, you know, it's definitely looking like a not one-sided, but it's looking like the match has been predetermined, even though that is a pretty big back throw. Going to do nice damage. Ledge guard is there, and they're able to capitalize. Now we're back to one stock v one stock, and the damage is not bad.
That was huge for the side of Allegheny to be able to come back a little bit there for Sif. Corvo was feeling so confident on top of the world with combos, spacing the timing that we've seen from this Fox, and just dribbling them in the air, basically juggling them left and right. But these throws are really the big work that are being put in. Side B, though, working out properly for the Fox to get back on stage.
Yeah, you really can't afford to miss that ledge guard either with the down spike. That would have been huge. But look at the damage percentage, slowly but surely starting to even out. And that was a big up throw there. And now the up smash coming from Corvo. They tried the up tilt, didn't land. And now the recovery from K-Rule with another missed belly flop leaves them exposed to take some more damage.
Corvo just trying to maintain the spacing and keep it away from Sif.
Belly flop.
Get some more percentage up there as well, but timing on the recovery was perfect for Corvo over top of Sif for the finish. Beautiful.
And again, a big round. That is going to be 1-0. Going the way of Fox here and Corvo. But now you got to answer, you got to ask yourself, are you going to go with a counter pick or are you going to stick with the K-Rule?
I think they're going to stick with the K-Rule.
I would think the same because it did come down to the wire. And like we saw with the Sonic in the previous matchup, once they were able to start to get the timing down on a lot of these speedy maneuvers, that's when you can rein in with the big damage. So, again, we're going to have to see if they are going to stick with the K-Rule and try and adapt on the fly or if they have some type of other character in their back pocket.
We'll have to see once we get into it. It looks like they might be going to small battlefield for this next arena. We'll see in just a moment if that's exactly what's going to be happening there. But the coach talking to them or teacher talking to them to make sure that they get dialed in for this next game here and now. As you can see, Ragsdale versus Allegheny. We did get an update on the Valorant semifinal. It did finish out. That was Kearns Academy falling 13-3 to West Forsyth. So West Forsyth battled the West for the grand finals for Valorant. It's Northwest Guilford versus West Forsyth.
Didn't I tell you put respect on West Forsyth?
That's true.
Didn't I say that? I did say
these
that.
These were the two teams after the first round. Were like, these are the two that would probably make it to the grand finals. It makes sense.
But in all seriousness, though, I am happy to see West Forsyth make it to the Grands, as I think they should, because, again, they really impressed me throughout their qualifier play in the regular season, and I think they deserve it. But with that being said, we are getting ready to head back into game number 2 of set number 3. And let's see, we're going to be sticking with the K-Rule and the Fox. Let's see if Sith is going to be able to adapt and react in order to come away with a win here. But honestly, I don't like all these platforms for them.
No, not whatsoever, because Sith, I mean, was feeling a lot more confident when there weren't this many platforms available, but also might make it easier for them to do some damage if the Fox tries to camp it out on a platform above them.
Well, let's see if Sith is going to be able to close the gap here. Right now, Corvo, again, doing an amazing job just being able to really utilize their speed and the platforms to avoid a lot of the danger. The uppercut does land. And now being able to utilize the blaster, deals a little chip damage. Now going for a ledge guard of their own, but remember that K-Rule recovery, you know, they can go all the way down to the bottom and still make their way back to the ledge.
Good looks by Corvo here through the platforms as well to try and get some more percentage on to Sif this time as well. So Allegheny not feeling as confident as they were in the previous series with this King K rule, but I like the grab and the up throw that time too, yet again, through the platforms. And maybe that's what the strategy is, up throw through the platform, send them flying, and maybe be able to use the ceiling of the stage to make it that much easier to take out this Fox.
Yeah, and that's also how Bowser uses their command grab as well. You know, when they go for their side B and they go for the command grab, they take it more often than not to the top platform, just so that way they can try and get the blast through the ceiling.
That's
and
what we were
just
talking about.
like that, there you go. And that will be the first stock, literally, as we had foretold.
The up throw, but then we also see Corvo feeling pretty confident, evening things up immediately after that. Another up throw again, doing some great damage. 39% off of an up throw. I mean, that's such a powerful move for King K. Rool, and he's just going to continue to use that.
And this is such a heavy punish, again, because Fox, they have to go in for these big combos, right? But the thing with K. Rool is that they do have that exterior armor, so they're able to take the lick but not get staggered by it. And that's when you get open for the command grab.
Now I did see a bit of a staggering there for again, and then another up throw. This time just doing more and more damage to this Fox, and that seems to be the strategy. Fox, again, just having to use that speed to their ability and try desperately not to be baited out by Sim.
Big belly armor, that's what we love
Wow.
to see. That's what separates good K. Rools from great ones. Being able to utilize and time that belly armor perfectly into yet another command grab.
This is huge for Sif. Complete change of what we saw in the last one. And we talked about how they probably weren't going to be changing their character. This is exactly why. But Corvo feeling pretty confident. There they go, evening it up again. Only 27% separating them.
And now you see this is really important. Towards the end of that second stock, you could see that the K. Rool belly armor was cracking.
Ooh.
And it can crack and it can be broken. And once it's broken, they are stunned and it leaves them vulnerable for a big hit.
Another up throw yet again. Through the platform they go to with some more damage. This is huge for Sif if they can manage to get this win and force it to a game 3 in set 3. Whoever wins this set has the advantage going into set 4. Huge for Corvo if they can pull this comeback off, but they just have nothing working out for them. Thrown into the stage and thrown off the competition, and it all goes down to third game yet again. 3 sets in a row.
Now it's really important though. Right now, if you're on, if you're on the side of Allegheny, you can't get too crocky. Okay, you managed to get a really good win. You take it to game 3, and now and not only that, but it was a pretty solid win at that. But you can't get too full of yourself.
No,
you got to be able to go into this next round and still go full tilt, full try hard, and not underestimate your opponent by any means.
I'm so curious what the stage is going to be this time, too. They're going through the ban list here. So the winner, of course, if you are paying attention for the first time here, gets to ban 2 stages out of the pool, and then the other player gets to pick which one they want out of that. So this is the player that we are seeing from Ragsdale, and the other one on the other camera will be the one for Allegheny specifically. So Corvo, and seeing what we can see from these two. With Sif running it back, but on Pokemon Stadium 2 is where it all comes down to.
And you know what? This is still, a decent matchup here. Again, Allegheny looking to try and get it done with the King K. Rool. Rigsdale trying to make it happen with Fox. And so far, so good. About even in the percentage. As we find ourselves back in center stage on the Pokeball. Went for the belly armor, but whipped it.
Unfortunate there for the King K. Rool because they were hoping to do a lot more in the opening minutes or seconds of this third game, but they're just being comboed on by Corvo. Corvo feeling very confident from Ragsdale. And Allegheny, all hope on Sif to get the lead for their team and just be 1 game win away from moving on to the state championships at the end of the month.
Yeah, and right now I feel like Fox is getting like oh my god, no shot! Fox was dialed in. Fox was dealing the damage, and all it took was 1 moment to go off stage against the K. Rool, and they send you down into the blast zone. What a play. The revenge stock comes in kind. My goodness, we're still even 2 stocks apiece. What
a tech by Sif. This is the difference, though, between the Fox and the King K. Rool on the Smash set. Fox just has to do their bread and butter combos, and Sif really has to pull out everything from their arsenal to try and take down Corvo. So this is the toughest matchup that they've faced so far today. I can guarantee you that. And this is going to be a masterclass from a performance of a King K. Rool if they come out with the win.
I mean, again, it's not looking so great for them here on the second stock. They leave themselves very open for that up tilt. It does land, and now up smash more than likely, but the recovery is there. They find themselves back on stage. But you notice that we haven't seen little to any command grabs now from King K. Rool.
hasn't been able to get any because of the spacing that we've been seeing from Corvo and trying to regain their footing time and time again. 168%. It's just going to take one good hit from Corvo to really send them flying and have that stock advantage, and there it goes.
My goodness, Corvo again playing on another level here in game number 3. Clearly an improvement from not only the last game, but even the game before. It seems like they're just going completely above their limitations, being able to exceed probably even their own expectations. But now King K. Rool trying to close the gap here as they are going to take damage and forced off stage. And now the ledge guard from Fox is coming in full.
And this might be all she wrote for Sif 2 with this map and with this setup. Fox definitely favored in this matchup as well, so making it that much more difficult for Sif to really do anything, get back on the stage, and all their moves being so slow makes it that much easier for Corvo to really position themselves around them. You see a back throw, and it does end up with being a bad DI on that. They could have survived.
Hold the phone. Not over yet. Remember, King K. Rool is a big, beefy boy. It's going to take a little bit extra in order to get that LM, and we already know that this K. Rool from Sif can find ways to send you into the blast zone.
Corvo just trying desperately to juggle Sif yet again and make it that much more difficult for them to do anything. Sent flying high and dry, using their own crown against them. Trying to be the king of this competition. Oh no, they almost got the combo yet again, but it didn't work out as well because not high enough percentage.
My goodness, that was very scary. And now you can see going back to center stage, going to throw out the crown on top of the platform, leaving themselves vulnerable as they do get the perfect parry. And once again, K. Rool has to recover and still avoid the ledge guard.
That they do. They're trying desperately to bait them out to the end, but that will be the end of this specific set. It's not the end of the series, though. This is the best of 5. That is the advantage, though, for Ragsdale.
Well, they have it. Ragsdale now, even though it's not over, they still put themselves on match point.
They do put themselves on match set. Yeah. They still have another best of 3 at least to go to win and move on to the state finals and also get that, I believe it was $1,500 for their specific team. We'll look at that during the next game as it comes up, but still pretty insane matchups between these teams as things are going along, and we are just looking to see exactly how they can progress further, who they're going to decide for that 4th set to show up and face off against the other team, because that's the big difference maker in a best of 5 for this format compared to a best of 3. One of your players that you had play in those first 3 sets, well, they get to play again, and you want that ringer.
Oh my! I mean, right now Rigsdale looking good, but every single one of these matches have gone to the game 3. They have gone the full distance.
They have,
and you have to wonder if that's what we're going to see for the next one.
Probably.
I mean, if we just keep to the status quo of how this match has been going, then we're going to see game 5. But right now, if you are Rigsdale or Ragsdale, you're not going to want to allow that. So you've got to bring your A game going forward, because the last thing you want, I think, is to see Allegheny in a game 5.
Well, we'll see exactly who is going to come out this time for both of these squads. Lucy Ragsdale, I believe the first player we saw on the day is the one who's playing for them at this time too. So we'll see what the changeup is and exactly what map we're going to be starting with for these squads as well. But Pokemon Stadium 2, it's always fun in games until, unfortunately, you're not in a good position as a heavier character there.
Yeah, and that's what we saw with the K. Rool. You know, going into PS2, it was not their bread and butter. However, I feel like for other heavies, it might be a better bout, like for Bowser, for example.
Possibly, yeah.
Again, not saying that they have an advantage. I'm saying they would have a better chance than K. Rool did for the Bowser. But it's even if we get a heavy. Now, one thing that I'm looking for that we haven't seen yet is a sortie. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see a Pyramithra maybe. That has been a pretty popular pick on the day. But, you know, one of the sorties that I'm looking forward to seeing is either, you know, my boy Roy, you know, we love Roy, or even a Cloud. Again, you know, I still think they're overrated.
I think we're just going to see the mains. I don't think we're going to see much of a change up from what we've seen.
But who are the mains?
I mean, we saw Little Mac, we saw the Zelda, we saw King K. Rool, and like everyone that they have showcased to us so far, I think is likely who they're going to be sticking with.
Fair enough.
They already know the matchups. They already know the main characters that they're going for. There could be some changes here and there, but for the most part, for these high schoolers, they usually stick with 1 or 2 characters.
I mean, that's fair, but at the same time, though, I was just really hoping to see a sortie in the grand finals. There's not been one sortie in the grand finals.
That's true.
Sad face. And just a friendly reminder, Smiley Face is actually Neuro.
Neuro, yes. And I think Neuro is potentially one of the players that is playing in this first round, or this 4th set, excuse me.
Oh, yeah, we're going through the ringer here today at the VESL Greensboro Regionals. As, again, neither of these teams are going to be going down without a fight. Again, we know what's on the line. A nice chunk of change and, of course, a ticket to state, as we are getting the character selection just about underway to see what this matchup will bring. And it is still match point for Ragsdale. So if they win here, they win it all.
This is going to be insane if Allegheny force a set 5.
Oh, what? It'd be nuts.
I hope if they do, it goes to game 3 in every single one. But, yes, Bayonetta, this is just a mirror potentially of that first round. Bayonetta facing off against Tito.
Oh,
yes.
yes.
So they started with their, I guess, stronger players this time. So Bayonetta versus the Incineroar, running it back. I would go with the Terry, but I guess that you didn't put a Terry against the Bayonetta. So
No, you went Incineroar against
Incineroar
Bayo,
did feel really good.
and they got the win.
That's true. So we'll probably see if the Bayonetta loses that they go to the Zelda again.
And then we see Terry.
We see Terry again in a rematch. We needed a rematch after that. A little bit of an upset from Allegheny.
Well, here we go. Honestly, I feel like this one's set up for Allegheny to win. Because, again, you have the rematch, and this time, if they do switch to Zelda, this time, instead of sticking with Incineroar, they know to switch to the Terry early.
That's so true. So we'll see what they do for that specifically. But, again, it's going to come down to how this first game of this 4th set goes. Combos are what to look out for from Bayonetta, but against Incineroar, not as confident and exactly a mirror to what we saw in the first series.
Yeah, and the thing is that, again, Incineroar's not a heavy, but they can definitely take more damage than what Bayonetta can. And that should be all that it takes. A good German suplex there. Not going to be enough, though, to confirm. However, if they do hit the clothesline, they hit the command grab, then most definitely.
Woo. Sent flying, only 92% on the Tito. We know with the combos from Siren, it is possible for you to easily take down Incineroar, but we really haven't seen too much control from them here and now. So maybe waiting for Ragsdale to hold on to the ringer for set 5 just in case. And I think that would be a wise decision for them.
100%. And you know what? That does make a lot of sense to me, which is why we're seeing this mirror matchup again. And it also makes sense to see this because the last time these two met up, it was Siren that took the dub.
It was Siren that took the dub. So, might as well try and see how far you can make it go forward from there and push the issue. See if you can change your fate from how the rest of the games went. And Tito finally gets stock taken away from them, and Siren so much percent onto them with such a floaty character. As long as you get some good hits onto them, that's all you really need, but the combos are really coming out to bear from Siren.
And again, that's the characteristic of Bayonetta, at least here in Smash Ultimate, is that you're going to be dealing up a lot of damage very quickly, but it's the kickback where they're lacking. And it's really hard for them to get one of their big smash attacks unless you bring the Witch Time, which is also hard to land.
That it is. Witch Time is very hard to time. It used to be much easier in the last iteration of Smash Bros, but stock taken again, very similar percentage to the first one in this set 4. Still, Siren doing everything that they can to try and fight against the wall that is Incineroar in this matchup.
And here we are on that top platform, going to find our way back down. They missed the parry input and now are going to be taken for a ride all the way up on high. Still not enough to confirm. As they land the German suplex, going to be dealing out a lot of damage here. Over 100% damage between the two. And this is what I was talking about. Bayonetta, really hard to confirm a lot of these stocks. Finally they do, but that was at 170%. Unfortunately, Bayonetta just doesn't have a lot of kickback.
That it was unfortunate for Bayonetta too, but they were able to get the stock. They have a chance to come back in this one specifically, but we'll have to see if they can't get the combo off the top. They're looking for it, but no, can't get the full connection just yet. A lot of damage though, which is huge for them. Oh, finally got the spike. They were looking for that all last series, and they get it here. Take game 1. What a comeback.
They literally have not hit the down spike
the entire time
with Bayonetta. Even in the first matchup, they didn't hit it.
Nope.
And now they finally hit it to steal the game away. Unbelievable. What a play. And now Ragsdale, they're prime right now. They're in position to take the grand finals.
One more game.
One more.
All it's going to take, but can they get it? I'm curious if there'll be a change-up out of the Incineroar, depending on where it's going to go for the specific game. It all comes down to this for Allegheny. If they go home with 600 or 1,500 and go to states.
I mean, at this point now, you might as well try Terry. Because you already know that Terry's going to do well against the Zelda. We've seen that. even though it did end in defeat, it was still a lot better than the Incineroar against Zelda.
100%.
So now I think it's time to check out, or at least try and figure out, how the Terry is going to match against Bayonetta.
We'll have to see. It is going to be a Peach coming out from Siren instead. Okay, changing it up completely.
Going to keep us on our toes.
Bayonetta, Zelda, and Peach, I feel like they're kind of similar-ish characters.
They're floaty.
Like very floaty, and I feel like that definitely plays to the tune of Siren's playstyle. Terry, of course, coming out for Tito, and it makes a lot of sense. Peach has so much different abilities that they can use, but also I'm looking out for that counter with the Toad.
Yeah, and honestly, one thing you also got to keep in mind is that you got to watch out for the most dangerous piece of util in the game, and that's the turnips.
That's true. The grandfather turnip, looking out for it.
Got to watch. Keep your eyes open. Just as powerful as the Go meter. Maybe not. Just as a little bit more hilarious. And look already, the turnips are coming out, dealing big damage. Terry has to recover, but was that Toad?
That was Toad.
Okay, they get hit by the Toad. Toad is shaped like a turnip.
Yeah, the counter with Peach, especially against a character like this, is going to be so effective, but the Go meter already all the way full. And that's going to be the time to shine. Just make sure you don't get baited out by that Toad when you do use it. Still, some good damage, 100 to 100, a little bit more on the other end, and Go meter, not really exactly how they're wanting to use it so far, but that's the good damage you were looking for in the last series.
And again, that's why you have got to utilize that Go meter, and now the back throw. Going to force Tito off stage. The recovery is there. Gets the forward tilt. Nice little chunk of damage there, but of course we're going to see a little bit more. But honestly, since Terry is still on their first stock, any damage that they are able to get on Siren is like bonus damage.
It's huge, especially with the amount that they were able to do. Dodge the Toad there for a second. That seems to be the strategy here for Siren, is just delay and pray.
And there we go. Good switch up, especially against a floaty character for the second time.
Toad doesn't work against Go meter.
Power geyser to take the second stock, and now 3v1, an absolute turnaround here for Tito.
Almost a turnip around there for a second as well, but not going to work that time. 165%. This is huge for Allegheny, as they are looking desperate to stay alive into this grand final. Force at least a game 3. That time it did work with the Toad.
There we go. I mean, you are at 200%.
Yeah.
Even the heavies go at 200%.
Truly.
But here we are again, being able to hit a little bit of some damage, trying to chip away. Here we go. Okay, now we're seeing Siren starting to wake up a little bit. They're going to avoid the power wave, find themselves back down, but then they get punished with the forward throw.
I'm liking the pacing too from Siren. They're trying to bait out any attack, any powerful move, and then use the counter from the Toe. But there's a counter, or a perfect block, excuse me, there from the Tito to stop out Siren, send them packing, and there goes the grab, throw into the stage. Still, chance for Siren if they can't get anything, but that is a good challenge by Tito to force it to go to game 3.
And did you expect it to go any other way? I mean, my goodness. Like, again, every single game, always going to game 3. It has been the tried and true of this grand finals. Wouldn't expect it to go any other way. But now, where does the change come in? Are you going to stick with Peach? I really hope not. Now's the time you either break out the Zelda.
I'd break out the Zelda.
Because you got the win last time with the Zelda, didn't you?
No.
But at the same time, we don't know.
Bayonetta felt really good too.
We don't know how Bayonetta matches against Terry. Just between these two anyway.
Yes.
Between these two. Now, we can talk from a generalization, but I don't want to do that because it's the grand finals.
It is the
You
grand
got to give
finals.
these players their credit. It's a different Bayonetta when it's coming from this player specifically. And it's also another type of Terry when it's a Tito Terry.
Exactly, and that's what we can only pull from is this specific instance in this matchup between these two players. So we'll see who they're going to be going for, what the stage is going to be in just a moment too, but it looks like being hovered for Terry specifically. We'll see what the actual pick is going to be for the other side for Siren. They're just kind of trying to decide last moment. Hovered Rosalina and Luna there for a second too, but Terry is being locked in. Bayonetta potential here as well, and that is going to be Bayonetta versus Terry like we were talking about.
There we go. You got to try it.
You have to try it.
Both scenarios too, because had they stuck with Bayonetta, we would have saw Terry Bayonetta anyway.
Yeah.
So here we go. This is the match that we expect to see. Again, this is, I don't want to say this is Tito's best character by any means, but it has been their most successful today.
Most consistent for sure.
And the same can be said for Siren on the Bayonetta, their most consistent pick.
Terry coming out as well. I think these platforms definitely benefit Terry a little bit more than Bayonetta as well, just because the power that they have with all their moves that go through the platforms too. There we go, Siren back into the combo train. Good shielding from Tito just to avoid some of the attacks. And they got to be careful about that that spike that we saw be so effective against Tito before.
And now you see, here's where you fall into the danger, because I feel like Terry is going to be a little bit more susceptible to a lot of these combos that Bayonetta can chain than, let's say, Incineroar was. So whenever you do fall victim to that, I feel like you're at more risk being you are the Terry. But let's see, they're going to be able to get the back throw. Not going to be enough to confirm, and we already know Bayonetta is going to recover that all day long. As they do make it back on stage, But here comes the up combo, and it is there to confirm.
Now it just comes down to can Tito quickly convert into a stock taken. Perfect parry and not taking any percent. Now it's just basically tied game yet again.
As it should be. And again, going for the down spike, not going to land that time, but good forward throw. And now here we go, the offstage combo. This is where you're in the danger, but it's in that scenario where you don't go for the up drag. You got to take him to the side.
Oh, that was so close again from the down spike from Siren. We're hoping for it, but Tito a little bit too wise to fall for that yet again. Might see it happen at the end of the day, but still, Terry, recovery, as you mentioned, pretty mid. Not the best, but not the worst out there, and Siren has so much to work with. A little bit preemptive on that ledge guard.
Oh, okay. That one will work just as fine. We'll take those. And now trying to take them all the way to the side. Goes up all the way high, and there they go. Only one stock remains between Ragsdale and being your Greensboro regional champions.
Tito taking necessary time there with the invulnerability, making sure that there's no chance for them to be taking damage early on, but the combos are coming through, and you can tell Tito is not feeling as confident as Siren is in this moment. Siren ready to close things out, take them down. Switch time comes out as well. There goes the boot, stomps him away. Couldn't get the follow through after that though, but Terry is on 100% and going flying with the go meter, but even then, not too much they can do to get back on the stage, and eventually they're gonna have to get taken down in some fashion.
Nearly hit the down smash too, but now there goes the final combo. That's going to send Terry into the blast zone, and that is going to send Ragsdale to the regionals as your Greensboro Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Regional Champions.
All the way to the state finals, $1,500 for the team, $600 at least for Allegheny at the end of it, but that was an amazing matchup. Bayonetta taking that first game is really what cemented their victory throughout that series. So good set win there, 3-1 in a 4-set finish at the end of the day for Super Smash Bros. Now we have a best of 3 for Valorant on the horizon. It's going to be pretty interesting to see. We already have the maps, so we'll talk about those after a little bit of a break. But any final thoughts from you, Atsoko, before we go to that break?
Honestly, other than that, Siren in that last game was the definition of locked in.
True.
And especially with Bayonetta, because Bayonetta had so many inputs, and yet Siren didn't miss any. The witch time land, the down smash land, the up smash landed. They didn't miss an input. You get Siren on a Bayonetta that's not missing inputs, you cannot beat it.
Well, we'll hopefully be able to see more Bayonetta gameplay at the state finals. Instead, we are going to be taking our last break of the day and be back with some Valorant best of 3. Actually, no, we got an interview with the winners. Excuse me. Atsoko, you want to do this one?
Oh, absolutely. It'd be my absolute pleasure, by all means. Let's bring on our special guest. The last winner for the final match is going to be none other than Siren from the side of Ragsdale, putting on a show. Oh my goodness, I got the player themselves, the myth, the legend, that is Siren. I mean, I got to ask you, how does it feel getting that win and sending your team to regionals?
Honestly, it feels great.
States, my apologies.
It feels great. Like, I am just on cloud 9 right now.
I mean, I can only imagine. And not only that, but you put your team on your back here. You're the one that managed to get the final win. How does it feel to be the player that managed to really confirm the win there in Grands with the pressure on you?
It is an honor. Like, oh my God. Which I cannot believe I've seen to this day.
I mean, and not to mention, I mean, your knowledge of all these different characters is really impressive. We saw you bring out the Bayonetta. Then we saw you get that initial win with Zelda in the previous matchup that you were in. And then you brought out the Peach. How are you able to really focus on all 3 of those characters? Like, how much time in practice does it take to be able to be that adept at 3 different characters?
Well, Bayo is my most consistent. And I feel like I've built that up quite some time. And I also used to play Peach a lot back in the day, especially in the Smash 4 days prior to Bayo.
And you know what? That brings me next to my important question. The last time that you went up against Tito, you were able to take them out with the Zelda against the Terry. Seeing that they were going with Terry again, what made you want to stick to the Bayo instead of switching back to Zelda?
Honestly, to confuse them a little bit.
I think it worked.
Because I think the Zelda matchup was a little close. But the thing is with Bayo is that she is able to combo people into the sky, and I'm not sure, is Terry a heavyweight? Or is he like a medium?
Mid. I would consider Terry pretty mid, in all fairness. Incineroar, honestly, is a little bit heavier. Again, in my opinion, but we already know my opinion is not worth much.
But given character weights, I feel like I was a lot more confident bringing out the Bayo because I feel like I was able to combo Terry a lot easier, even though he is probably more susceptible to those combos.
And I got to tell you, it was a phenomenal matchup. And I think it was interesting that, once again, you got matched up against, a very brawly type of player. Again, we saw them break out the Incineroar, and then, they play on the Terry as well.
Mm-hmm.
I need to ask you, do you naturally just play well against brawly types, or is it just you adapting on the fly?
I feel like naturally I do well with brawlers because, with Bayo, well, like I said, combos are pretty much everything. So whenever I play against heavies, which is why I really wanted to play against a K-roll, but
yeah.
Whatever. It is what it is at this point. Gosh, my mask. Anyways, so I feel like naturally heavies are pretty much my go-to because they're pretty much combo food.
100%. And by the way, big kudos again just for the win that y'all also got over the K-Rule again. That was very impressive as well. But with that being said, again, just big congratulations for coming out today, being our first place finishers, getting the money, punching your ticket to go to state. And, for the final remarks, I want to give you the floor. Final statements here as the grand champions here in the Greensboro Regional. The floor is yours.
I just want to thank everybody for supporting me up to this point, and we'll see where this siren goes during state finals.
Well, you heard it from the Bayo themselves, the best Bayo here in Greensboro, going to states. Again, Siren, thank you so much for joining me on the desk.
It's been my pleasure.
Thank you very much. Well, with that being said, that is going to wrap things up for our Smash here in Greensboro. But don't you go anywhere. When we come back, we are going to have our grand finals for Valorant coming up right after this. Breathing is for wimps. I don't need to.
Welcome back, everyone. We have one final series to go for the Greensboro Regional. We started the day yesterday with Rocket League and NBA 2K. Finished just recently with SSBU, and now we have the best of 3 Valorant Grand Finals between Northwest Guilford and West Forsyth. But before we get to that, we got to recap the Smash bracket and see exactly how things went down.
Oh, my goodness, and what a bracket it was. I mean, the entire event from start to finish was great. I mean, we saw Carver. They came out. They won 2-1, putting themselves into the semis. And then, of course, you know, we had Ragsdale. They came out with a 2-0 over West Forsyth. Glad I did not call for them in Smash. Notice I called for them in every other game but Smash.
That's true.
Glad I went with that. Meanwhile, again, we're getting back to Roxborough versus STEM Early College. Roxborough managed to take the win, and then Allegheny managed to take one over John T. Hoggard. They managed to go on 2-0. And then in the semifinals, this is where things got a little shaky. Ragsdale took a L to Carver, their first, and still managed to win 2-1, putting themselves in the grands. And then Allegheny, they went from a 2-0 out of the semis to lose 3-1 in the grands. Did not see that coming.
Well, we're going to be getting into the game for Valorant here in just a second, actually. But Northeast Gopher took down NC Cyber Academy 13-8, and we saw West Forsyth take down Kearns Academy 13-3. That is the biggest deficit we have seen for a win so far. But we're going to Lotus for map 1 here of the best of 3 for these finals between Northwest Guilford and West Forsyth.
Can I just point out that this has been like the best map selection for a grand finals in a Valorant tournament in a very long time. Like, I've casted a good amount of Valorant, and this is still the best map selection for a grand finals I have seen in quite a while.
They want to keep it interesting.
Because Ascent is not here. I more often than not
certified Ascent hater.
Who's not? Like, come on.
We've seen too much of it, to be fair. That is true.
But in all honesty, though, it is the go-to map.
I'm surprised we only saw it once today.
In every series, there's usually one Ascent. In every grand finals, it's all but guaranteed. So, again, really surprised. But we are going to go to Lotus. My favorite map in the current map pool, if it was – actually, that's a lie. It's Icebox, then Lotus. But point is, I'm a fan of the 3-sided maps, and I really like what I am seeing here for the most part. Again, love the double smokes, love seeing Viper paired with the Omen. I can dig it. And also Cypher. I mean, I like Cypher, but I still prefer KJ here. That's my own personal take. Again, Gecko's fine. I can get down with Gecko. Now, this is interesting. Okay, take a look at this. You're looking at an Applejack in Assist King. Okay, they're going double duelist. They're going to go raise Yoru. That's very interesting. That will work on Bind. I don't know how I feel about it here on Lotus.
We'll have to see how it works on Lotus specifically. Again, both these teams feeling pretty confident throughout the bracket. Lotus was the first map that was actually played on the stream by Northwest Guilford, so they're probably happy about this Lotus pick. But they weren't the ones that actually picked Lotus. They were the ones who picked Split after this. So Lotus Split then Bind was the decider afterwards. So
that's
interesting to think about. But West Forsyth, they must have a reason to go to Lotus, even though Northwest Guilford felt really confident on that map specifically. Probably went into the deep reaches of the lore and saw, oh, Northwest Guilford, they struggled a little bit against Research Triangle High School. So it might be the reason why we need them to do that. But West Forsyth on the defending end and Northwest Guilford on the attacking end.
And, you know, with that being said, I'm also liking Northwest Guilford's composition a little bit more because it does seem as though that they're coming with the double controller comp. And on Lotus, a 3-sided map, I think that is going to benefit more because you can take and section off a lot more lanes. You can cover a lot more ground with the double smokes. And not to mention, like we had mentioned earlier, Viper is a pseudo-controller. You know, the devs themselves even said that Viper is a controller pseudo-sentinel. So, again, I think that is a great pick. Anytime you bring out Viper, you often want to go with the double controller comp. So, right now I'm looking at Northwest Guilford. As far as compositions go, they are looking pretty good to me.
So we'll have to see how things go, but we are having to fix some things on the back end for a second here, so we'll get that sorted as best as we can. Some technical difficulties for one of the players as well. So we're going to be coming back to us for a sec. Once we get that sorted away, then we will get into the game as quickly as we can. Just some PC issues for some of these players. Nonetheless, though, it is going to be a great matchup between these players on the stream and finishing out the entire Greensboro Regional. It's been a great weekend of festivities, though, seeing exactly how things are going. But now back into the swing of things, into the actual game itself. So we'll see what West Forsyth can do against their opponents in Northwest Guilford.
Well, here we go. It's going to be a C focus. But look at this. This is going to be a full stack coming from West Forsyth here on the C site. What a play call. What a prediction. to foretell that it was going to be a C push. Meanwhile, you see Monty able to find 2 eliminations, and now it's a 2v2. Spike in hand. The Viper, though, from Northwest Guilford. I think that's Tigby, if I'm not mistaken.
Thigby, that's what we went with.
Thigby.
Yeah.
Could be Tigby, too. The H
Tigby.
could have like a sound to it instead of the. But regardless, the Spike is going to go down on the B side, and there goes Thigby, as they will be eliminated. And now at 2v1 here. That Cypher is literally one shot, and now we have a 1v1. And it will be Momentum Monty to get the clutch dub and a 4K to start off here on Lotus.
What a play by Northwest Guilford, talking smack to the other side. It's kind of what we kind of expected.
It's just a piss around, dude.
Just a little bit, just a little bit.
It's round 1, my guy.
Just round 1.
Oh, but I love it, though. The hype is there. You got to bring that type of spirit. I mean, you're trying to go to state.
You do. But got to keep it respectful, though. This is only round 1 of game 1, map 1 of a best of 3. So.
What are you standing up for?
Exactly. That'll be quoted at the end if Northwest Guilford do not come out with the victory.
For those that don't know, do yourself a favor, look up what are you standing up for, and you will be entertained for at least 5 minutes. But regardless, getting right back into the thick of it here, again, that second round is going to give the bye up here to Northwest Guilford. Should be able to come with a pretty confident win here. And again, Monty on the Bulldog. We already know how well Monty is. Again, we call them Momentum Monty for a reason.
We do call them that for a reason. There's plenty of momentum to be had after that clutch, but really doesn't do too much for West Forsyth to lose that one. We've seen plenty of teams lose the fifth round and come back afterwards.
What a bait and switch.
What a switch.
Not the body shots.
Okay, we need to keep it respectful, players.
Yeah, we're starting to get there a little bit. You know, closer and closer moving forward, but still an impressive round coming from Northwest Guilford, as it should be. As you can see, we do have Jedden from West Forsyth trying to make their way in slowly but surely. Smoke dissipating. They are revealed, and that's such a feels bad when you know you get the head click and you can't confirm.
It really is, and a flawless for Northwest Guilford, feeling very confident after those first 2 rounds of clutch, and then a flawless. That's exactly how you want to start the grand finals.
But remember what we said in the previous matchup as well into the semis, that, you know, this third round is very telling. Again, you get a chance to see what West Forsyth can do now with a buyout, being able to go with the rifles, and you get to see what Northwest Guilford is made out of, figuring that, you know, they are, again, on somewhat of a budget build, for more or less. I mean, we do see one Vandal, but at the cost of a half shield. You got a bunch of Spectres. Point is that they're playing from a little bit of a deficit in terms of buying power. So now we get to see what both of these teams are made of here, and it will be very telling to see how the rest of the series will go.
Monty, the only player who has not taken a kill or death so far in this opening 2 rounds, so trying to see how long of a streak they can go on. Just use that energy to fuel Northwest Guilford, excuse me, into this matchup on Lotus. Taking their time, though, on this rotation, trying to see if they can suss out where their opponents are going to be waiting at. Sound cue from the door, managed to get Applejack, and now they're going to have a full push on towards the seaside.
Yeah, big a limb with the Bulldog, and, you know, I've said it once, I'll say it a million times. The Bulldog is the most underrated weapon in Valorant. Again, it does have a lot of viability. And once again, here we are on the C site, which is arguably the hardest retake in the game. And not only did they get the plant, but they also got the player advantage as well.
Huge for West Forsyth. Back onto the site, trying desperately to do anything here. Taking control of the top rung of it, but dropping players like flies.
One enemy remaining.
Feeling really good as Northwest Guilford. Only one player taken down that time, and with the finish for Carlson, Monty still has not died.
Oh my God. I mean, what a play being made. And once again, it came off of the showstopper. And not only that, it was a huge round because guess what? Northwest Guilford, they have the bonus round. So now they got a nice chunk of change to go with that 3-0 scoreline. And not to mention, as we had spoken earlier, Lotus tends to be an offensive-sided map. So the more wins that they can get here, for the side of West Forsyth is only going to give them a bonus going forward. But getting the bonus round for Guilford is exactly how you want to start things out here if you're on the spike for the offensive side.
We'll see how things go in this next round for West Forsyth. Northwest Guilford were able to take 5 rounds against Research Triangle High School, start off the day, and Research Triangle High School, when they took that timeout, is really when things changed up. So we'll see if that's going to be a change up for West Forsyth coming into these later rounds of the first half. still, Thigby, Monty feeling really good about each other with their confidence on getting those frags early on in this round, and only 2 players remaining for West Forsyth. Still all of them for Northwest Guilford, and they are going to get another flawless. That's their second in the first 4 rounds.
And again, no big surprise there. That's what happens when you get the bonus. You force the eco round, and then you get another round. That's why it's called the bonus, because technically you're getting a bonus round. So to be expected coming from Northwest Guilford to take advantage of that bonus. And now, once again, we get to see if West Forsyth can turn the tide with this next bye, which is why we see West Forsyth taking their first timeout.
I was talking about it. You got to make sure before the 5th round is taken by Northwest Guilford to get that timeout. That was a mistake by Research Triangle. Now we see West Forsyth learning from their predecessors in this matchup that you need to slow Momentum Monty down, especially when they are feeling really confident with a second flawless taken and the clutch in the first round. That momentum we kept talking about is going to continue to build up over time throughout this game. But it's still just the first map. It's still just the first half. There's still plenty of time to go.
Absolutely. And now, like we said, we got to see what West Forsyth is made of, because now they're going to get a chance to buy again. So there really is no more excuses. You know, you went through the eco round. That's understandable. Now you have the weaponry. You have the buying power. You can go tit for tat, toe to toe with your opponent. Now is the time to show that you can contend with the best of the best. You deserve to go to state. Now you have to take the fight to Northwest Guilford.
We'll see what West Forsyth can do at this time against Northwest Guilford with the way that they are playing, feeling very confident about themselves. And after the timeout, again, that still gives time for Northwest Guilford to really adjust too. When a timeout's taken, it's not just one team who gets to talk to each other.
Yeah, talk it out. Try and figure out a game plan here, especially when you're getting ready to go into your next bye phase, because this is, again, where you can make the comeback happen. We can already see the Viper Wall has been dedicated over towards the A site, using that util to bait over towards A, but it's not working. Look at the stack over at C. And again, I think Northwest Guilford honestly appreciates just how vital C is. That's why they're double stacking.
It makes sense with the way that they are positioning themselves, too, for West Forsyth to get baited out a couple times here as well, but the rotation, perfect timing. Maybe seeing if there would be anyone coming immediately towards them, but this does give a little bit more of reprieve for West Forsyth on the defensive end. And I got to worry about the A site. They haven't really had too much of a focus on the A site, so we don't quite know if that'll be a good domain for West Forsyth on the retake. But, oh wow, TT Vision was baited out there, or found out, excuse me, and that was a perfect frag.
Oh my goodness, the flick of the wrist. You even saw the double take, because they looked and they were like, oh, wait, wait a minute.
There's someone there.
Gecko's behind the tree, and that's where Gecko should be, you know, in the trees. But regardless, I mean, that is going to be a very quick pick from Thigby. Again, we've seen some great things from Thigby. Playing as a Viper main today, and without a doubt, you know, has been the top frag for Guilford, is now a big 2K going the way of West Forsyth thanks to the Rays.
Northwest Guilford looking to clean things out on this one. The defuse coming out as well, but the defuser was killed. This is a one-on-one situation between the Omens, and that is all that is needed. There is not enough time, unfortunately, for them to get the defuse this time, so it will be West Forsyth, unfortunately, losing that round, but that's the closest they've gotten against Northwest Guilford since round 1.
I mean, right now, Northwest Guilford, again, doing what they do best, getting dubs and popping off. That's what they're going to do. Popping off, mouthing off, everything in between. They are getting dubs here today on Lotus to start things off for the grand finals. And once again, they are going to get the power of the purse, forcing in a somewhat of an eco round. I want to call it an eco round. And as a matter of fact, if they would win this round, West Forsyth, I would consider it a thrifty. The game won't, but I will. I mean, they got Sheriffs, 1 Spectre, and all half shields. Let's see what they can make with it as we get round number 6 underway.
West Forsyth, Northwest Guilford. Northwest seems to be the dominant direction here for this matchup, at least on the attacking side. You mentioned before that the attacking side for Lotus a little bit more heavily favored, correct?
And yes, one of my perfectly mid takes.
Perfectly mid takes.
Correct.
I'd say it was a correct take based on what we've seen from Northwest Guilford last time, because they were on the attacking side to start against Research Triangle in the first series of the day. Now the question is, what is West Forsyth going to be able to do against them? They do have the Cypher and the Yoru ult that they can work with, but not too much that we've really seen from them so far comparatively to Northwest Guilford.
Time to jump.
And, you know, this is what I really like from Northwest Guilford. You know, pop off the side, they are playing with a lot of respect here. Even though they know they forced the eco round, they're still not going into sight willy-nilly.
True.
You know, they're not just jumping the gun. Even though, again, it's just Sheriffs and maybe one Spectre on the other side, they are still playing very methodically.
The race goes through.
And
Monty,
that's why.
feeling pretty confident, yeah. And Applejack does manage to take down Justin, so a trade between them, but still down by 2 players in Northwest Guilford. Making it a bit even, 3-on-3. Spike is planted, so just got to defend the seaside as best as they can. Monty staying alive as long as they can, but only the 1 death, I believe, so far, and feeling so confident with these duels. Defuse potentially coming out. You got to stick to defuse. That's what we talked about before.
Pros don't fake. And
what we talked
neither
about.
does Northwest Guilford as they're able to come away with a 4K. Nearly the ace. Again, it's all about that Monty momentum.
We won't lose.
The Monty momentum. I'm curious to see exactly what the stats are like, too, for these players, because I can only imagine that Monty probably has somewhere of like 15 kills so far. So 13. I was close.
Yeah, but you still went over.
That is true. That
Sorry,
is true.
you busted.
Lost in Jeopardy rules. Regardless, though.
That's Price is Right.
Price is Right. That's true. And Jeopardy, though, in the final Jeopardy.
What?
Yeah.
That's a wager, though.
Oh, I'm thinking of Wheel of Fortune.
Yeah. You big silly.
It's been a long weekend.
It has been a very long weekend. It's been a very long day as we continue on. Now going into round number 7, Northwest Guilford looking very strong. But once again, West Forsyth have an opportunity for another bye round. Once again, they're going to have to try and get a win here. And you know what? It's starting to feel like each round from here on out is literally a must win.
It really is, especially when you're down by 6 in the first map.
Potentially 7.
Potentially 7. I mean, you want to get something in this first half, and anything. You already used your timeout too, so it's just been a dire situation for West Forsyth against Northwest Guilford. We were talking about Northwest Guilford, out of all the teams we saw before, heavily favored for the victory. And there's a reason for that. With the confidence that we've seen from them, Assist King does take out Monty there, so Monty on the ropes. The rope just seems to be not doing good for anyone, but the defense feeling a lot more confident here. Going for the defuse, just have to look out for the Cypher.
Yeah, I mean, no love lost there. I mean, you're looking for the Cypher. I mean, best case scenario, they try and get an exit frag, but no, they're going to save instead. You can see the Cypher is a little bit late to the party, but that's okay. Looking for the exit frag, not going to be able to get it. But here we go. We have a pulse. We have a sign of life from West Forsyth.
And that's huge for them, too, to make sure that they have something going for them. QT Vision still looking for their first frag, though, and that's something to note as well. Trying to see exactly what they want to go for weapon-wise and see if anyone's going to help them out. And, yes, they're going to make sure that they can get some shield as well going into this next round. But still, the bye phase, Northwest Guilford, 3 ults versus 4 for West Forsyth. So if you're West Forsyth, I feel like you got to throw your ults around a little bit here to make sure you can get that second round.
Let's see if they get the job done. Again, trying to look for that Cypher cam. Again, going for the blind fire. And they get blinded in the process. Fair trade to start things out. That's a 1-for-1, but still, regardless, good play from West Forsyth just to confirm the 1 off the blind. Well done. And now we move on. As you can see, the Spike is still hovering over towards the C site, and that's where the intel is too. They know that they are stacking over towards C.
I know exactly where you are.
And C is just such a confident position for Northwest Guilford. They know that, hey, if we go to C, we're going to win, and that's what's happened for the majority of it, except that last round. So they're like, we'll try again. Penta trying to plant here for a second. And he is giving them plenty of time to work with. 3v4 situation. Going to be tough for West Forsyth to really re-engage back onto the site, but we do have the Gecko ult coming through. Clear the way. Assist King, not the best positioning there. Unfortunately, used the jump pad a bit too early. Does take one on Penta somehow.
Yeah, I was about to say, was that a wall bang with the showstopper?
I guess so.
I didn't know that could do that. I mean, it didn't amount to much, unfortunately, because they still took the L. But at the end of the day, I learned something new about the showstopper. It can potentially wall bang.
Round 9 here in the first half. Northwest Guilford, just a dominating performance. Even after dropping the 1 to West Forsyth, I felt like that was a must-win, even more so for West Forsyth to have something to work around going forward into the remainder of this half. But Northwest Guilford, so confident on offense. And even defense, they felt really good the last time we saw them on Lotus at the beginning of the day.
Well, here we go. And you can already hear the Omen ult has been called in. West Forsyth looking to relocate. Again, a very interesting commit on that Omen ult, but at the same time, it's not very viable on the defense unless you're really trying to go for a deep flank. But you can see on the side of Northwest Guilford, they're already planning on that. That's why they keep 2 at attacker spawn in case somebody does try and go for the flank. Meanwhile, they're sending a 3-stack, including the spike, over towards A main.
And that's huge for them to go towards A main this time because they've gone consistently to C until they know they are feeling confident there and that the other team know that, oh, they're probably going to go to C because they're doing so well. Changing things up is always a good idea so you can keep your opponents guessing. And we do see QT Vision get their first frag. Huge for them. Almost saw the wingman able to do some good work onto Monty, but Monty's still taken out by QT Vision. Gotten the double boost for themselves, and maybe that's the change we need from West Forsyth to turn things up a notch. But 4v3 situation now.
This is going to be a big play here. Again, the Viper's Pit has been invested. They're able to get the spike down, and now here we go. We are going into this 4v3. Northwest does come out, and take a look at this. It is going to be Tat to find one with the Stinger, but now the trades are being made. West Forsyth so close to being able to get the Viper here. Thigby is still alive. Lordy, watch out for the shorty. They switch to the Phantom, and it won't be enough. Tat comes in clutch to get the defuse and the second round win for West Forsyth.
Huge for West Forsyth that time. No pop-off needed because that was all the pop-off that we saw there. Unfortunate, the reload came through. The preemptive shots from Northwest Guilford really threw away that round for them. So now we will see how they can continue forward with these last 3 rounds of the half.
Well, there we go. Once again, we do have that pulse. We have the sign of life coming from West Forsyth. And remember, okay, even at a 9-3 split, it is still a fair game on Lotus if you get a chance to go on the attacking side of the spike. So with that being said, West Forsyth, if they can get just one, maybe even 2.
Yeah, 2 would be great.
That would be amazing because then they get a chance to attack. And, you know, West Forsyth, you know, in particular, Assist King, really good on the attack. They're really good on the offense. So, again, I'm not done with West Forsyth just yet.
No, we still have a lot of hope for that squad and for that conference specifically, but Northwest Guilford, they have so much experience on this map. We saw the Rock Dude teleporting around a bit themselves to get some vision and then getting back to base for a moment.
Dude. It has been a long day, but again, every time like I see their name, that's how it sounds in my head.
Makes sense. Ooh,
big trade.
Trade coming out for sure. That's huge for them. Monty not able to do anything even after using their abilities. Assist King, you were talking about the one to step up, and that's exactly what we're seeing there for a second. Still 3v4 situation in favor of West Forsyth. Back to 3v3 now, and still trading back and forth between these two teams.
One enemy remaining.
3 out of 5.
I don't think you would have needed the Neurotheft to knew where that person was.
No.
Yeah, like it was pretty self-explanatory. But with that being said, Guilford now 2v1 advantage. And not only that, but they have the intel. They know where the Yoru is.
They do know where the Yoru is, and Applejack hasn't really been able to clutch up too much recently, but they have done it in the past series we saw from them. So West Forsyth making their presence known, though, just jumping down the stairs, and that was a bit of an audio cue that they gave up for the other team.
I mean, it's really a lose-lose scenario because either you give up the audio cue or you go exactly where they're aiming at.
That's true.
So, I mean, not to say that the drop was the right decision. It just felt like a lose-lose scenario.
Maybe was hoping to catch someone off guard or something. I don't know what the strategy was there. But
I mean, maybe save the Vandal and go for a Hero Vandal next round. Maybe.
That could be it, too. Yeah, especially when they don't really have much eco to work with as they're saving up for the next round. And that final round of the half, if they can't get a Thrifty here, it's going to be so desperate for them to at least make it 9-3, as you mentioned. Still possible when you're on the attacking side to go back from there.
Either that or we're going to have to stick with Time to Light's 10-2 curse, which, you know, I'm not going to put all my chips, or rather, I'm not going to put all my bread in that basket.
Gotcha.
It has happened, though.
It has happened.
I literally saw it with Time to Light, and that's where it came from.
Sadness for that team that it happened to. But Northwest Guilford are trying to be as happy as can be and have another pop-off moment themselves if they can take down West Forsyth here and make it that much more confident going into the second half. Only a couple rounds to go from then. to clutch up map number 1 and be 1 map away from being the regional champions. $4,000, by the way, for first place, $2,000 per second. So, hey, you're still going home with a decent chunk of change.
I'm about to say, they know exactly where you are. No neuro theft needed for that. Like, you had the GTFO.
Yeah.
And now, here we go. It's going to be a full push onto the C site. Northwest Guilford now pushing in, knowing they have the weapons advantage as the Cypher Cage goes out, blocking the view. Justin trying to get a cheeky spray through the cage. Not going to be good as they throw out yet another one, constantly going for that blind fire.
Justin just looking around to see if there's a flank coming. But we haven't seen a single flank from West Forsyth the entire series. So Sis King with a 2-piece themselves, though. That's pretty confident. And looking for the third, maybe some more. Using the Raze ult as well. Not going to get the connection that time, but QT will help them out. And now it is a 2-on-1 situation, going for the defuse. And it's all up to that Cypher to see what they can do here.
That was so cheeky. You love to see it. And now a big thrifty round as we get ready to go into the last round of the first half. And again, a big dub and assist king. My goodness, again, literally being the hero here for West Forsyth.
And that is smart for the timeout. I mean, might as well use it, the one that you have for your round remaining in the first half. There's going to be a lot of timeouts in this grand final. I'm expecting it, especially with what we have seen from both of these teams, the potential of these squads, and what they have going well for them. So, any other interesting questions or remarks you have for the Captain at Soka and Vaudable show?
Oh, 100%, but it's the Vaudable in Captain at Soka show.
Ah,
you get the first place
appreciate
spot.
it,
But if you insist, then by all means, welcome back to the Vaudable and Captain at Soka show. As now we have some more interesting questions. Now we talked about our least favorite maps. I want to ask you, what is your favorite map?
I really like the visuals of Icebox.
Okay, so wow, for the first time someone agrees with me that we love Icebox again. And not to mention with Icebox, you know, while it was out of circulation, they did make some changes to it, and I'm completely content with the changes. I'm very happy with it. And not only that, but, you know, any place where Viper is viable is going to be fun for me. And Viper, again, very, very good on Icebox. Again, high pick rate for Viper on Icebox. And you know what? I love the Viper that we're seeing here today. Again, you know, what we have been seeing from this Viper from Northwest Guilford has been truly exceptional. And again, the double controller meta.
It's crazy.
With the Viper is just pairing so well on Lotus.
We'll have to see how this last round goes after the Northwest Guilford timeout. Might as well use it while you got it, because they get more timeouts in the second half. And potentially one for OT. Did you see the Gecko ult? Interesting.
Yeah, very
a little bit too early. Yeah.
I like how we're just like thinking the same exact thing.
I guess to try and delay them a little bit. I don't really know the vision there.
They also committed Dimensional Rift.
West Forsyth, what you doing?
They committed 2 ults in like the first 30 seconds.
Sus.
Yeah, a little bit. You know, kind of nerve-wracking there. Pinta,
they're cooking something.
Very good. I don't even know if that's considered a tech, but they literally used the rotating wall to block the paint shells.
That was crazy to see.
So pretty clutch. Very high IQ move there.
QT Vision probably should have been able to prevent that plant, but I think they were trying to hide as best they could, and it's not really working out. They're just finding themselves between a rock and a hard place. They do have all their health at least, but they're in a bad spot, especially with the Raze ult just destroying them. Jester will take out Tat, and there is one player, the Yoru, barely any health remaining. This is a very deja vu moment. We've been here before, and the Yoru wasn't really able to do too much. There is a flash. They can't get enough damage. They are going to be taken down, and the attackers will win the final round of the half.
And again, that 9-3 split is not that bad on Lotus, especially when, you know, you started out on the defensive side. Not to mention, you're bringing a double duelist comp, which again confuses me on the scenario, because when you're starting on defense, you would probably want to pick a more defensive-sided composition, just so that way you can get like that little extra bonus, you know, going into the second half. But with that being said, West Forsyth are definitely stacked up to do a little bit more damage on the attacking side. One, because Lotus is more of an attacker-sided map. Also because they have a more attacker-sided composition. They're bringing the double duelist in.
One thing I want to note too, 16 on defense for the kills from Assist King. The rest 6 at the most. He has been trying his best, or they have been trying their best, excuse me, to carry the rest of the squad forward to those 3-round victories that West Forsyth have gotten. So Monty, of course, 18 on the other side, 12 for Justin and 9 for Thigby. We'll see how the rest of this first map goes, but you mentioned it is possible to come back. And Monty and Justin, well, taking out Assist King, the top fragger on the other side, does not bode well for West Forsyth, excuse me.
Yeah, now look at Monty. I mean, they're kind of, free running at the moment. They're doing a bit of parkour as they manage to find 2 eliminations, and now it is a 5v1. Once again, the pistol round single-handedly going the way of Northwest Guilford.
Not over till it's over technically, but I mean it technically is over. With this many players remaining against Tap 4, maybe they can get an exit frag. They still have a minute to go. We'll see if it is a possibility for them, but the spike down at the site and them not in really the best position either, taking a slow rotate to see if they can get into any kind of position to go one-on-one with somebody and get at least some eco going into that second round of the half.
Well, Tat, only a matter of time before they are found out. They do get the intel. They know where Tat
30
is.
seconds left.
And now here comes the danger. And, I mean, there's really not much left but the waiting as they try and throw out the camera. They get the read. They know where they are. They drop right on down.
Oh, no.
And it won't be enough. It's going to be a flawless victory to start things off here in the second half for Northwest Guilford.
A very different pistol round than the beginning of this map at SoCo, where it was a clutch-up moment for Northwest Guilford, but that time it was flawless. They felt very confident. They know that they have a read on their opponents, and that's exactly what they have been doing throughout this first map, is reading their opponents very well, knowing their positioning, knowing where they're potentially going to come from, and having all their bases covered.
Absolutely. And now you can see once again West Forsyth are going to be stacking over towards C, and already you can see Justin, they're putting down the util, and it's really telling how much confidence they have in Justin, because, again, Justin is the only one, it seems, that is stacking on C currently.
Truly. And that is a good confidence to have in a teammate, especially when they are playing a Cypher, that they can lock down a site like that, have some good vision on where exactly the opponents might be coming from. And now we're just seeing what West Forsyth, excuse me, are planning to do, because they're just kind of sitting there. They haven't really made a move. They're taking the time to go towards the site, and eventually they're going to have to make their presence known, and might be taking a little bit too much time here. Monty taking down 1, taking down 2, almost 3. That was a cool flick, but not enough for them to get it.
Remaining.
Still 1 player remaining in West Forsyth, and not the best maneuver we have seen to go on to be.
Not the best, but at the same time completely understandable. Again, when you have nothing but pistols, you want to go for the B plant because it is going to be very quick. And if you move in unison, then you're going to be able to deal out a lot of damage with those classics as long as you have multiple people firing. So again, I understand the idea behind it, but again, it was that lurk there in the corner that really made the difference. And also great trigger discipline not to panic. After getting, after seeing the util come out, they still managed to hold their cool there.
A lot of patience from Northwest Guilford in the defending side of things. And that's where I was like, okay, hypothetically, a 9-3 comeback is possible once you switch sides to the attacking half. But we're playing against Northwest Guilford, who looks so strong the last time we saw them on Lotus, on the defensive end and on offense. So a well-rounded team, reasonable for them to make it all the way into the money and make a case for themselves to potentially be a state champion, or a regional champion, excuse me.
And I mean, I'll be honest, I think Northwest Guilford could possibly give some collegiate teams a run for their money as well, to be completely content. I cast a lot of collegiate Valorant, and again, what I'm seeing from Guilford is truly impressive. Is again, they're being able to succeed for the most part. But here we go. Now we're seeing again a pulse, a sign of light from Forsyth as they manage to get the spike planted and now have the player advantage as well.
Huge for them. Same for Thigby, the one popping off for their team. On the defensive side,
remaining.
they beat 3 in a row.
Cage
And there they go, clutching up for their squad. Northwest Guilford can never be counted down, even after a spike plant comes through.
Absolutely not. I mean, I'm wondering what Thigby was doing, because again, we didn't get to spectate them, but yet they came away with a 2K. So like, I would have loved to have seen exactly what happened to where Thigby was able to pick up a monumental 2K.
Getting 4 kills for their team in that one. Match point already. I blinked and we missed like all the rounds that have happened already in the half, just because Northwest Guilford have been that dominant and that speedy when it comes to the confidence from them. I mean, 9-3. West Forsyth, there's only so much you can do to come back by this much of a deficit. They needed one of those 3 rounds to at least have a shot to getting to this point in time. But with the way Northwest Guilford are playing, I mean, West Forsyth, what can they do?
I mean, I really don't think there's much they can do here. I mean, they don't
GG
even
go next?
GG go next because they don't even have a full buy right now. And this is the last round of Lotus.
And this was their pick, too, for West Forsyth.
I was getting ready to ask. Like,
Yeah.
that's kind of scary.
Yeah, Split was the pick for Northwest Guilford. Could be input incorrect, so it might have been the pick for
I was about to say, if Northwest Guilford did pick Split, I'm sorry, I don't see it happening.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be done in 2.
We'll have to see. Regardless, Northwest Guilford, one more round to go for map 1, and then they'll be 1 map away from being your regional champions at Greensboro. Justin just taking his time waiting for Yoru to appear. It's not happening that time, but still. Jen with plant. Here it goes for West Forsyth.
Get ready for the mound meta. Again, that's where you plant. I mean, you don't always have to plant there. We've seen them plant C and be in a completely different area. But when you plant corner like that, chances are you're going to play for mound.
Looking really good so far for Northwest Guilford. 3v2 situation. Only 2 players remaining in West Forsyth. Make it 1. They're all gone. Now comes the defuse, and there goes the map 1 win for Northwest Guilford. Now 1 map away from being your Greensboro regional champions.
It's because they didn't play mound. You know, I'm sorry, Forsyth, but when you plant C and you put it in the corner, you got to play mound. And they didn't do it. RIP to the homies, but again, a great showing coming from Guilford there, being able to come through with a dominating game number 1 there on Lotus.
Truly.
And again, if that wasn't their pick, then I am really nervous for Forsyth going on to Split, because we have already seen what Guilford can do on Split. It is absolutely insane.
It's really good. I mean, I feel like Guilford has confidence on every map that we have seen them play on so far, and this is going to be a tough uphill battle for their opponents in West Forsyth to really do anything. And Assist King, really the one making the most waves for West Forsyth, but the rest of their teammates weren't able to get involved as much as they were hoping. I mean, Tat4, who looked really good in that quarterfinal that we watched, not really able to do as much as we were hoping for in this game specifically. So we really need to see them pick up the pace and get those early round wins, because if you give that much of a lead to Northwest Guilford, they are going to win. They have proven that 2 times now. Now make it 3 in the grand final.
Yeah, and you know, and that also speaks to the composition as well when we're talking about, you know, that double controller on Lotus.
Truly.
And when you're looking at it, and again, you know, we're looking at the top frag, clearly it's the Monty momentum, but what I was looking at was the Omen, and I was looking at the Sky, because they managed to get a couple of frags, sure, and I think they both actually managed to get 10 pieces. But with that being said, between the 2 of them, they have 22 assists.
22
assists, and that's what you want from your smoke.
About. Yeah, that's true. 22 assists,
that's
11 for Penta, and 10 for that Rock dude. So, I mean, that is the kind of support you want from your teammates to make sure you can get that confident victory.
And that's why it's important that, you know, you don't always jump on the double duelist comp. Now, when you go to Split, by all means, you can bring 3 duelists if you want. I'll be comfortable with that. But when you're playing on Lotus, you really need to have that utility, so that way you're not going for constant frags. You're trying to divvy up the amount of field there is on Lotus. It's a 3-sided map. There's a lot of ground. You got to find a way to divvy that up. And we saw that Guilford was able to do that by utilizing double controller comp with the Omen and the Viper.
Well, we'll have to see what goes down on Split once we get into the game itself and what the compositions are going to be for these 2 teams. Nonetheless, though, I mean, this has been a pretty intense matchup throughout the day's competition for all the players involved for how things have been going. So we still have one more map potentially. This could be the last one.
Well,
on Split
technically
here.
2. You're right. It could be
2.
Could be 2 more, but with the way that Guilford is playing right now, and
it feels like this is their time to win.
And if this is in fact their map pick, then I think it might just be Christmas, because it's about to be a wrap.
About to be a wrap.
That was the worst pun I made all day, by the way. That was the worst pun I made all day. I'm going to call it now. It's been a long day, so now I'm running out of gas. You know, I'm running out of steam here.
Well, West Forsyth didn't have any steam at all to work with in that entire map, so hopefully in Split they can change things up.
That felt like Guilford talking through your mouth just now.
Oh, no, I would be popping off if I was talking.
Oh, yeah. You would have shouted that to the heavens.
I would have, yes. But indeed, we are still waifu having a fun time there.
I think we're waiting for QD Vision.
Waiting for QD Vision to queue
come back. Because I think I saw them. I think they might be taking a little bit of a potty break.
That is very true.
I don't know why I went British for that.
I don't know either. They need to switch sides as well. So
it's a long day.
There'll be different sides for the map itself, too. So either way, I mean, this will be an interesting map to see exactly how things are going to go down for it. But it's been a great weekend of competition. I mean, we had Rocket League and NBA 2K yesterday, and different representatives from different conferences, I believe, for most of it as well. So huge shout out to all the teams, all the conferences, all the coaches, all the students and the parents and teachers too, of course. I mean, have to give them the biggest shout out as well for being a part of this and a part of VESL. But we do, I believe, have things being switched up for these two teams on the correct sides. So we'll get that locked in as quickly as we can and transition over to the game itself as they are locked in.
Yep, getting ready to load right on in, looking at the character selection as soon as we can. We'll bring that to you. We are going to be heading into Split. And, again, we're going to be seeing some very interesting plays being made, I think, coming from Northwest Guilford because now they have free reign. They have the insurance win. So now they can go a little nutty if they want to.
They can.
I'm expecting to see some nuttiness, actually, as a matter of fact. I wouldn't be surprised if we see
I don't know. I think you should, like, lock in and then take your time.
You should.
You should.
But doesn't mean they will.
That's true.
That's a different conversation.
That's very true.
However, I will admit, they could have did a little bit of BM. They could have did some tomfoolery on Lotus, but they chose not to. So
that's very true.
We'll see.
We will see. So they are going to back out and I think switch things up here for a second as well. So it's going to take a little bit more time for it. So as you can see, they are switching things around. But again,
just have them get up and just walk around the table.
They'd have to change all their accounts, all their setups, everything.
Oh, I never said it was a good idea.
Yeah, it was an idea at least.
Yeah, it was a thought. But regardless, we are getting ready to get this one underway. Again, we already know Northwest Guilford definitely in their zone right now. And when we had the split, now we're going to be seeing a lot more gunny gameplay. This is where you're going to see a lot of rushes.
That's true.
Wouldn't be surprised to see more raises, more jets. And you know what? I wouldn't mind if we're going to go double duelist comp, bring in the Yaru. Again, Yaru did well there on Lotus. I think they would do even better on split.
That's very true. I'm wondering if we could go to a break then if we're going to be taking this time to get this all set up for these players as well. So we'll see how it is going for the matchup too, just because they are taking their time to get the lobby reset and figure out exactly what is going on their side of things to get things set up. So we'll see what's happening here, but we'll be back in just a sec. Welcome back, everyone. We switched things up, did some musical chairs, and now we are getting into map 2 of the grand finals for the Greensboro Regional here at VESL and UNCG Esports Arena. Shout out again to UNCG for letting us use their facility. But Northwest Guilford destroyed the competition 13-3 in that last game. Did not drop a round at the end of the half. So now we'll have to see what can happen from this squad of Western Forsyth to really take on the Goliath that is Northwest Guilford here.
And you know what? I'm really interested already with the composition that I'm seeing. If this is Northwest Guilford on the right side, because no, that's not. That's got to be West Forsyth, because that's a Sis King.
That's
okay,
true.
bet. I was like to say, there's no shot Guilford is coming in with a KO on split.
No.
Like, again, that was the first thing I noticed. Like, KO on split, there's no way. There's no shot that is Guilford. But no, what we're seeing from the actual Guilford squad on the left side, that I can believe. Again, we're going with the double controller comp. We're bringing in the Viper and the Omen, which is really interesting because, again, not necessarily something I would bring to split. But at the same time, it's Northwest Guilford. You know, this dynamic duo of these controllers, pretty solid.
We'll have to see what exactly is going to be the strategy for West Forsyth, too. I mean, we do see a Jet from QT Vision. They felt a little confident on that before, so that might be what we need for them. But you mentioned it before, not on split for that as well. So I'm curious to see what the strategy is between West Forsyth's players and who is going to come out to be the main duelist for them, because I know Assist King, I mean, they were doing so well before, but now they're on the KO this time, so I'm curious if they're going to be trying to like be more of a captain supporting and assisting the rest of the players on their team, or if it is just going to be mainly them getting the frags for that squad. Either way, they'll be on the attacking side. The defending side will be Northwest Guilford, and this could be potentially the final Valorant map of the regional.
It very well could be, and I'm really surprised that we're not seeing not one double duelist comp between the two. And again, I'm surprised we're not seeing a Yoru. Like, I feel like
That's
Split,
true.
I feel like Split is Yoru's map. I can understand the Raze. Okay, I mean, don't get me wrong. On this map, I still favor the Yoru a little bit more because they have the extra entry. I mean, don't get me wrong. Raze does too, but it's only for them. When Yoru entries, it like kind of benefits everybody. But with that being said, you know, again, not a bad composition coming from either side. I would say respectively. But once again, I am going to favor Guilford in their double controller comp. I'm not saying I favor them to win. I'm saying I favor their composition.
Well, we'll see if the composition favorites of Northwest Guilford and now the potential champion favorites with that one win under their belt will be able to carry that momentum, we keep talking about it, from the last map into this one. And the biggest thing for West Forsyth, get an early round win or get a pistol round win. Not many people have been, I don't think anyone actually has been able to take a pistol round against Northwest Guilford, excuse me.
I'm going to say the thing that I think Valorant agents say the most for West Forsyth, and that's to play for picks.
Play for picks. Nah,
and check your corners.
Gosh.
And check your
Don't get stuck on the rope.
Yeah, don't get stuck on the rope. There's a lot we could say. Regardless, Assist King going to get hit by the spy cam a wee bit early, and they're going to have to GTFO, get out of dodge, and avoid the danger. They're going to be going back around. But again, no love lost because they didn't get eliminated. You know, they're still 5v5 here. On to split. Monty, again, playing a little bit of a lurky turkey, a little ratty Cathy here in the mid. Respect as the smokes do come out, and this is why we go double controller, because now you can infinitely block mid lane.
It makes so much sense. Monty and Thigby, the two players you do not want to meet in mid whatsoever, just taking their time, seeing who's going to come out. Another smoke goes through.
That's the play. Down goes the poison orb. Out comes the
dodged every shot.
The omen smoke.
Thigby gets one onto Jen.
Down mid.
See if a trade comes out, but no, Monty gets one as well. Another smoke as well. Make it that much more difficult. Assist King finally does pick one up. QT Vision taken down a bit as well. And West Forsyth only have Assist King remaining, 70 HP. Trying to get the spike down, and that will help them out a little bit with the eco at least, but for how much? All that for a drop of blood, potentially. Just messing around, Thigby.
It's a little BM, but at the same time, it is a legit strat because, you know, you're watching Pop Goes the Weasel. Meanwhile, you're getting your top taken off.
Popped.
Yeah, you're getting pop watching Pop Goes the Weasel. So, you know, again, it is still viable, you know, at the same time. So yeah, a little loony. just a little bit loony, right? But at the same time, you are going to be getting the elim because
I like the accent that keeps coming out.
You're not watching. You're not watching yourself get tagged in the dome piece. And I don't even know why it keeps coming out. I think it's at the point where, we've been here for so long throughout the weekend that I may be reaching a point of delirium.
You're reaching a point of, no, not Dutchness, of accentness.
I don't even know what it is, to be honest. I don't even have a good British accent. I think it's just like a repressed alter ego or something.
What would be Captain Atsoka's alter ego name? That's what I'm wondering.
Darth Atsoka, actually.
Darth Atsoka. Okay.
That's where the name originated, because I was doing one of those social media posts where, they're like, your Sith name is your last name spelled backwards. And that's where Ahsoka came from. So
that makes a lot of sense.
My Sith name was Darth Atsoka, and I was like, you know what? I like the sound of that. But you know what? Instead of being like, a Sith Lord, I'll be a captain.
I respect it. Now we do see a 2-frag from Justin. Make it 3, and there is the flawless Thigby with the finish. You hear the pop-off again for Northwest Guilford. When they get that confident, 2 rounds in a row, have the pop-offs coming out, they can't be stopped.
I mean, don't get me wrong, it was a solid win, but at the same time, you're going up against pistols.
That's true.
So once again, I ask, what are you standing up for?
Yeah, but we said that before, then they 13-3.
It still stands
don't know.
that you're supposed to win the second round after you win pistols.
It does. It does.
But don't get me wrong. I mean, they are popping off. Like, you can't ignore that they are on fire. They are 100% just holding W key and just getting dubs.
QT Vision dodging for a second. Putting some shots on, no connection, but does get one, so that's good for QT Vision. Taking out Monty, a big player on the side of Northwest Guilford. Good enough trade for sure. See what Penta can do through the smoke, but not really anything. West Forsyth, Applejack just putting on some shots. Seeing if anything's going to really come out, but not too much to worry about just yet. I do see some peaks and a little bit of a tag, but I think both parties are backing off on this engagement, going for a different site, potentially.
I mean, again, they're playing for picks, and they managed to get 2, now 3. This is how West Forsyth has to play, and now they're getting ready to, if they can confirm the round, deny the bonus. And again, they're playing for picks. This is how you have to play. They were able to get 2, then a 3rd, but honestly, they caught that one out in rotation. So almost like a gimme a limb, but it doesn't matter because that rock dude managed to catch an limb there up in heaven.
Huge for West Forsyth to hopefully take this round. But again, as you mentioned, that rock dude looking very confident for Northwest Guilford.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, that rock dude.
That rock dude. Spike does go down, though. 2 times in a row. Feeling a little bit more confident with that than what we saw in Lotus. Because it was a struggle for them on the offensive side to really get anything going for West Forsyth. Rock dude, though, getting tagged a little bit. Waiting for the clear out. His teammate did clear the way, but he couldn't get the finish, and it will be West Forsyth getting their first round. Similar, though, to what we saw happen last time.
Yeah, I mean, and that's how you got to do it. Honestly, just deny the bonus, play next, and
actually not similar. They gave up 6 rounds.
They did.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, but the point is,
Try to wipe it from my memory.
But we're showing a lot of improvement.
That's exactly what we need from West Forsyth.
They gave up 6 rounds. This time they only gave up 2, and that is
huge.
Right along with the script, by the way.
It is.
That's how it's supposed to happen, and that's usually the chain of events that occur when you lose the pistol round. Now, here we go. This is, if you're familiar with Vincent Cast.
I'm not.
Okay, Vincent is another Valorant caster, and
like Vision? No, not Visions.
No, his name is Vincent.
Oh, Vincent.
He's often confused with Vision.
That's what it is.
But it's Vincent with a 1. Okay, and they often said when
Similar
in Valorant,
names.
right? They often say when in Valorant that this is where the true match begins in the rifle round. This is where true Valorant takes place.
In map 2 on split. Oh, Applejack, 2-piece to themselves, make it 3. See if they can get another one. Will they get the ace? I mean, you got to give it to Applejack. Just say, oh, they're here. West Forsyth, please.
I love the gamer conversation right now. I love the players. Like all of a sudden, like West Forsyth coming away with a 4K, and again, going into the 4th round, and all you hear is someone go, "Okay, all right, I see you."
You got to give it the respect that is necessary there, though. We do have Thigby, one of the better duelists that we have seen on the side
That's
of
a
Northwest
controller.
Guilford. I know it's a controller, but they play as a duelist.
They do.
They really do.
Fair enough. They literally top frag.
They do.
But you remember you were asking me earlier on Lotus, like, how come we're not seeing West Forsyth go for any, like, cheeky flanks? Or rather, how come their flanks weren't successful? It's because they weren't going double controller. When you have double controller, someone like Viper, you could throw out your util, remotely detonate it or remotely activate it, and then it gives you free range to lurk and go for flank. That's why we weren't seeing it from West Forsyth.
That makes a lot of sense. Well, now we'll see what we're going to witness from West Forsyth if they can get their first lead of the series against Northwest Guilford. Started down but not out. Lost the first 2 rounds, and as you mentioned, this is where the real game has started, getting 2 in a row.
Yeah, now it's going towards West Forsyth. I mean, look at the economy. They're having a phantom tantrum. It's literally phantoms across the board, only 1 half shield, and now North Guilford, for the first time in what feels like forever, have to come with like a broken buy.
And that's a tough situation to be in for Northwest Guilford, but we've seen how well they do in pistol rounds and even eco rounds for themselves too, in the rare occasion that they have to be in that position, and they haven't really struggled too much, so I'm confident that they'll be able to make something of this round, even if they do drop it to their opponents. Flash does come out. Jen with a 2-piece themselves, does getting taken down by Penta.
One enemy
And
remaining.
Assist King not even having to do too much here. The rest of the teammates on West Forsyth feeling very confident. Thigby, the last remaining yet again.
Yeah, no love lost here either. I mean, they do get suppressed, but there's really not much doing. They do get the head click. I mean, the spike is going to detonate. I'm convinced the spike will detonate. Now it's just about who's going to get this last frag, who's going to be able to exit out. Meanwhile, Thigby, again, keeping their opponents at bay, land at least 1 shot to the shoulder. Not going to be enough to confirm, and I think they're going to commit Harakiri. A little bit of seppuku at the end. They just kind of jumped into the blast.
That they did. West Forsyth feeling pretty good. They weren't able to escape either at the end there, too, if you noticed. Another timeout coming in here from the side of Northwest Guilford, and this is smart for them too. Every time we do see some momentum being built by their opponents, it is a lot more quiet.
I'm just saying.
What you stand up for is what you did say.
Making observations. It's a lot quieter now.
And that is a big observation to make here too. This is the most amount of rounds in a row we have seen from West Forsyth this series. And this is a big time to slow that roll, make the timeout happen, talk about the strategy for split specifically here. And this is where I'm thinking maybe Lotus was the pick for Northwest Guilford.
Could have been.
And this one was the pick for West Forsyth. It
seems
makes a
that
bit more
way.
sense.
It would be more surprising if it wasn't.
Yes.
But I have seen that happen before, though. Like in Valorant, like, you know, one team will pop off on your pick, and then all of a sudden you turn around and you're popping off on their pick. So it does happen, but at the same time, with the way that they're playing, you would think that this is 100% Forsyth's pick, and I do like the way they're playing right now. Again, they're playing very smart, and they're not being hasty. They're not rushing, and, you know, they're being very methodical. And
True.
It's paying off, where on the other side, they're having a little bit more fun, and now they're getting punished.
Well, now we'll have to see what happens after the timeout if Northwest Guilford can adjust. They're able to clear out that first game, that first map, after their own timeout, right before the half, where they went and destroyed the rest of the competition throughout the tournament up to this point. But West Forsyth have also been on a roll themselves. I mean, they had a 13-3. They just got 13-3 themselves in the last map, so they got a taste of their own medicine after Currents.
You know what? This is very interesting because they went ahead and invested the Viper's Pit into mid, and that is a very early investment. And again, I understand it. I get it. You're cutting off the entire midsection, but now take a look at this. West Forsyth put themselves onto site, going straight into A. Granted, it did cost them 1, now 2. So it is looking like that this is, you know, this Viper's Pit was worth the investment.
Or the investment, Northwest Guilford 5v3, but an odd spot to be in there too. Difficult position for Assist King as well. Less than half health, and they are flashed. They are able to actually escape them because it's flashed the other direction. Thigby onto Assist King, and this will be the defuse coming out. So Northwest Guilford feeling confident after that as well.
I feel bad for Tat because when we got to check out their POV for a moment, they were coming up ropes and they instantly took a jellyfish to the dome.
Oof.
That was something out of a horror movie because they were coming up the rope, right? And then all of a sudden, as they're on their way up, there's a jellyfish just right there. and again,
jump scare.
To reiterate, when I say jellyfish, I mean the Seekers.
Yes.
The Sky ult, to be completely transparent in case someone's like, what are you talking about jellyfish?
This goes here.
Well, still, Northwest Guilford, West Forsyth The game continues, 3-3 as you mentioned. Applejack, the one really popping off the most for West Forsyth this time, where it used to be Assist King. So I do like the change there.
Neither is a duelist either.
No, that's what I've been noticing a lot. That the duelists are typically the players that aren't the ones fragging out as much.
Caution here.
Because they're usually the first one to get eliminated. Like duelists now are kind of taking on an initiator role, and they're playing a lot of entry.
Which does make a lot of sense from what we have seen. Also got to think about like the difference in ranks for these teams too, as they're teams that are formed basically at school. Made them waste it. That was fun.
Dude, that Omen said, nope, not sticking around for the show or the showstopper. Time to go. And honestly, that's one of the best ways to use the Omen ult right there.
Really is. Bait out the ult and run away.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Stalemate was broken finally.
Yeah, unfortunately though, the weapon disparity just can't be denied. I mean, you got Vandals, Rifles, Phantoms, you know, beans, creams, tomatoes, but like you got the whole garden right now for the side of Guilford, and you know what? They're going to get the win. That's how it goes. It was an eco round for West Forsyth. That they managed to take out, it would have been a thrifty. So again, just the fact that they were able to get 2 eliminations, still not a bad save round for West Forsyth. They got 2 elims out of it. Now they can buy up again.
We'll see what Northwest Guilford can do versus West Forsyth to continue this drive. 2 rounds in a row, looking for their 3rd. They haven't been able to get 3 in a row just yet, whereas we did see that from West Forsyth. So this will be a big win for Northwest Guilford if they can keep this momentum moving forward. But still, the buy phase just ending now. Penta on the sky, trying to see if they can flash out and see exactly where they're coming from. Knows that they blinded somebody, so they are pushing onto the A sites. Shots coming through. All the utility taking down QT Vision. That was a bad day at the office.
Unfortunate, feels bad, but if you're on the side of Guilford, you know it feels good. Feeling good for Guilford, as now, once again, they're able to get the early pick, and that's why it's important to play for those picks. Now you have a big advantage moving forward. Momentum Monty now making their way back up to heaven, and I think they're really going to fake the rotate they did, and they were able to catch a pick. That was a big move.
Huge move there. West Forsyth have the advantage in numbers currently, and Northwest Guilford, they still have Monty, feeling pretty confident with them and the Omen that's been doing really good for their team. Assist King, though, see what they can do here. All of the abilities coming through from West Forsyth to get the spike down. That is a huge boon for their eco, but also to tie things up potentially again.
I think this is the first time the entire weekend that we actually saw a KO get rezzed.
That is actually true.
Yeah, like again, like you see, I was a KO main for a very long time, and as a KO main, I will tell you, stick the res. I don't care if we lose. You don't leave me there to die.
That Rock Dude versus the world. 2 difficult positions to be in. Got 1 down, but no, didn't expect him to be there. Thought someone would push forward, but timed it. Unfortunate for them, and it is tied yet again. Back and forth it goes.
And this is what we need. Again, West Forsyth definitely not going down so easily this time around. And now there's crickets being heard in the arena right now, which again you love to see.
Like a lot of that's because the students went home.
Yeah, I mean, but you
Happy
love
Mother's
to see it,
Day,
though.
everyone, by the way.
Yeah, big happiest Mother's Day. As a matter of fact, I want to give a shout out to my mother, as well as my grandmother as well. I already sent them some text messages, but still.
Yeah, calls will be following this production.
And random social media posts that.
Of course.
Oh my God! I mean, Mama, I love you, but you getting on Facebook was the worst thing that has ever happened.
It's inevitable.
It is.
What's also inevitable is QT Vision potentially getting the entry frag here. Smokes get off, and no, they aren't going to be able to get anything there. That's unfortunate for them. It's backing off a little bit from the B site. I respect it for Northwest Guilford. They're expecting kind of a mid-push potentially, since that first frag from the duelist didn't really work out as well as they were hoping.
This is a classic Guilford move. You know, it led to a trade, a good trade. It also got you some intel, but you know, they instead of just waiting for them to come to mid, they just pushed down mid. And now look at this, you're vulnerable behind box. You're in a very detrimental position right now. As you can see, the stun does go out. It lands perfectly onto Thigby, and they're able to find the limb. More trades being made. We got ourselves a 2v2. West Forsyth still have control of the spike.
Huge smoke as well to make it that much more difficult for Justin to really do anything. And now they gave away their position too. I don't think they should have shot into the smoke there.
I don't think they should have pushed through mid.
No. Some awkward choices being made so far by Northwest Guilford. Probably not used to feeling this kind of resistance in this close of a series.
One enemy
There
remaining.
you go. Good shot. Gonna TP out and now have a little bit of a read behind box. That is wall bangable. Maybe not from the long ways, but you can shoot through that thing. Regardless, you got that rock dude. Now looking to get the limb. They're able to get it. Well done. And that is going to be the go-ahead round in the favor of Northwest Guilford.
Right before they got the spike down too. They should have stuck the landing. I mean, that's what we talk about with the defuse, but you probably should have stuck the landing there as well, and a good time for a timeout for Waifu to call for West Forsyth, making sure that they have a chance to stay in this and keep it competitive. Northwest Guilford used theirs earlier. Might as well have one for West Forsyth here again with how close this first half is being.
Oh, yeah. I mean, and again, it's really surprising to see that this is still the first half.
That's true.
You know, it feels like we've been here for a hot minute. It's going back and forth. Total of 9 rounds gone, getting ready to head into the 10th. So, the first half is nearly gone.
True.
And it does have the makings of becoming a 6-6 if West Forsyth can play their cards right.
We did see a 6-6 against Northwest Guilford before with NCCA, and then they destroyed them in the second half.
True.
So we don't know what's going to happen there specifically once the roles are reversed for attacking and defending. And that's the big question here is this an inevitability like Thanos? I keep talking about inevitability, and that's how it seems sometimes with these top teams and the differences that they've been making. But West Forsyth have been making a very good case for themselves here on Split.
Yep, that they have. And you know what? Compared to the previous match, it's a complete turnaround.
It is.
I mean, already,
they had more rounds already.
Yeah, still in the first half, and they already outdid themselves.
Yeah.
So, again, really solid performance on being able to adapt, react, and then come correct. GG, go next. That's the definition of GG, go next.
It is.
You put that last match into the back of your mind. You don't let it phase you, and you concentrate on the next match.
Even top teams get 13-3 sometimes. So.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It happens all the time.
So we'll see what the changeup is going to be here. Monty with the frag onto Assist King. That's huge for them. Assist King, one of their top fraggers for the other side of West Forsyth. So that is massive for them to start off strong in this next round.
Yep, big pick coming from Guilford as they are looking to continue to stack up their advantage. And it does look like as though we're seeing West Forsyth in an eco round. And now Guilford really taking their time here. They're not going to push down mid like they did last round. They're going to take their time. They're going to wait and see if they can get a cheeky pick, because you got to remember the pressure is onto West Forsyth because they're on the offensive side. They're playing not only against their opponents, but they're playing against the clock. There's nobody there, I don't think.
Shooting at ghosts. Maybe trying to bait someone out to come towards them. I don't know. So that they think everyone is on the B site, and that seems to be the strategy, and it is working out for so far. So good, but Applejack taken down with that rock dude. Now it is a 5-on-3 situation back to Northwest Guilford's hands, and the timeout maybe not working out as well as West Forsyth
30
were hoping.
seconds left.
Not quite, not yet. Jed now going to be making their way through heaven. Going to blind off. Big blinds coming out, but they do get pinged. That is a huge
Last
ping.
player standing.
And now it is going to be a
Spike down,
two-player
B.
swing coming from Monty. And now a flawless victory going the way of Northwest Guilford.
Huge flawless to come out there too. Shut down West Forsyth after the timeout. You're wondering what the strategy was from West Forsyth going into this round, but I feel like Assist King getting taken down, it might have been built around that player specifically. It wasn't just them doing well throughout this first half. Applejack doing some good work, but relatively silent in the last 2 or 3 rounds we've seen from them, where they got most of their frags in the 3 wins that we did see from West Forsyth. So all eyes on West Forsyth to see what they can do, slow the roll of Northwest Guilford. Otherwise, they will have their work cut out for them in the second half.
Well, here we go. Getting round number 11 underway in the first half. And you got Jedden now going to be watching over towards mid. Spike is abandoned, by the way. Spike is abandoned onto B main. Nobody there. It looks like Jedden's going to be heading back, but they're going to be 3-stacking here by Garage. And so far, not much doing. You do have at least 2 lurky turkeys over there towards A, and it looks like they might hit sewers. But so far, it is West Forsyth playing the slow game.
Nice from West Forsyth to slow things down a bit, take their time, bait things out potentially from Northwest Guilford. We saw when they were a bit over eager to go towards mid, and that bit them in the butt before. So We're back onto the B site yet again, and the smoke's just making it that much more difficult for West Forsyth to feel confident on those attacks. So another rotation coming through, another rotation for Northwest Guildford potentially in towards mid as the smoke comes out too. They do know that they are likely going towards mid, so got to figure out exactly their positioning for Northwest Guildford.
And now here comes the full set, send right up the mid lane. Intel already given away. West Forsyth, unfortunately, on the receiving end of 2 eliminations. And now Assist King has to avoid the paint shells. And Monty just laying down suppressing fire through the smoke. And are able to find at least 2 eliminations there for mid as the push is going now over towards Hangar in A.
Northwest Guildford doing all that they necessarily can to get this victory. Spike having to be planted here and now, and it will get put down. So they are going to extend the round a little bit longer, but that was too close for comfort.
Yep, just a little bit too close, but now the North Theft goes out, and this is big intel already, being able to get the first limb. Now Monty from the side finds the shoulder of Assist King, and that is going to be a 3rd round going the way of Northwest Guildford as they now are priming themselves to go into the half at an 8-4 split.
We'll see if it can happen.
Last
They're feeling
round
very
in
confident
the
here.
half.
Eco looking really good for them too. Don't have many ultimates available to them though, so that might be the difference maker here for West Forsyth to at least get one for the road.
Yeah, meanwhile, we are getting ready here to head into round 12, the last in the half. And once again, the economy favoring that of Guildford. You look over for West Forsyth, and unfortunately, once again, they got to reach the bottom of the bargain bin just to come out with something solid.
Curious to see how things start off for West Forsyth with the ultimates that they have remaining to them to use at the end of the half here. The B site has not been working out for them so far. I feel like an A site push would work out so much better, but they're feeling so much more confident, I guess, with the start here and hoping that they can change their fate. And that seems to be the strategy for them, is to focus around this B site. So again, seeing what the strategy is for Northwest Guildford. Nobody is being baited out this time. Nobody's going to push forward. So a quick rotate compared to the other ones we've seen from them.
Well, we can see the spike now once again. It's going to be hanging around Garage, but we saw this last time. They got held at a standstill at Garage, and honestly, I think it's about time just to go for the push because they try and rotate mid, but it gets called out every time in mid.
Every time.
So
I mean,
now,
already a smoke being placed by Elvin too.
So now it's about time to commit, and here they go.
Thigby with one to Assist King yet again. Assist King getting targeted so early into these rounds, making that much difficult for West Forsyth to do anything.
Oh, showing off the range of the wall nade from Breach. That had some range on it. I mean, that hit all the way in the stairway.
Made them trip down the stairs. Fortunately for the side of Northwest Guildford, but that doesn't matter too much when you only have one player remaining in West Forsyth. And that Rock Dude getting the defuse here, and that is going to be the round and the half. 8-4. Pretty confident for Northwest Guildford. Unfortunate for West Forsyth. Apart from those 3 rounds in a row, relatively one-sided into this first half.
And again, the 8-4 split is not bad, not at all. But the only thing that makes me a little bit worrisome is that now Guildford is on offense. And they are a very talented offensive team. Even though, you know, they're bringing the double controller comp. I mean, it can still be used, you know, offensively, I suppose. But at the end of the day, you know, Guildford has just been going gunny all day long, and now they, more often than not, are not going to get punished for playing aggressive. They were able to get punished prior because they were on the defensive side of the spike. Now they might get rewarded on the offensive spike for playing a little bit more fast-paced.
Assist King didn't have a single frag in those last 3 rounds. It's a big thing to note, too. We've been taken out very early and didn't have a chance to get going for West Forsyth. So if he can stay alive a bit longer here, playing more of the defensive side, then that might be a chance for them to come back and have a chance against Northwest Guildford. But as you mentioned it, the frags from them, Monty with 15, Rock Dude with 13, and Thigby with 11, and even Justin with 9. Their whole team fragging out already in the first half. Now they're attacking, and that was just defending.
Well, here we go. And look at this. Almost like some deja vu here. I mean, they're taking the spike over towards Garage. You know, they bait out a little bit of the utility. The smoke comes out, and now they're starting to back off. But instead of trying to immediately go mid, they're slow playing it here on the B site. And I think they are going to try and make the push. And right now, where Tad is positioned, this is not a great position. If they decide to push right now, Tad is done for.
It's a bad spot for Tap, but we'll see what happens. B site so heavily favored for West Forsyth on attacking. You would have thought they would have put some more resistance up there, but they give up a lot of room. Monty taking that one onto Tat, and Well, no chance for them to really do anything. The spike is going to be planted eventually. It took them a little bit of time, but I think they're changing out weapons to feel a little bit more confident, I guess.
And, you know, I really like that push coming from Guilford. Again, they sent one. They sent one Cypher over towards the A site just to cause a ruckus and kind of like divide and conquer. But now you can see West Forsyth starting to make a comeback here. Now we have ourselves a good old-fashioned 1v1. Justin from up on high, again, has the high ground.
True.
As long as you keep the high ground, you should be okay. Wait for the defuse. You got to play the peekaboo game now, trying to go for the wall bang. They're not sticking. They know they're not sticking. You can completely still play time here. Good games being played. Once again, drawing them off a spike, letting it tick away. The mind games from Justin are so good. And there you go. That's how you play. That's how you play Spike.
Pistol around, yeah.
That's how you play Spike on Split. That's how it's done.
That was beautiful from Justin. Exactly what they needed to keep the momentum going into the second half. I mean, 5 rounds in a row now for Northwest Guilford. They have not lost a pistol round today.
Fair, and you know what? Every single time it's led to a win. So, you know, kudos. But the real difference is that, you know, for this one, so far in the first half, they weren't able to get the bonus round.
That's true. We'll see what happens in the second round here for Northwest Guilford. They can make it 3 rounds away if they get the win in this one to get the championship. The $4,000, excuse me, for first place. $2K still for second.
Let me hold some of that.
I know, right? Well, West Forsyth trying not to hold an L in the second map.
You got bills, you pay rent, you don't need all that. I'm kidding. I'm joking. Kinda.
Upcoming college fund.
Yeah.
That's what it's for. But regardless, Northwest Guilford, business as usual in these first 2 rounds of either half. The question is, will West Forsyth be able to take one to them while they are still having to play the eco? We saw them confidently take it in that 3rd round, and no one's really been able to do that before.
Yeah, and you know what? Jeden here, again, with a very cheeky classic kill. Had it been me, I would have missed every shot. But, you know, again, it was a cheeky kill, and those are the type of eliminations you got to get. You got to go for the backstab. You know, you got to give up ground. And big stinger limbs. Oh, my, from Justin, able to find a 2-piece until they are eliminated, and now it is a 3v1 in the favor of Guilford. They had little to no health left for QT Vision, and that is just going to about do it. And now Guilford shaping up to take the dub here. They are hitting double digits early on Split.
Huge one there from Northwest Guilford. 2 rounds in a row. This is deja vu all over again from some of the earlier series we saw from them, but West Forsyth, unfortunate to say for them, they haven't been able to put up as much of a fight against Northwest Guilford as you would have hoped. So Northwest Guilford looking really strong here with the confidence from the last map going into this one. I know we talked about don't stand up too early, but they have sat down after those initial pop-ups both games, and they're locked in.
Yeah, they're doing a lot better now, huh? Yeah. You know, it's usually better to play the game sitting down unless you have a standing desk.
That's very true.
If you Kendo has one, I think, actually. So if you no, they do. I know they do. So if you get the standing desk, then by all means, you can stand up as much as you want. But until then, what are you standing up for? If you don't have a standing desk, what are you standing up for?
We'll have to see what Northwest Guilford can do to potentially close things out early here at the Greensboro land. UNCG will be an early day of competition for them, and they're hoping to go home as winners and representing the conference all the way into the state finals. But West Forsyth, they're no slouches. We've seen the potential from them, how they can rally behind each other and get those 3 rounds we saw in the last half. But we haven't seen much since then.
Well, right now we're seeing Applejack trying to play around the green wall. That is the Viper wall. Not going to try and play with it for too long. Big blind coming out, but that Cypher Cage saved the day. I mean, that was well placed, and they were able to use it in order to find their way onto the B site. Now you got Jen trying to work from down low. It's going to be a little difficult here as the plant does go off. You see the trades being made. Jeden not going to be able to peek the corner. It's now Applejack is going to be gunned down.
Gunned down and unfortunately taken down that time. So it will be the attackers winning that one for Northwest Guilford. Thigby with a 3-piece to themselves to clean things out quickly. 2 rounds away from becoming your regional champions.
Yeah, but
of course, the timeout.
As a famous person once said, job's not done.
It's not done.
So again, we do get our timeout. And here we are once again.
Could be our last one.
Could be our last one. Could be our last Vaudable and Itsoka show of the day. But here we are.
Here we are.
We have made it. And you know what? Again, you know what? I'm going to be a little bit close to home today. What was your favorite moment of the LAN, since this might be our last one?
Favorite moment of the LAN. I almost said favorite moment.
Favorite moment.
I would say, as a conference director, NCCA winning Rocket League. But as a caster, I would say all the competition that has shown up throughout this weekend, especially the NBA 2K finals yesterday. That was so intense down to wire. First time casting the game, too. And that was amazing to see the players really giving it their all and showcasing their skill throughout all of the matches. What about you?
Honestly, my favorite moment was in Smash. Believe it or not, the Smash matches entirely.
Oh, the Smash match was amazing.
They were fantastic, but I got to give it to Siren when they finally hit the down spike after missing it all game.
That was clean.
Missed it all game.
That changed the whole series.
It really did. So that had to be my favorite moment, I got to say, of the entire LAN.
Pretty amazing moment at that. There's been some great moments. Definitely recommend watching the VOD back if any of you have not been watching all day and are just tuning into the finals here. Nonetheless, though.
And clip the good parts. I need some. I clip the good parts. I need some stuff for my demo reel.
There you go. But still, we have potentially only 2 rounds remaining if Northwest Guilford can continue their dominance in the second halves of competition. The only team who's been able to take rounds against Northwest Guilford in second half was Research Triangle at the beginning of the day.
And we remember how that went as well. Again, it just seems to be a trend.
The closest game so far, though.
It is.
13-8 against Northwest Guilford.
Absolutely. But, again, this is the trend for Guilford. They lock in, and then it's pretty much over after that. They have their fun. They pop off.
Yeah.
But when they lock in, it can't be denied that they are just completely formidable.
True that. So Northwest Guilford trying to see what they can do to close things out, even as far as forces go on either end. They're trying to go for the B side because that's been their most confident push and really haven't focused on A whatsoever. So that's how you know the other team is focusing on that end as well. Rock Dude on the tap. Applejack can't really do too much on that one with a shotgun, so Monty will easily take that. Boombot coming through to try and clear out Assist King. And somehow dodges it, so Monty will go for the plant, and they don't know it's there.
Skill issue. They're just better. You can tiptoe around the Boombot, but I think it's very important. I think it's very important that you brought up the fact that Guilford has been putting a lot of their attention on B consecutively and has hardly ever gone to A. And you know what? I have the same type of mentality when I play competitively, and it's that I'm going to keep doing the same thing until you force me to stop.
Championship point at SoCo. One more round to go for Northwest Guilford to sweep the competition, take down everyone without dropping a single game. Of course, it's been best of ones up to this point, but still, if it's 4 rounds at most and 3 rounds at most in the first map, 7 rounds total that they lose in this, the most that they have lost round-wise is in that first round.
And it's all but done because it is a broken buy coming from West Forsyth.
Oh, no.
They got Guardians and Bulldogs.
And they don't have any ults either.
I mean, you can make it work.
It's possible.
But you're going up against a fully kitted Guilford with 3 ults. So let's see what they can make of it here. Assist King going. They're just going to hold a W key.
Oh, my goodness,
They're
Justin.
Run. You hear the pop off in the background. 3-piece off the cipher. But that's what happens when you hold W key.
That is what happens when you hold W key.
That's what's going to happen. I mean, pretty much West Forsyth, they just ran right into the firing squad.
That they did.
That is Justin, the
and
one
there goes
player.
Applejack down. Only the cipher remaining for West Forsyth. Northwest Guilford looking to close out strong with the championship victory. This is their victory lap in this round.
Absolutely. There goes the showstopper. And it will be the end of the show here for Valorant, as it will be none other than your champions here today. My goodness, they came out, they performed, they saw, and they conquer. It will be Northwest Guilford as your Valorant Greensboro Regional Champions.
What a win by them as well. 13-3 in that first round, 13-4 in the second. Dominance is understating exactly what they did here today. Looked very confident as well against NCCA, and then took down Research Triangle, which, again, as I keep mentioning, was the closest match they had today, 13-8. They went through trials and tribulations, proved their might throughout every single series, and it didn't matter which map that they were playing on. If it was their pick, if it was their opponent's pick, they were as strong as could be, and this is what you want want from a contender to make it all the way to states, and look at that. Only Penta at the bottom who was supporting the rest of the team. Everyone else fragging out.
Yeah, and of course it's the Monty momentum that's going to be the top frag there.
Truly.
But again, you got to give it up for the support core that was coming through for the side of Guilford. Again, they absolutely popped off. I mean, you're looking at Thigby there with the econ rating of over 100. So again, they were doing work that needed to be done. And what I like to call hustle points. I mean, you're looking at the combat rating, and clearly it's the Monty momentum with over 300. But you also got to give credit where credit is due with the assists. Look at Justin coming through with 8 assists, Penta with 9. And as we discussed, even in their previous rounds, we saw that it was it's hard to remember exactly who it was, but it was the Jet. No, I'm sorry. It was the Sky, and it was the Omen that came around with 22 assists.
It was crazy.
And those are the hustle points right there.
Those are the hustle points that we're talking about. I believe that was Penta and Rock Dude specifically in that last round that were able to do that.
That sounds about right.
Yeah, they were the ones who were supporting them as well. But Rock Dude, Monty, and Thigby, shout out to them specifically for how they performed here. We're going to be getting an interview in just a second on talking to the winners here for Valorant, and I'm sure they have plenty of words to say. We'll try to make sure they keep it PG, but still.
They had plenty to say during the game. I can only imagine now that we get to talk to them how much they got to say.
So much to say, but still, they said all the words that they really needed to during that series. The way that they were able to perform, the way they were able to pop off throughout every individual match. I mean, I got to give them kudos. They took out my entire conference from the independent conference, Research Triangle, and also NCCA, and proved their might to make it here to the grand final and win it in a 2-0 fashion for the best of 3.
Yeah, well, right now we're getting ready to set up for these interviews, and I do believe we're going to have multiple.
Ooh.
Yeah, so we
I think it's one interview because it was the Northeast Guilford, but we'll have multiple players on, so. Oh, it might be 2.
Okay,
two, maybe 3, never mind.
Okay, so we're hearing 2, maybe 3 interviews.
Okay, cool.
Which, honestly, it could be all, maybe
do all
even
at
get.
once. Who knows?
Yeah, we can get 2 at the same time.
Yeah.
We'll see. We'll see
make
how
it
goes.
work.
The point is that we're going to get an insight into the minds of Northwest Guilford, and right now, if anybody from any other conference is watching, take notes because you're going to see them at state.
That's exactly true. $4,000 for the team as well, $2,000 to the second place. Again, we got to give credit where it's due to West Forsyth and see exactly how it's going. But then you've got Justin here that'll be talking to us. He's got a microphone, so he'll just come in the camera, and we'll talk to him in the middle here.
Yeah, get on in here.
Welcome in, Justin. How are you feeling after that victory, especially?
I'm just feeling great, man. We played so well. We played really nervous for the first 2 games. We feel like it was just the best of 1. But once we got into the best 2 out of 3, we really played confident. We really showed that.
Awesome.
Yeah, and you know what? I really got to shout out, again, the amount of play that we saw from Monty. Yeah. I mean, they were just absolutely popping off. I want to ask, do you in your team, kind of center around Monty for the play style, or does everybody kind of take turn top fragging? Because we also saw Thigby pop off as well, and they were top fragging. So how do you guys, really adapt to who's going to top frag during the match?
Honestly, it's just big game because, yesterday, not trying to throw him on the spot, he wasn't doing so hot. he was really trying to ask to get off duelist, but I'm really glad to stick with it, and he really showed that today. He really popped off.
Oh, yeah, make sure you hold the mic up close to your mouth as well so that way they can hear you on the stream. Nonetheless, though, after getting that victory and taking on the competition, feeling as confident as you guys did, map by map by map, I mean, did you feel like any map that you played today you were going to get the victory?
I mean, I felt like we were confident in all maps. I felt like Lotus was going to be a hard one to win, but, I mean, we really showed that we could win that today.
Truly. It felt like your guys' map, too, at that point.
Yeah, we were contemplating.
On that, but I'm glad we did really well.
Yeah, we were trying to figure out whose map that was because of how well y'all were playing on it. I mean, again, y'all were going absolutely insane. Again, y'all were talking it up on the desk. Again, the pop-offs were insane. So I got to ask, whenever y'all are in your groove, whenever you find that momentum and you start popping off, is that just pretty much a sign that y'all are about to take the win, that you're just locked in?
Probably, yeah.
That's awesome to see. Well, any final words for those at home that are watching and your competition you'll be facing at States?
I appreciate the people who came out. It was a great event. Thank you for the other guys who were playing. They played really well. And that's about it.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Justin, for joining us on the broadcast. It's good to talk to you and see you at States. Yeah, we'll take that from you.
We'll take that.
I believe we might have another interview here at Soka, so I'll let you do that one because we got to swap to the headset. I don't think the mic was working specifically, but we got the gist of everything that they were saying there too. They didn't feel as confident on Lotus. That was the other pick. They didn't have as much practice, but they didn't really show that on how things were going. So we have that Rock Dude coming on at this time here, so I'll give the headset over to them.
All righty. And here they come. That Rock dude, one of, if not the main support core, coming from Guilford.
Yeah, we carried on this, sis.
I was getting ready to mention that. You might want to put the headset on so they can hear you.
Oh, that's the purpose of it.
Yeah, there we go. So, again, just repeat what you just said because it was 100% factual.
I pretty much just, like, played not to swing at all. But, I mean, of course, we have our Rays that loves to swing. And sometimes
I noticed.
Yeah. Everyone can't swing at the same time. But it was still, I still tried my best just to play supportive, tried my best. And, yeah, coming into this, I think we were pretty confident we were going to win the whole thing. Because before we even, like, came into this tournament, we already, like, VOD reviewed everyone. And just said, okay, so we're gonna. This team's hard. This team's hard. We actually thought this team was gonna be the hardest. It ended up not being the hardest, but either way, that's still pretty good for us either way. And yeah, I think it was just like a well played. And I know these guys are feeling down right now, but they did play well.
They really did. And, again, especially on split, they started to give you guys a run for your money. So, I got to ask in the first half when it was really becoming back and forth and all of a sudden Forsyth starting to make a comeback, how did you guys make adjustments going into the second half to make sure that comeback wouldn't happen?
Okay, yeah, so we realized that we weren't playing for sight well enough. So at the core of that, we just realized that taking main would be the most substantial thing to do. So, because, you can't take sight if you don't have main. So we just stopped it from the root and just kind of took main for a few rounds just to make sure they just to discipline them, and just condition them not that we're gonna fight for main, so they don't bomb rushes like how they were doing in the past few rounds, and that's how they win the rounds. So.
And, again, it's really important to make those adjustments in the middle of the matchup. Again, we talk about it all the time. When we're playing these tournaments, you can always go back in the VOD review and see what you did wrong. But to really acknowledge it in the middle of the gunfight, that's really hard to do. So who is the one making these calls so that way you can make these adjustments? Do you have specifically an IGL for Guilford, or is it just a team camaraderie to make that decision?
Well, it was definitely our guy, Viper Digby. He made a lot of adjustments for us. He was actually the one that called that adjustment. And, yeah, throughout the games, he was just, very vocal. And most of his adjustments worked perfectly. And then I just came in and decided to just, perfect it. And I just said, it was just microwing pretty much. And then he just called the overall plan. And he's been really good as an IGL pretty much.
And, that's really impressive because, again, we can kind of tell that just from watching, the way that Thigby operates. Again, even playing as the Viper, sometimes they would go for top frag. Other times, they finish in the second or third spot, but they're still always consistent. And with that being said, we really got to see you and Thigby really be a dynamic duo. I mean, the controller core was insane. Running that double controller comp, is that the favorite for your team is to run double controller with you and Thigby?
Yeah, because the way we played was very slow. We realized that from the start, so we just realized that if we're just going to play it slow, then we need double smokes. Because I never played smokes in my life until now, but we got to adjust somehow, so we just got to take up the role.
Okay, so now that you have this win under your belt, you are the Greensboro Greensboro Regional Champions. You're able to take the dub, you get the prize money, you punch your ticket to go to state. What is the game plan from here? How do you even best yourself after today's performance?
Just figure out who made it to states and then just know every single habit pretty much.
Getting ready to do some homework. Well, before I let you go, I'm going to give you the final statement, the final remarks, the final say. For the moment, any shout-outs you want to make, any statements you would like to make, the floor is yours.
Well, there's a lot of pressure on me, but I think everyone here played very well today. I think everyone should be proud that, I know West First Sight, they just left, but they made it to finals. I was still very good. They still get money either way. And, yeah, I just think everyone here, the fact they showed up.
Well, again, we had some spectacular matches from start to finish all weekend long. And like you had mentioned, GG's to everybody that participated. And West Forsyth still made it into the money. And, again, big congratulations to you and your team. You're going to state. You're getting $4,000. That is a huge win. So, once again, congratulations to you and your team. And thank you for joining me on the desk.
Thank you.
Oh, we still got another interview left to go. Okay, well, this one I'm going to let you take it.
Okay.
Because we got none other than the Monty, the myth, the legend themselves. It is Monty Momentum. Here you go.
Welcome in, Monty. So we were noticing from the first series of the day going into the second and then the finals here specifically that there seemed to be different players on your team that were the focus on fragging. But you seem to be popping off in that last series. What was going through your mind as you were kind of carrying your team forward with the momentum, Monty, as we were talking about?
I mean, I was just trying to play good for my team because I'm supposed to be the primary duelist. We let Justin do it on Bind because he's a great Yoru and I'm not. But
Fair.
everywhere else, I'm supposed to be the primary duelist, so I try to just frag out for my team. Sometimes it doesn't happen, so that's when Big B over there comes in clutch, but yeah.
Awesome to see. So now that you guys, after the first map, specifically how it went 13-3, you guys were talking about how it wasn't exactly the most practiced map you had before. Getting that victory, what was going through your mind going into Split?
I mean, we were all just really hyped, and Split we thought was our best map. Apparently Lotus is, but we thought Split was our best map, so we were really confident in it. And then we called that timeout, and we won after that. It was pretty much
talk to me about the timing of the timeouts. Did you guys have a coach specifically working with you throughout this final, or was it just
yeah,
mainly
we
you guys
were,
here?
but they were in the bathroom for one of the timeouts, so like it was just Big B over there telling us what to do differently. But
I got you.
we lost more than 3 rounds in a row, and that's all they got last game. So we were like, we got better call a timeout.
That's
so
what I was thinking. That's what I was thinking too. You guys were using that to stop the momentum from the other teams so that they couldn't keep going with that as well. And talking about those timeouts, what's really going through your heads as you're making sure that you hone in on what your strategy is for the next rounds?
Well, we're just trying to figure out what we're doing wrong to let them give rounds and try to make adaptations on the spot because that's something we really focus on in scrims and I've transferred well into game today.
So what are you looking forward to for the state finals specifically now that you've made it there? You've gotten through the competition here, gotten the taste of the LAN environment and going to states at the end of the month.
Well, of course we're looking to win. I mean, who doesn't want that prize money? But yeah, we'll just see how it goes. I mean, I think we have a good chance, but you never know. There's some good players out there, so.
Plenty of chances, plenty of opportunities. Well, congrats on the victory. Any final thoughts and words from you for your team and everyone else out there that might be watching?
GG's to everyone that played. Thanks for playing us.
Awesome. Well, thank you for joining me, Monty. And then thank you, everyone who's been tuning in to the broadcast. Appreciate it. We'll get Ahsoka back here in a second. But we'll take a look at the bracket for Smash Bros. Ultimate here in just a moment. Get a recap on that specifically as we go into a bit of a recap for actually Valorant instead of Smash Bros. Ultimate. Here we go. So, again, the 13-8 was really the most that we saw round-wise taken away from Northwest Guilford all the way into that grand final. It was some close matches up to that point, but they felt confident after they got those Lotus wins, saying Monty was like, oh, it was our most confident map afterwards. I guess maybe their best map. So huge congrats to Northwest Guilford for getting that victory, going through the independent conference gauntlet to get to that point in time. And West Forsyth still getting into the money, taking down Northeast Guilford and Kearns Academy. Let's take a look at the Smash Bros. Bracket here, too, because, I mean, we talked about our favorite moment, Ragsdale High. They were definitely a high point for this tournament.
100%. And again, I just got to shout out Siren because they really did come in clutch for their team, not only getting the opening win in the favor of their school to start out the tournament, but they also got the last win of the grand final. So again, Siren is that player from Ragsdale High. So again, you really got to give them credit, and being able to adapt on the fly, really insane as well. Even in the first game, you know, they were going up against the Terry, they instantly dropped 2 stocks, and then they managed to rein it back in with the Zelda and literally steal the game away. And then when they came to the rematch against Tito with the Terry again, they stuck with the Bayo and they managed to close it out, getting their 3-1 win and sending their team to state.
Well, final remarks from you as well, Ahsoka. I know you have another event you'll be at for these regionals coming up next week, and why don't you tell people about that?
Oh, well, we are going to be live for the Charlotte Regionals next weekend. Yours truly will be there. Unfortunately, my co-caster Vaudable will not be able to make it, so that is kind of like a loss for all of us. But with that being said, we are still going to get a fantastic co-caster as well there for Charlotte, so be sure to tune in next weekend. Pretty sure at the same place, at the same channel.
Same place, same channel. There'll also be a Wilmington Regional happening at the same time. I have some teams from the
But that's not going to be as good because I won't be there. You know, I'll be at the Charlotte one.
You know, that's very fair. So we'll have to see once it comes to that Wilmington Regional and how things at the Charlotte Regional are going to go down for the rest of the teams. The 2 per game, or the 1 per game, excuse me, that will be joining the ones we saw this weekend, make it all the way to states. But it's been a great time to have all of this high school competition from North Carolina come to bear here at the Greensboro Regional. Thank you to UNCG for lending us your facility and your staff and students to help make this all a possibility. Without it, we would not have this whole event going on at the Greensboro Regional for the second time in a row. Great to see their support there again. And also shout out to all of the production crew who have made this a possibility. CJ and everyone else who's been helping. Mark here too. And Jay, it's been a great time. Maybe Reed too.
Maybe Reed? Come on.
Well, there we go. Thank you all for watching. That is all that we have here for the time now on the stream. And we will see you next weekend at Charlotte and also at Wilmington.